the fuck?
It's sour. It's sour. It's sour.
What the fuck?
It's sour. It's sour. It's sour.
What the fuck?
It's sour. It's sour. It's sour. It's sour.
What the fuck?
It's sour. It's sour. It's sour.
This needs to stop.
What the fuck? What's going on?
Honey, clear, honey, honey, clear, honey, clear, honey.
What the fuck? What's going on?
Honey, clear, honey, honey, clear, honey, clear, honey.
What the fuck? What's going on?
Honey, clear, honey, honey, clear, honey, clear, honey.
What the fuck? What's going on?
Honey,
Going on?
It has to stop.
Life is not going back to the way that it was before.
What the fuck?
Life is not going back to the way that it was before. Back to the way that it was before. Back to the way that it was before.
What the fuck? What's going on? What's going on? What's going on? What's going on?
honey, fear.
How dare you?
How dare you? The words that never get old. How's everybody doing out there? Big A Phil, another edition of What the Fuck live stream. Every Tuesday night, right around 9 p.m. Zip Tide 2100 hours. How's everybody's Tuesday going? Okay. I mean, it's Tuesday. It's one of them days there's nothing to write home about. Neither is Monday, neither is Wednesday, neither is Thursday, and neither is most of Friday. In my case, the weekend matters not. I'm working all the way through the weekend. So my weekend starts at the end of this coming Monday. That'll go for it. I'll be nice and drunk for next week's show. Oh, that's going to be fun. Well, before we get going here, let's do as we always do around here and say hello to the fine people in the chat. Skeleton, what's up? Margaritaville, well, BYOB. You know, I don't got. Actually, you know what? I do have a thing of Patron up sitting up there. James, what's up? Who's the biggest clown? I think we know who it is. And I'll give you a couple of examples in just a second. Not that everybody just doesn't love to see old Joe babble through another speech, but what are you going to do? Tater, Hater's hurt by the shame. Hater has no Hunter. Hater, oh shit, there's a Freudian slip. Hunter is hurt by the shame. Hunter has no shame, otherwise he wouldn't be Hunter, right? That trial and a subsequent verdict meaning nothing. Chad Elkins, you are so awesome, my buddy. Nice to see you. Cool Dog, what's up? And Vincent Van Gogh, fuck yourself. Is it Georgia? Driving around the country and hopefully not putting up any shit out there. And because they certainly throw enough of it at us, don't they? Well, I will put the StreamYard link in the chat in a second. But first, if you did catch my hot dog story from today, and Skeleton was wondering why you talking about hot dogs. There was more important shit. What the goal of the show is not to talk about the important stories, because this is the media decides what's important and what's not, and it's a very telling story of what they think is important and what's not, and how important what they think is important is absolutely fucking not important. And you can give a shit every day, especially if you're online. You see countless posts about the fucking WNBA, right? That fucking goddamn fucking NBA, right? Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Nobody fucking cares. Can you name the NBA team in your city? But you got to look it up first. That's not a good thing, right? But they want to tell you what stories are important. They want to tell you who your hero should be. Caitlin Clark, a big, lanky, ugly, white woman, baby. You know, who knows? The jury is out. I'm not convinced. About at least 75% of the WNBA are not actually women, especially not Brittany Griner. Oh man, I had a picture up there of Brittany Griner. Brittany Griner's wife is supposedly expecting, and there was this cringe ass photo of half naked Brittany and half naked pregnant chick standing, one standing over the other. It's like, oh god damn, Brittany is a fucking man. How do you not know that's not a? How are people so fucking ignorant? And of course, as soon as I say hot dogs on the Hawaii, Stacy, you got to come in. Stacy, what's up? Stacy, nice to see you again around here. You came into my game stream the other night. That's right. I popped in an impromptu Sunday night game stream, and I did Super Mario Wii for about 6 hours that night. I plowed through 4 levels or 4 worlds, and the retard box came up twice. So we're at the usual state of quality around here. Walk your post from flank to flank. Don't take no crap from any rank. Throwing the rhymes down. Throwing the rhymes. From Toronto, Canada, eh? Well, I'll tell you, the Canadian contingency is always strong. We love you. We hate your prime minister, but we love the rest of you. The prime minister is a douche cuck bag. That's right. There's 2 things mixed in there. I don't care about the WME. Nobody does. Nobody does it. You see these robotic posts from robots on Facebook and stuff. I love the WA, and I can't wait to see the next. It's so robotic and so obviously Chinese bots. You're not selling it to anybody. Either that, or there are people that are just follow whatever the media tells them to follow. Oh, Caitlin Clark. Of course, they have to bring the racism aspect of that because that's how you divide people. That's what they want to do. Everything's racist. Everything's racist. Everything's racist. Everything's racist. You know how that goes. And of course, Caitlin Clark is getting attention because she's a white girl. Well, why don't you bitches play a little better and you might get some fucking attention. If that's possible. We know it's not. We know that ain't gonna happen. Fuck you. Who you kidding here? That ain't gonna happen. But like I said, if you want proof that the hot dog story, the Joey Chestnut story, was all over the fucking place, well, look at there you go. Look at that shit, all over. New York Post, CNN, U.S. News World Report, Fox News, Deadline, People, CNN, New York Times, fucking ESPN's where I saw it originally. There he is. There's the guy with all the wieners in front of him. Should be so fucking proud. Anyway, the controversy around him is that he went and signed. He's been winning the Nathan's hot dog contest, which they have on the July 4th every year. We see a bunch of people stuffing hot dogs in their face. You see this fucking contest, every July 4th. God bless America, right? Hey, you know what? You want to do this shit? I'm fine with it. Think of the starving people in Africa. Send them the old hot dogs that you don't finish. All right. My Stacy, we hate him here too. The conservative counterpart. Yeah, it's not even about conservative anymore. It's just common sense now. It's obvious that these are globalist plants that we all got stuck with. Every country has one now. Mexico just got some Jewish chick as the prime minister. I mean, what the fuck happened there? Oh, fuck. Yeah. And that's not going to go well because Mexico is a Catholic country, and these people have been fighting religion and religious principles for a long time. That's not going to fly in Mexico. I'm telling you, it's going to be Mexicans will revolt. Americans are too soft and pussified to do it. Mexicans will do it. Mexicans will fucking kick all the globalists the fuck out. As long as they're not as glued to social media as we are. I mean, unfortunately, I think social media is doing it. It's taking its toll on pretty much the whole world. There, it made everybody even dumber than television did. Unfortunately. Divide and conquer for 200, Alex. Alex is no longer the host. Rest in peace. I don't know who it is these days. I heard they want to get Ryan Seacrest. No, I'm wrong about that. Pat Sajak's retiring from Wheel of Fortune this year. They want to get Ryan Seacrest to replace him on that. They've got rotating hosts on Jeopardy, and I know although the only one I do know is on there was the chick from Blossom. Oh, God. Yeah. They need a wide angle lens just for that schnoz that she's got. You miss these type of live streams? I'm great. I'm glad you appreciate it. I find as much as I like doing laugh at, cringe at the news, there was a lot of prep involved and not a lot of views. So it was more trouble than it was worth. And these are more fun because we get together and we shoot the shit, and this is what's going on. So we can still cover the bullshit news. We'll just do it in kind of a different format. That's a lot of freaking hot dogs, right? Why are there any chicks that have been in the contest? I mean, wouldn't we rather see a bunch of chicks stuffing hot dogs in their mouth than some fat white dude from fucking Indiana? There was a Japanese dude that was kicked out for the kind of the same reason. But this guy, you know how stupid this guy is? This guy signed with Impossible Meat, Impossible Foods. That's right. The fake hot dogs, the fake meat. He signed with that company. What a dumbass. He had a sure thing here, and he fucking he threw it away so he could represent the fake meat. By the way, you know how not only the poultry farms blowing up, another one blew up last week. The news is also telling us it's like they're combining two things now, because the panic fear is good when it's bunched up together. A bunch of dairy cows in Iowa have the bird flu. So you know what that means? They're gonna have to kill all the cows, because you know what that means? That means you ain't eating no meat. You know what that means? You want to eat the bugs. Eat the bugs. The Impossible Meats is made from cancer cells, if you're lucky. Made from human feces, most likely. And you know what goes in a regular hot dogs? Think of the shit that goes in the Impossible Meat hot dogs. They put the stuff in the Impossible Meat hot dogs that they say, we can't even put this shit in the regular hot dogs. I mean, FDA has a couple of guidelines that we do have to follow. You know what I mean? Like how many are at each plate? Yeah. That guy, the hot dog guy, he won, I think his record was 75 hot dogs at one time. That's shit. That's crazy, right? Oh, Stacy's like, no, you're talking about hot dogs, not the one I was interested in. Well, sorry, can't please everybody, can we? What's his face hosting Price is Right? Drew Carey. Oh yeah, he sucks. He is so bad. He has no enthusiasm. I saw a clip. I mean, it was recent too. Somebody won a double showcase. When you bid on the showcase in it, if you get it within $250 without going over, you get both. Some guy missed it by $1. That's like never been done. Any close to ever been done. And Drew Carey had no expression at all. It's like, oh wow, you won both showcases. I could not be less interested in this job. And he's also turned into another wah trumper, because you have to, because it's in the network contract most likely. Pops X, no comment. There are a couple of Asian chicks in the hot dog eating contest. Yeah, there needs to be more. Okay, like you want more diversity, which is probably the end goal here. To be white guys in the contest. Put all those Asian chicks that love stuffing fucking hot dogs, and they don't gain a pound, right? None of these people. You ever notice there's never any really fat people? That's probably a requirement. It's like, we don't want to make Lathan's hot dogs look bad and have some Miss Alabama type come in here and fucking devour the entire plate. You know what? They actually train for this. They starve themselves, and they don't eat fucking anything for a month or 2 months or something. And and then this motherfucker comes in. I got this. All the sodium, all the fucking fat and shit. I can't imagine the dumps that he must take after the fucking event is over. Blake actually throwing a hot dog down the house's hallway. Oh yeah, well there's a couple of gifs of a hot dog flying down the hallway. Sometimes Kim Kardashian is on the other end to catch it. There's a lot of variations to it, you know. Drugs, legal drugs. Those who know. Let me hit it on the nose about 8 to 10 years ago. Be a record for biggest shit. Oh, I can imagine. That would be a better record. Remember the South Park they did where Randy took the biggest crap, and then Bono had a big issue with it because it turns out he actually is the biggest crap. That's so fucking brilliant. I fucking hate Bono. He's such a pretentious ass. I don't even like YouTube music that much as it is. And Tater, you know I'm covering this, especially our friend, our Italian friend that loves U2, or at least the early U2. I cannot stand U2 or Bono, especially not Bono. Maybe 5 or 6 of their earlier songs from the first 3 albums. Okay. Other than that, I don't ever play me a U2 song. I will be fine without it. There was one very fat black guy in it. Eric, you know who should do it? David Lucas, the comedian I talked about before. Remember he had to apologize for the George Floyd joke. It's like, oh fuck. He's on those roasts all the time and shit. That guy clean that motherfucker up, man. Probably die too. Probably. Yeah, they don't want somebody big and fat because they know they'll probably have a heart attack afterwards. You know, Eric Badland is a badass name for somebody like that too. I fucking love it. Let's get rid of Joey Chestnut up there. Get rid of that one too. Don't you love too when they trot out old Joe at any kind of black event, Black History Month, or BLM, or Juneteenth. Juneteenth is coming up a week from tomorrow, so get ready for those fun and games. Huh? But I love this. Joe, they can't hide how fucking decrepit Joe is. They can't. They absolutely can't anymore. Look at this. Look at this cocksucker here. I don't know what event he is, but of course all the black folks are dancing, and what do you think he's doing besides vegging out? Oh, that's all he's doing? Yeah, you would be right. Is he either terrified or just doped up, or both? First of all, do you think he's really comfortable standing with a bunch of black people? Even Kamala Harris, who's not even really black. You think he has any business fucking being there? And most likely he shit his pants too. Most likely he shit his fucking pants. Look, he's in a fucking trance. You're in a fucking embarrassment, man. The gaslighting is really going up too. They're trying to say, look, crime is way the fuck down. Crime is way down. There's no fucking crime. What are you, stupid? Joe Biden's numbers are up. Yeah, he's standing there looking like a fucking zombie. For Christ's sakes. 81 million votes. None of the money raised for Africans starving actually made it to Africa. Of course, none of the money ever raised for anything ever gets anywhere, right? All the school funding, right? All of our gas taxes and road taxes and all that shit was supposed to help fund public schools. Nobody ever saw a dime. Our roads are in fucked up condition, and the gas tax goes up in July, and they want to charge per mile. They want to tax per mile. They desperately want to do that. They desperately want to do that. Bacon. I guess you could say Phil still hasn't found what he's looking for. There we go. Always count on Bacon to come with the most topical jokes of the night. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate you. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, there he is. The man, not the food, as Callie would say. Probably pooped himself. Definitely pooped himself. I think him shitting himself is a given. I mean, he will shit himself. He doesn't care. He's old. He's decrepit. He thinks the country is on board. But he thinks nobody thinks I'm an old kook. I'm fine. No, he's not. I didn't shit myself. No, I sure didn't. Yes, you sure did. Mictal, what's up? And stand by for the StreamYard link. I'll throw it in there in a sec. Vegas J, what's up? Callie likes to tax upon tax. Well, a lot of that Cali sentiment is heading over to Nevada, so get ready. Get ready. Verado, what's up? All right, the Gary and Dino show representing tonight. Tater's also up in here. Nice to see you guys. We were fortunate enough to miss the heat wave that you guys got. We haven't been in the hundreds yet. A couple of our deserts have, but the rest of us still June gloom. It's still it hasn't gotten out of the 70s even in the valley, so it's not too bad. Oh, here we go. Some angry wanker on the internet. Yep, there you are, Rob. There you are. You can't hide. You can run, but you can't hide. No way I could eat 75 hot dogs in one day, let alone a few minutes. Again, they train. It's not like you could just, save that for the meal today. No, they got to train. They got to not eat or just throw up every fucking 5 minutes and then get ready for that fucking contest. Moist. I think I got them all in there. Yeah, Jesus, 108 degrees. Yeah, and people wonder why I didn't move to Arizona. That would be one of the big reasons. It's a little too fucking hot. Thank you very much. I'd rather have Gavin Newsom rape my wallet than be in that heat for any length of time. Of course, I may be changing that tune anytime soon. Go shit in your hat? Well, I'll tell you what. And after the show, I will shit in my hat. Just for you, Rob, and then I'll send it to you. And then you'll put it on. There you go. That's hot, or that's hot. whichever you may mean. Okay. Well, here's more of old Joe here. In case
We need you.
in case it wasn't incoherent enough, he's even more incoherent. Actually, he feels. It sounds like they coked him up for this one because he's got that goddamn fuck you, yell at the cloud energy in this one. He's still not. I love how they do. Hunter Biden getting on gun charges. Old Joe talks about gun safety. Bravo, Fox News. You made me laugh. You know, useless, but you made me laugh there.
We need you to overcome the unrelenting opposition of the gun lobby, gun manufacturers, so many politicians when they oppose common sense gun legislation.
Well, there's more shootings now than ever, Joe. So how's that gun legislation actually fucking working, you dipshit?
I used to be when I was no longer the vice president, I became a professor at the University of...
Whoa. When he was no longer the vice president, so that was right after Obama. Hey, back up. Boy, did he screw something up on this one.
I became a professor at the University of Pennsylvania before...
So after he was vice president, so that means in 2017, January 20th, 2017, after he was vice president, he became a professor at the where was it?
Pennsylvania before the
University of Pennsylvania. Anybody remember that? Remember old Joe being a professor in the short time after between being vice president and being president? I don't recall any of that shit. What a dope. Look, I don't care how much you don't like Trump. This guy fucking sucks, okay? Can we agree that this guy sucks? He sucks. He's old, he's decrepit, he shits his pants, and he's useless. All right? I mean, the fact that you know he's bad when Trump still is ahead of him, okay? A bag of rocks could be ahead of him, even more so than the rocks in his own head.
That I taught a constitutional law class, and so I taught the second.
He taught a constitutional... Jesus Christ. Been in LA a lot. There was another government shit show. Yeah, I think Kamala Harris was in town because I remember Air Force 2 landed at LAX and screwed all the traffic up as it always does.
An amendment.
And I think it left too late or there was some reason, there was something else she did that screwed everything up too. It's like, what are you doing here? Go the fuck away. Christ's sakes. Professor of these nuts. You got that right, buddy.
There's never been a time.
By the way, would you want to hear him talking about these nuts? I don't think I do. My balls hang so low to the ground. When I sweep the floor, I hit them.
That says you can own anything you want. And you couldn't own a cannon during the Civil War.
That's not a joke. Why are they laughing? That's not a joke. We all want Gavin to take over. Oh, the fuck we don't. No, we don't. I will move to Mexico. Oh, no. Shit, we can't move to Mexico. The globalists took that over, too. They put some Yenta in office. The shit. Where's Fernando Valenzuela? Why can't he be president of Mexico? I'd vote for him. Biden needs a software update. I mean, you can't put the current iOS in... actually, iOS, that's Apple. I don't know anything about Apple. You can't, he's running on Windows 95 at this point. I mean, you can't update that software. You got to do the best thing to do would be throw it out. Okay.
No, I'm serious. Think about it. How many times have you heard this phrase? The blood of liberty. Quash your dough. Give me a break.
Cue the laugh track. Oh shit. Let's laugh to make sure so we can cover up his senility there.
No, I mean it, seriously. And by the way, if they want to think to take on government if we get out of line, which there's...
Whoa, hang on. Did you hear what he just said there? If they after that, if you think you could take out the government if we get out of line. Did he just let the cat out of the bag there? Did he just let another turd drop into his pants? Yes.
Hey, if they want to think to take on government if we get out of line, which they're talking again about, well, guess what?
Said the quiet part out loud, did he? Yeah, you are getting out of fucking line. That's why people are getting strapped up, dude. If the government gets out of line, oh boy, you weren't supposed to say that.
If they want to think to take on government if we get out of line, which they're talking again about, well,
Jesus Christ. Holy fuck. Mexico is deporting whiteys. The U.S. is also doing the same thing. Plenty of privately owned cannons during the Civil War. Well, he was alive back then. He ought to know. Biden doesn't need a software update. He needs to figure dial up. I know. He's playing Pong at this point and losing. Be fair to the crowd, you wouldn't own cannons. Yeah, that wasn't a bad line. It's just it'd be funny if a comedian had said it, not him. Politicians are a parade of ass clowns. That they are indeed, and on both sides and all sides. They all are just scum. They're all disgusting. And the media, who's also complicit with them, also is just as disgusting. He needs a new board. Yeah, he does. We're still playing the black and white Space Invaders here. I care for a stroke survivor. He's far more lucid and sharp than Biden. Oh yeah, I'm convinced that Biden's had at least 2 strokes while he's been in office, at least, in between shitting his pants and just completely drugging out. He's not going to make it. He's not, Gavin Newsom is just waiting for him to just drop. Gavin Newsom's already smirking as we talk. That fucking Gavin Newsom fucking smile that he has. Disgusting. All right, let's get rid of old Joe there, so don't eat up more bandwidth with his nonsense. So yeah, look, they all suck. Okay, there's really the only Republican I respect is Josh Hawley, only because he really grills all the morons from Congress and the FBI and people that have to answer to him. But those people are never going to be in charge because the machine's not going to allow it. The machine is going to let the weakest, the most incompetent fuck to get in office, and that's what we got here. And it's not even, and the globalists who are really running the show. That's why every country is with some weak loser that nobody could even think of voting for. Like Stacy, our girl, said in Canada, she got Trudeau over there. Trudeau is a joke. Trudeau is the epitome of cuckness. All right, we need a strong leader. We don't got it. Ain't gonna happen. Of course, it would help if we had some more strong Americans too. We also don't have that. Anyway, yeah, Rob, you had don't worry if old Joe gets out of line, you're good to go. You good to go. Well, anybody, let me put a StreamYard link in the chat here. And 1 second, please, because what I must do is pull down I got to pull down the YouTube chat because for whatever reason I can't pin it with the chat that exists within StreamYard, which is very dumb, but there it is. Very, very stupid it is. Give me 1 second for it to get its shit together. I picked up 2 new subs this week, mainly for the game streams. I picked up 3. I lost 1, so I netted 2. Hey, that's not bad. That's not bad. Okay. That's better than nothing. Okay. Let's all just do South Park impressions for the rest of the day. That's okay. Drugs are bad. Okay. Secret Service. It's not so secret. Okay. All right, let's get this thing in this chat here. And let's go. That way I can pin it. For God's sakes. There we go. Okay, it's up there. There she goes. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for your patience. I do appreciate each and every one of you. Ain't subscribed to this channel yet. Well, what the hell are you waiting for, boy? Get on in there. Subscribe. Hit that subscribe button. Follow me on Rumble, too, if you don't like YouTube. I'm also simulcasting there and on X tonight. Follow me at X at the Big Angry Phil, at Rumble at the Big Angry Phil Podcast, and of course on YouTube at Big Angry Phil. And we'll be working a bit for the foreseeable future, but you know me, I'll try to squeeze in there wherever I can and make it tight, make it fit tight. You got 18 people looking at it. That's good. That's good. So if you want to come in here and face me, maybe have a debate or laugh at or giggle at or talk about the dumbass shit that's going on in the news right here, you go right on ahead. Subscribe, click the like button, took up soul search. You got no soul. You're the whitest dude I know. Your soul you were born without. Christ's sakes. Fucking Rob. This ain't a roast, Rob, but I love you. We can always make it a roast. Shit, that's not a bad idea. Just have the Big Egg Phil roast. That's a good idea, actually. I like that. Some of you are some funny motherfuckers, man. I'll tell you what. Some of you, not Rob. Rob is not funny. Joe Biden is more funny. Rob could write Joe Biden speeches. This is not a joke. He wasn't supposed to say that, but he keeps saying it. This is not a joke. Yeah. And that's some good stuff right there. That's some good shit right there. Jay, what's up? Viagra regiment. I don't want to know about his Viagra use. I can't. What would he need it for? He's not fucking that old lady Jill Biden. He's not fucking anybody. Except us, of course. But with no Vaseline, just imagine a little bit of gasoline. I just laughed and pooped. Not a joke. I believe you. I believe you. Who has the worst bowels, Rob or Joe? That is up for debate. All right, we have our first pitcher in the bullpen. That's right, we're all pitchers here. We're not catchers. God damn it. Comes from Alabama, and a state that is already trying to distance itself from Miss NAM Alabama. Ding dong. Speaking of ding dong, that bitch eats a ton of them. Here's Outlaw. What's up, man?
Hey, what's up, brother?
Yeah. Your state made the news for all the wrong reasons last week.
Oh, yeah.
That is one big, and unfortunately, and they're not explaining enough. She's not a Miss America contestant. That's what they're not getting right. She was in the North American Miss thing. It was a whole nother deal, which you pretty much just buy your way into. And it's not the same thing. Yeah. But
it's
even
clearly
that is
somebody.
ridiculous.
Yeah, it's clearly somebody paying off somebody. I mean, there's no way any of us Alabamians with eyes in our skulls voted for that.
Yeah, no, it's clearly some millionaires or billionaires, maybe Soros Incorporated, got together and say, it would be really funny. Listen, we put enough trans people in the actual Miss America pageant, but let's take this one and let's find the fattest chick we can find. I mean, I'm talking fat here.
Yeah.
I'm talking about a bitch that would leave a ring around a swimming pool. I'm talking about a fat bitch. Let's put her with a sash around there, and then of course we're gonna make it. It's like, you shouldn't body shame her. She's a beautiful. You've got the sycophants out there, the people that just defend every sort of goofy behavior, and they have to virtue signal. As soon as I did a video on it, as soon as I saw that story, so I ain't passing that one up. As much bandwidth as she's gonna take. Oh boy. What do you think what do you think she weighs? It's too bad there wasn't a scale right on the stage that everybody had to see when she got on it.
Probably in the neighborhood of a truck 50.
A truck 50. You're trying to say she has to get on a truck scale to get weighed? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's a wide load.
Yeah, totally. And I think she easily could have been a contestant on My 600-Pound Life. She would have killed on that show.
Jesus Christ.
Literally killed. She might have sat on her dog. Fucking.
Oh shit.
No, yeah. I wish that would be. I would watch if she was on My 600-Pound Life. With now having to be that Miss Alabama, the secondary Miss Alabama. I would like to see what's doing. It's like, what led to this? Why did mom let this happen? Or what happened in her family that let this happen? There's always an underlying story that they're not going to give us.
Yeah.
Kelly Ford, what's up? We're talking about old Miss Big Britches, Miss Alabama. I'm not going to put that picture up. Yeah. But again, and unfortunately, most of conservative media, who are the first to jump on and make fun of her, are mislabeling as Miss America, like she's part of the pageant, the real pageant. It's like, no.
Yeah.
Alabama would not do that. Now they put trannies in there. They have done that. Like Miss Ohio or somebody's a tranny in there.
Yeah,
But
trust me,
even-
we have better taste than that. I mean, go look at the previous Miss Alabama
Yeah,
and judge
no,
for yourself. I mean,
you've got some beautiful women there. I mean, nobody would want to admit it.
Yeah.
The South, South's got some beautiful women. They're just not going to be, because people are used to like California, New York chicks with attitudes and shit like that. You know what I mean? People aren't used to actually good looking chicks from the South, which there's plenty of. There's a narrative that needs to be pushed, and they think some big land whale is going to just march up on the stage and ba-doo, 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 ba-doo. Yeah, I know. Where's Stewie Griffin with the tuba? Fucking playing behind her. No, come out, North American Miss Alabama. It's a glandular problem.
Yeah.
I would also like to see her at the Nathan's hot dog eating contest. I mean, come on, that would scare the shit out of everybody. First of all, nobody would be able to fit on the bench if she's there, so all the competition would be literally wiped out. She's so fat, guys always tell her Happy Mother's Day when she's trying to buy a hot dog. Well, the only thing wrong with that is buying a hot dog, just one. I don't think it's enough. You just buy about half. She needs to buy about half the farm, I think. Yeah, no, she's a big one. Well, we have some other weirdos ready to go here. Let's see who's gonna be whining in their car today. Nope, you know what? Nobody's whining in a car. They're all in either a classroom or somewhere else. No cars this time. Let's see. Remember, I was talking about the chick who was trying to tell us there's a such thing as gay time. Like they're using an excuse. They're using an excuse to be later, being later because they're following gay time as opposed to straight time or cis male time or whatever the fuck. Well, this they're expanding on it now. Here she goes.
And I just wanted to know, are there accommodations for people who struggle with time blindness and being on?
Here, let me cut the music down a little bit. I guess she's speaking softly, so usually they scream at the top of their lungs. So for whatever reason, not much coming out of her, which is probably a good thing. So what is she griping about again?
For asking a very reasonable question. So I'm applying to go somewhere, and I just wanted to know, are there accommodations for people who struggle with time blindness and being on time?
Are there accommodations for people struggling with time and what? I can't. Time is moving too fast. Can we slow time down for us, please? Or how about just fucking waking up earlier, you dumb bitch?
And then the person I was with interrupted and acted like I was asking something else. And then when we were done, they actually started yelling at me and saying that accommodations for time blindness doesn't exist. And if you
time blindness. These people just make shit up. Just making up shit, making more excuses for being late or just being lame. How about just how hard is it to get up and go to work or get up and just get up? Can't even fucking do that. It's somebody else's fault. It's everybody else's fault that they can't do anything. It's society's fault. And then, of course, she's so oppressed. She has an iPhone and a TikTok account. So her oppressor somehow let her put this online.
When we were done, they actually started yelling at me and saying that accommodations for time blindness doesn't exist. And if you struggle with being on time, you'll never be able to get a job.
Yeah. Basically. But no, we have to slow time down just for her and just for people like her. No granny glasses on. I'm surprised by that. She's actually unless she sat on it and broke them or something. She does have a lazy eye going on though. What do you suppose the problem is there?
God.
She looks like a stroke victim or a drug user of some sort.
I was just fixing to say I think she was one of those babies that the mother was taking drugs and she come out.
Yeah,
up.
I think that would explain about 90% of this generation, quite frankly.
Yeah.
Provided you're trying your absolute best to be there. And then they're like, your stupid generation wants to destroy the workplace.
Yeah, they're not wrong.
Yeah, that's true.
A culture where workers are just cut off because they struggle with being on time.
So show up half an hour late. Yeah, that's fine. It's all fine. It's all white male's fault. Just blame them. And then we'll promote you to the president of the company. That's what'll happen there, miss.
when there's other solutions that we can look to. I think that just anybody who thinks
I'll tell you, whenever if that TikTok ban couldn't happen soon enough, these bitches would go into a panic. Oh my God, what am I gonna do? Where am I spread my stupid? Where am I gonna spread my propaganda? I mean, it's not gonna happen, but wouldn't that be a nice thought?
I can't wait.
The last thing that what was supposed to happen was they're threatening to, if an American company does not buy it, which is not going to happen because we don't have an American company anymore, then they're going to ban TikTok. It's not going to happen. It's wishful thinking. It ain't going nowhere, you know. And the only thing that'll lead to TikTok's demise is something else will pop up in its place. You know, like how MySpace disappeared and all this shit. TikTok will go out the way of MySpace, and then somehow stupid something will come up where you can fucking post right onto your own eyelids or something, you know, and then they'll make people into more zombies than they already are.
it's okay to just treat people like that, yeah, that culture needs to be dismantled.
Where's Bacon to complain about how time and how quick it's moving?
Culture needs to be dismantled.
Yes, the culture, the cis white male culture, you know, the oppressors that tell us we need to show up on time. Wah.
Yet you clearly enjoy this culture that white man supposedly built for you: phones, cars, transportation, food.
Yeah, Bacon. Where are you to tell her to show up on time? Oh wait, never mind.
No, go fuck yourself, drug baby.
Who am I telling?
What I'd tell her: go fuck yourself.
Clocks everywhere.
Probably
yeah, I mean, you'd figure she probably has one of those cis white male oppressive Apple iPhones watches or something with the big numbers on it, tell you what the fuck time it is.
That was invented, man.
These things are invented by the patriarchy, so I can't utilize them. I'll still own them, but I won't utilize them. God, what happened here? What happened? So why do they call our generation useless? Because you're fucking useless. I mean, what else are we supposed to call you? She'll complain even more about the time when she gets older. Oh yeah, yeah.
For real.
Wait, is somebody speaking from beyond the grave? Oh, my time wasn't here yet. I wasn't ready to die. Well, bitch, you should check your watch.
Yeah, she'll be late to her own funeral. Oh God. Oh.
Isn't that great? Yeah, this generation so productive. Yeah, this is what's going to cripple industry even further because we're not going to have anybody that knows how to make anything. You're already seeing the cracks in the walls now. Look how fucked up aviation is now. They've never gotten the air traffic controllers. They got fired after not getting the jabs. The pilots, they want more diversity in all the airlines, so you can't find anybody to fly the fucking planes. And you think this bitch knows how to turn a screwdriver or anything? Probably fucking not.
And then I asked that person, how can you feel good about yourself upholding this kind of system?
Because it keeps useless bitches like you out of it. That would be why. It's a good test to see who actually wants to work and who doesn't. And you going on TikTok pretty much hammers the point home. And you're not going to get hired by anybody posting this shit, you stupid.
Yep.
And then to think I'm entitled. No, if people think it's
Yes, you are. Everything they claim they're not, they are. Whenever they have to emphasize how not they are, that means they are big time, and vice versa.
Oh, yeah.
You know, I do this and I do that. Yeah, I'm rich as fuck. I get all the bitches. Nope and nope.
okay to treat others like this, that's entitlement.
No, entitlement is expecting time to wait for you. That is big time entitlement. You dumb. Look at that schnoz. Good God.
Oh my God.
At least be decent looking. If you're gonna bitch about this dumb shit, at least be something to look at. She don't even have that going on. She is just a hot fucking mess.
Oh my God.
Successful.
I cannot believe these people exist. I really cannot believe that.
They do, and and these are people that are going to vote blue no matter who. You see in their Twitter profile all the time.
Fucking hell, dude.
Biden Harris 2024 because they don't pay bills. They don't know about people struggling because everything's paid for them. Meanwhile, they're so oppressed and they live at their fucking mom's house at 35 and shit. And why is time so fast? Where?
Mm-hmm.
Unbelievable. chick that worked at the gas station has an attitude like, bitch, it's after midnight. Don't, especially after you, after you've coffeed up, you don't want to put up with that shit, right? Fucking put the smack down on it.
Don't nobody want to put up with this bitch.
Yeah. And they wonder why more immigrants are taking their jobs. Why do you think they're bringing them in here? They took their jobs. They took their jobs. Yeah. I mean, what could she even do? I mean, you think she could pour a cup of coffee? You think she could work at the Starbucks? They have to remember a lot of shit there, especially all those fancy names. I want with 80 syllables in it. I want a venti mochaccino frappa dappa dappa deep dappa. She ain't gonna fucking get none of that right. You kidding me? Oh my god, this is hard. Somebody do this for me. Remember last year there was some douchey gay kid made a crying video in the back room of a Starbucks. I showed that shit on here. Where he's crying, where some customer misgendered me. He's like, oh, for fuck's sake, whining little bitch. But that's what they want. They want a country full of whining little bitches because whining little bitches do not put up a resistance, even though they like to put #resist in their fucking Twitter profile. Yeah, resist what? Resist what? What are you resisting? Fucking common sense. Get off my screen. You're ugly and disgusting. You look like fucking Blossom. Ugh. Go host Jeopardy. Go away. They say how much she charged on the house. God, ugly as fuck. I mean, again, you know how all these bitches that think they're all hot, you see them go on these shows and try to defend feminism or other stupid things. They have no idea. At least they have like a pair of boobs or something to look at. But these chicks nowadays just they butch up and they complain and they produce nothing and they're worth nothing. And it's always men's fault, white males, cis white cis. It's not even a real word. It's everybody else's fault for them. For here's another one. Oh God. We could check all the boxes off here. Big ass fucking glasses, short cropped purple hair, wearing usually probably has a hoodie on. I'm really surprised the hoodie. That's another thing. People are walking everywhere, outside and inside, with nothing on but hoodies. They all look like goddamn the Grim Reaper. It's 95 degrees. What are you wearing a hoodie for? Unless you're gonna rob something, which most likely is the case nowadays. Chicks, stop with the hoodies. What is everybody afraid of the sun? You also, if it's climate change, going to roast you to death or something? What the fuck? Idiots. Yeah, who's going to? Yeah, these are all the same ones that had masks strapped to their face for fucking years. I'm really surprised. You're probably courageous. I'm going to take the mask off. It's 2024. I'm going to take the mask off. But what is her gripe? God forbid we find out.
So I just learned that more people regret having kids.
Oh, she's European. Oh, bloody brilliant. That's lovely.
So I just learned that more people regret having kids than trans people regret having surgeries.
How is that?
She thinks people have more regrets having kids than trans people have. Well, technically that's probably right because there's not a lot of trans people. Okay, it's not a huge percent of the population. It never has been. But for whatever reason, the whole society has to walk on eggshells around these weirdos. But what is the point of this? This'll get them. This'll get them. People regret having kids. They probably regret having you. I guarantee you fucking that.
I just learned that more people regret having kids than trans people regret having surgeries.
How is this flex? And why are you playing hip hop music?
Yeah, fortunately, some generic crap that won't get me a strike. But
what the fuck is this?
Hey, she's trying to be hip. She's trying to be down.
She looks like.
Hey, at least she's not playing Billie Eilish or some shit like that. But she looks like somebody would listen to that.
Billie Eilish.
Billie Eilish, yeah. Well, again, she was one the Illuminati banked on, and it hasn't really worked. She's been very irrelevant lately. They tried. They trot her out at the Grammys and stuff. It's like I can't name one damn song. And that weird brother of hers that fucking produces all the music. Like, are they fucking together? Are they fucking or what? They live like they are.
I drew this in the back picture right there, and I framed it. You like my picture?
That's lovely. Yeah, purple. Yeah, check off all the boxes. They're all there.
Yep, purple hair.
It's learned that more people regret having.
So it was imperative. It was imperative for her. She could not go through her day without producing this video, and this will get them. This will get conservatives. This will make everybody.
Cotton candy colored hair.
So I just learned that more people regret having kids than.
It makes me never want to eat. It makes me never want to eat cotton candy again. That's all it does.
So I just learned that more people regret having
Shut up,
kids than
fat
trans
little
people regret
skinny
having
bitch.
surgeries. I'll let that sink in.
She's gonna let it
What
sink
am I
in.
supposed to take away from that?
Take that, guys. More people regret having babies than regret having gender. Well, there's quite a few people that regret having the surgery. You don't see that on the media because they want to hide it. But yeah, and a lot of people said, "What the fuck did I do?
Wearing
what the fuck
your
was I thinking?" And try
grandmother's
to go
glasses.
back. Yeah, how did that become a thing? Because they all do this, and a lot of the
wearing
guys do it too. You know,
Wearing your grandmother's glasses from the 1970s and coloring your hair to look like something you'd buy at the carnival does not make you hip.
yeah. I don't want cotton candy nor candy apple ever again. Thanks to this bitch.
She's a
Anyway,
candy
continue
ass.
with your day.
Shut the fuck up.
Her name is Eleanor. That's a dyke name. right?
Eleanor.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
of course,
is there-
she's got the.
There's never been a straight Eleanor in the history of mankind.
Oh, of course, she's got the 1970s grandma name to match the glasses.
I like to get everyone. July is masculinity month. Is it?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, I'll tell you the difference between us and the kooks. We don't need holidays. As a matter of fact, you want everybody to be equal. Get rid of them all. Get them out of here. Keep the basic ones that we know and love. Fucking New Year's Day, Easter, July 4th, right? Fucking Labor Day, Thanksgiving, Halloween, Thanksgiving, Christmas. Get rid of all the rest of it. All of it. All the hashtag fucking days, all the LGBTQ, all 800 of those days. I know there's only 365 days in the year, but they still have 800 days of shit in the fucking year. You want equality? Get rid of all the shit. Get rid of all the bullshit that we made up in the last 10 fucking years. Get rid of it. Then you got your fucking equality. They don't want that. They want everything for them. That's what they fucking want.
Yeah.
Wear her eyebrows. That's a good. Oh, the glasses
Yeah,
are the glasses are covering them up. She certainly has she's got a big 6 head going on there, don't she? People have a choice not to have kids. Yeah, again, she thinks she's sticking it to the man or something by making. She thought that would be a really good idea. She's going to flame somebody with that statement, right?
Bacon. Golly.
These nuts. Right.
Oh my God.
Scissor eye.
Oh God.
Yeah. Her eyebrows came off and became Bacon's mustache. There you go.
Oh,
There's
I
your
can't
Bacon's
believe this
mustache
is
joke for the
reality.
day.
Bacon's mustache.
Bacon's mustache needs a slapper in the face. No eyebrows to be found. Nope.
Oh my God.
God forbid she shows a facial expression. They don't seem to know how to do that. They don't like expressing a personality. They just want to be a brainless drone. That's what wearing masks for years have taught a lot of these people. You want everybody to look and think the same. Well, congratulations. That's exactly what you got.
Yeah.
Teddy Roosevelt is spitting in his grave. Teddy Roosevelt's mustache wants to have sex with Bacon the mustache. Yeah. We'll save the rest of this shit for Friday. It's not the place for the mustache jokes. The Golden Girls. Which one? They're all old bags on the Golden Girls. And didn't they all have glasses? No, wait a minute. B. Arthur. She didn't have glasses, right? I think maybe Betty White did. I don't remember. Jesus Christ. I haven't seen that show in fucking 40 years. Seraphim, what's up?
What's up, brother?
You're in the wrong room. No, in the right room. Nobody cares about wrenches here. Doesn't matter. Stick around. You might have a laugh or two. At least sub to the channel. No erection here. No. If you came here looking for an erection, something to give you one, you're in the wrong. You're definitely in the wrong.
Oh wow. Oh no.
I'm not responsible for killing boners or for creating them either. I want no part of it.
Oh my God. Jesus.
Yep. Yeah. The same globalist cocksuckers, the Soroses and the Klaus Schwabs of the world who hate us anyway. Yeah, they're responsible for the eroding of American tradition, American society, and making people hate the American holidays, especially you watch July 4th as it comes around. You'll see all the lib propaganda that's going to come out from the mainstream media. Why July 4th is racist every fucking year with that, right?
Oh yeah.
Meanwhile, you know who celebrates July 4th harder than anybody else around here? Mexicans. Fucking love July 4th. Right?
Oh wow.
If all the fucking fireworks they shoot off for about a month doesn't prove that point, I don't know what does. All those characters. Nuts, squirrels, fruits, nuts, squirrels, and flakes. There you go. Wait, squirrels? How did that get in there? Yeah. So there, take that, you redneck conservatives. More people regret having babies than cutting off the cock.
Glad that more people regret having kids than trans people regret having surgeries.
Shut up, Eleanor.
She's like, peace out, bitches.
Like she's doing a mic drop or something. Yeah.
Yeah. Was she throwing up a set there?
Oh shit! I wish she would. That way they'd see her. Like, what the fuck?
I mean, there was a group called the Gay Side Gangsters at one point. I don't know if that's still around.
Oh, the Gay Side Gangsters.
Surgeries.
Oh, that was a thing.
Oh.
Remember the in the late 90s, early 2000s, we had all those rappers wearing pink, like Cmon and all them bitches all wearing pink fucking shit, big fur coats. Yeah, that was on purpose. That was the gay up hip hop.
Shit.
Now that since Tupac was dead, somebody else had to step in and do it.
Anyway, continue with your day.
Shut the fuck up.
Well, there you go. Words of wisdom from somebody named Eleanor, and I don't know where she's from, but she has a European accent.
What a bitch.
Yeah, but yeah, just let that sink in, you men. Everybody loves cutting off their cock. It's the best thing in the world.
Oh
They're
yeah.
not selling this. Who are they trying to sell this to? And of course they're going after the kids because kids are impressionable. That's no goddamn 8-year-old kids ever said on their own, I want to be a girl, right? You don't know. That never fucking happens, man. They're encouraged, especially a boy is encouraged by their more likely feminist and or lesbian mother. There's no dad around. And if there is, he's a complete total cuck. This is thrown at him via that and via social media. And of course, when you see all this pride shit being thrown at you by the mainstream media every fucking 10 seconds of every pride event that happens everywhere, they might say, oh, that looks like fun. We never used to. There were always pride events, and you never fucking. They just told you in the local paper, like what time to show up in West Hollywood that day. Now it's in every newscast has got it. Every pride parade in every city is being shown. What in the actual fuck? I mean, how much more fucking rainbow shit do you need to see? And then they always come at you with, well, you hate rainbows, you conservatives hate rainbows. No, rainbows are awesome. The politicizing of rainbows, that's what sucks. That's what you people have fucking done. And then you add all those weird other colors to the beginning of the flag there. It's a cult. It's a goddamn cult.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Yeah. Remember when the rappers were all doing the pink shit, and then this ain't gay. This ain't gay. It's gay. Yep. It's fucking gay. Dudes wearing pink is gay. Okay. I don't give a shit if it's fashion. It's fucking gay. Okay. It's a color for fucking women. All right. Yeah. You're not going to convince anybody. And these guys are virtue signalers. Say, oh, you have a problem with pride. You have a problem with pride. There's too much fucking pride. That's the fucking problem. Yes. Be so fucking proud of all this. What are we proud of? Being alive? That's not an accomplishment.
Yes, two
people fucked and had you. That's not to be proud of. Fuck's sakes. That took no effort on your part.
Yes, well, I do.
You like to fuck people in the ass? That's not that I ain't nothing to be proud of. That should be kept to your fucking self. Nobody wants to know about that.
Fucking pride.
Yeah, by the way, most gay people aren't on board with it either. But again, they have to be lumped in with everybody. You have to take extreme and try to lump it into the mainstream, and nobody wants it. But the media and the politicians are not giving you a choice. They say you have to accept this, or else you're this phobe, or that phobe, or this phobe, or that phobe.
Oh yeah.
Here's a message from Callie Ford here. Keeping my huge tits and feminine side. I love to wear cute outfits and hate wearing bras. Thank you for straightening up this live stream for us. Appreciate it.
Oh my god.
Not to be outdone, the feminists will demand Femininity Month. Oh yeah, well, we already had women's. We had the Women's Day, Women's March, Women's History Month, or whatever. And the WNBA is going on. The media is throwing that down our throat because that lanky Caitlin Clark bitch. I'm tired of hearing about.
Mm-hmm.
Show us the femininity.
Yes, I do have a problem with your pride. Fuck your pride. That's what I got to say to you.
Yeah, why they've taken the meaning of the word pride. It's like, do you need to close streets down and prance down the street? Guys with fucking banana hammocks on, and you got kids running around and fucking and the stench down there can't be all good. You know what I mean,
oh god.
I mean, because these are the extremists. These are not regular just gay folks trying to go to work, come home, and just fucking live their goddamn life without all this fucking. They don't want to tell people about their cocksucking, but now you got the banana hammocks prancing down the street. Look at me, I suck dick.
Yep.
Why we didn't ask? I don't want to know why who you fuck is so important to everybody. I don't get it. How does that make you a better human being? Because you're brave that you have sex with the same sex? Good for fucking you. Leave me out of it. I don't want to know about it. I don't want to know about anybody's sex life. Jesus Christ. Leave it. It's none of my fucking business. And you shouldn't make it anybody's goddamn business. For God fucking sake.
Exactly.
Right. I publicly have pride about my private life. Yeah, that should be the motto of the parades, right? I suck cock and I must tell everybody.
Fuck your pride. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yep.
Fuck it.
Yeah, fucking our stupid LA stupid mayor is at the they had one in downtown LA this weekend, and our stupid mayor Karen Bass, of course, was all front and center.
Oh god.
I the only thing I can only hope for is those vehicles hit a huge pothole that they didn't fix, and everybody flies off the vehicle, but so far no luck. They run into a bum sleeping in the street.
Oh outlaw, you hate gay people. No, I hate the idea. I hate the lifestyle, the force.
No, you people hate straight people. And by the way, a lot of them have admitted it on the air that this is we're here to make straight people uncomfortable. We're here to make conservatives uncomfortable.
Oh, I know.
That doesn't sound like pride. That sounds like forcing an agenda down your throat. That's what that sounds like. And
it doesn't sound like
I'm aware, and pardon the expression, down your throat, but yeah, that's exactly where it's going.
It doesn't sound like tolerance. Sounds like intolerance.
No, that's not tolerance. That's not tolerance at all. That's acceptance or else. That's not tolerance. That's fascism is what that is. Yeah. And then that's classic projection. They say, well, if you don't like it, you're a this phobe or that phobe. You're a fucking straight phobe. Again, the gay people don't want nothing to do with the extremely, the really fruity, prancy bitches. They want nothing to do with that.
I've actually gotten to, now that you mention that, I've actually gotten into an argument with one of these people before, and I said, "Why are you such a heterophobe?" That ain't such thing as a heterophobe. Straight people aren't being attacked and being kept out of. I was like, "Oh fuck yeah, we are." What do you think affirmative action is, for one?
Yeah, and we don't need parades. Why do you need a parade to celebrate your butt fucking? Why do you need a parade? Who needs a parade for that? They can never answer that, can they? Like, what is this really about? Why does every city's Facebook page filled with fucking rainbow flags and pride parade shit? Every city now, every goddamn city. Please see what do you think would be doing this shit. But no, but we have to say why do you need a whole month? Good God damn it was old the first weekend. All right, enough already. Enough.
It was old the first day.
Yeah. People just want to be left alone. Stop making a spectacle out of everything. If you want to be left alone, get rid of all the holidays. They will leave you alone. Okay. When you push this shit in front of everybody's face, people that didn't ask for it, didn't want it, want nothing to do with it. When you push this shit, keep pushing this shit. Yeah, you're gonna get some pushback. And don't be all bitching about you're racist, you're a homophobe. No, we're just fucking tired of it. Shut up. That's all you gotta do is shut up.
Yep.
If you don't want to draw so much attention to it, then don't. but all the politicians are all complicit. They're all afraid of losing Democrat votes. That's why they're all on board with it, because they know these people vote Democrat. They're scared shitless, and the Republicans are all gutless. They fucking say anything. They're all on board with it, and what's going to have to happen? What's going to have to happen to get this crap off the streets already? I mean, it's sooner or later somebody's going to fuck around and find out.
Mm-hmm.
And we're not done with the crazies here.
No,
here's teddy bear. I've talked about this. I've showed this chick before. I think she has a YouTube. What am I saying? She for shit. He's got a YouTube channel, and of course, absolutely not a groomer. Absolutely not. Nope, not at all.
Time to bring back queer kid stuff.
Yes, pushing. I'm aware. Yeah, that could be taken way out of context. I am aware. Yes.
We're launching a Kickstarter campaign to reboot the web series so we can keep spreading queer.
Okay, she needs to get a Kickstarter started so she could keep pushing the propaganda on the children's. That's great.
She needs to get a kick in the ass.
Can't they? Why can't they leave kids alone? Why are they gotta get the kids. They gotta get the fucking kids.
Because
there used to be a no tolerance policy on shit like this,
Because the thing about it is it's a sterile lifestyle. Okay.
Yeah.
They can't produce kids with the same sex, and they know that. So how are they going to keep the gayness alive? Well, they've got to go after children, indoctrinate children. The only way they can get close to them is become teachers and, people that work with kids in hospitals and daycare and all that, so they can push their agenda on these kids. And so they can get them brainwashed in their early developmental years. That's the only way that this works and keeps going.
Unbelievable.
That's how they do it. That's why they do it.
That and the not teaching them basic math or reading or English or social studies or anything, and just this. Like this is the most important thing. Get them going early, and then they might just say, "Hey, I want to change my gender." Oh, good for you. Welcome aboard.
SCE. That's technically what they are. A lot of them, not all of them, but a lot of them are. They are groomers.
And you know what they're doing in these now? It's if a kid stands out against this shit, then guess who's beaten up, right? Because they've all been programmed as a beat up the straight kid. It's another thing. Remember South Park when everybody was acting gay for about a week or so, and like everybody's dressing because the Queer Eye for Straight guy, that was the big show back. It was like 20 years ago, and all the kids were dressing up gay, and like the gayest kid, Kyle didn't want to do it, and then he got beat up for not dressing up gay. Like that's kind of where we're at now, And thanks to this lady over here
to bring back queer kid stuff. We're launching a Kickstarter campaign to reboot the web series so we can keep spreading queer joy and combat hate.
Combat hate. You mean spread hate? Spreading queer love. What? No. You keep that queer love to yourself. God damn it.
I will not spread queer love.
See,
your lifestyle is not my lifestyle.
Remember, in every neighborhood, you knew who the pedophile was. It was usually some old guy with a beard, who come out on the front porch and, "Hey, kids, you want some candy?" Well, now it's been replaced by this, and it's not as easy to spot.
Spreading queer joy and combat hate. We're going to bring queer kid stuff to life like never before, with new music, animated segments, field trips to awesome.
New music. Who could the artists be? Who would be fucking? What would the music be playing?
Stupid ass ukulele music. Get the fuck out of here.
Master of the pan flute.
Never before.
Beat her over the head with that ukulele too.
Animated segments, field trips to awesome places.
I would use a bass fiddle or a bass. What's that? The big upright bass. I would knock him over the head with that.
Places like your local LGBT center or even a gender-affirming doctor's office. It's gonna be.
Oh my God! Is that bear's name Ike? Hang on a second. What? What was on the sweatshirt of the bear? No, it's I had to check.
It's gonna be
Exactly, James. Why is it always a ukulele?
Right? Yeah. How did that become the instrument of the weirdo? I mean, used to some of you play at the Renaissance fair or something, but now they've taken that over too.
Yeah,
It is it is a pedo bear. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, Bacon. It's basically, look, lesbians or homosexual men, they cannot have kids, they cannot reproduce, right? But they either have to adopt or they have to be around children in some manner or form or another, because parents, believe it or not, still do not allow that type of shit around them, contrary to what you're seeing going on.
And look what happens when those parents show up to the PTA meetings, right? The fucking they get arrested, right, for speaking out against this shit because it's against the agenda.
So you have to either be a teacher, you have to be a Sunday school teacher, you have to be a daycare worker, somebody in the hospital, locking your kids in a jail cell, aka school indoctrination camp, with them for over 8 hours a day. And there's no telling what that teacher is teaching them behind closed doors, because you're not allowed to film.
Well, I think if you see a lot of pride flags on the door, I think you probably have an idea what's going on. Is there a secret code, James? Yeah, up, down, down, left, right, BA start. They took that over too.
Oh yeah.
Toy boy. Daddy issue. Yeah, the issue is there's no daddy. That's the overlaying.
I mean, look, people are not born this way. I don't believe that bullshit for a second. People are not born gay. That's a choice that they make later in life.
Nope.
By some sort of trauma that happens.
And they're not born racist. You could put any group of kids next to any other group of kids, and they will play together. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
They learn the bullshit later, usually from their ignorant.
Every bit of this that you see,
ignorant fellow students or ignorant parents.
Every bit of this that you see, feminism, racism, all this stuff, LGBT, it's all taught to children at a very young developmental age that they grow up later on believing. That's all this is.
It's part of the agenda, man. Part of the agenda. And that's why the pronouns thing blew up like it did, and now it's included in government websites. They all list their fucking pronouns, and all the students and administrators and the teachers all list their pronouns. They're like, holy fucking shit.
Well,
pretty soon you're not going to need that. Pretty soon that information will be on the barcode that's going to be tattooed on everybody's arm in the next couple of years.
And we want to expand the series into conversations around how queer issues and kids.
Queer issues, boy, is that you could just have left it there. Queer issues, yeah, I'll say.
That's got nothing to do with children. Your lifestyle has nothing to do with those kids in your classroom.
They should know. Yeah, these preschool, kindergarten kids you're talking to should have absolutely nothing to do with any of this.
Your
sexuality shit. That is. Teach them the goddamn alphabet and how to count. All right, can we start with that?
Locked up.
Yeah,
these people are sick in the head. They need to be locked up, because what you're doing is you're teaching children a sexual lifestyle that these kids have no business learning at that age. It's against the law for you to teach them sex in the first place at that age. It ought to be against the law to teach them that nonsense too.
I don't think YouTube will ever pull any of her stuff off the issue.
Queer issues and kids come together across all social justice movements.
Oh, goddamn. Yes. Black Lives Matter. It's a social justice issue. Tattoos all over, granny glasses, and it's a man. Okay. That's all the wrong boxes are all checked off here. So I'll take you to the John Money debacle. Nobody's didn't choose to be gay. It doesn't mean they were, but no, they weren't born that. No, they're definitely, but if they were indoctrinated early by whoever, and they get it early enough in their head, it's like when a kid gets used to a pet for the first time, and they bond with the pet, and if they bond with this shit early, they're not going to unbond with it.
Yeah.
And unfortunately now, and our media and our politicians have no problem with this whatsoever because they're all in on this now because they're so afraid of upsetting one of the smallest minority groups in the country and losing those votes, even though they're already getting their ass kicked anyway. You have to walk such eggshells around every weirdo, every freak, every nutcase that fucking preaches this kind of shit instead of shaming them, which is what we need to be fucking doing, you know? Yep. We need to say enough of this shit. Get away from our fucking kids, you fucking freaks, all right?
Movements. Whoa, that sounds so cool, Linz. Teddy and I have changed too. I came out as trans and non-binary and got gender-affirming surgery.
Trans and non-binary. How does trans and non-binary? How does that even work? How does it even make sense?
Again,
so it became a woman and then became non-binary. Why don't you just become non-binary and skip them? Whatever. God Almighty.
I came out as trans and non-binary and got gender-affirming surgery.
Cut dick off. Cut the dick off.
Again, what does your sexual choices have to do with children? That's what people needs to be asking. What does her sexual choices in life have to do with these children?
And they're making the term gender affirming surgery. That's just a PC way of saying cutting your dick off. They're pitching this like this is something that you need this to live. Take this if you want to live. You know, they're pushing it like this is something necessary. And can't people just look at the end result here and say, fuck no? Holy shit. Fred the Bear.
I don't have a problem telling these folks how it is because I don't agree with their lifestyle in the first place. And that doesn't mean I wish death upon them.
No, that doesn't mean I don't, doesn't mean I'm gonna say, hey, why did you do that? It's like, but don't make it public. Don't make it like you should be a hero, and certainly don't feel like you should be teaching kids anything because you weren't happy as whatever gender you were born with. That's your problem. But now you're going to force it onto a whole generation of kids and make them want to be upset at what they were born as or question what they were born as, and then maybe go behind their parents' back, which we could do now, and get the gender affirming surgery, which is just a nice way of saying cut your pee-pee off. And it's sick.
I don't think that these people should be, suffering or struggling, but at the same time, I don't want to hear about your lifestyle. I don't care to hear about gay people having sex.
I mean, that's like it goes back to the rap. I mean, they were trying to make the rappers look how gay they looked back in the day, fucking all the pink crap they used to fucking put on, and now look how gay they like. Not Lil Nas X and shit prancing around like really gay rappers are running around.
Jesus.
And they're trying to indoctrinate any way they can, and it doesn't matter what race you are or what economic background you come from. They want this agenda pushed. The sicko globalists that are doing this, they want this pushed. It's because it's another quick way to destroy American society from within. You know,
there you are. You buffered for a second and went off screen.
Yeah, it happens. The internet here sucks.
Yeah, don't hate the people, hate the ideology, hate that thought process. And you know that it's having an effect on society because they're being gaslit and psychologically manipulated by the mainstream media to be more important than they actually are.
Yeah. And you look at characters like this with all the goofy, the goofy glasses and the tats, and they're fat and they're transgender and they have a teddy bear on their shoulders. Nobody's looking at it and say, really? You're taking any kind of advice from that fucking thing there who did not have its life together at all and is clearly mentally disturbed. You want kids anywhere near this motherfucker? Are you out of your fucking mind?
Makes no mistake about it. When these people get the power and control that they want, they will discard the LGBT like everybody else. The LGBT is being used just like everybody else.
By the way, people can live however they want. I don't control the fucking world, but these people should also understand not everybody's on board with their shit. Okay. And when they make their shit public, we get tired of seeing it. And we are telling you to shut the fuck up. Leave fucking kids alone. Okay. That shouldn't be that hard to do. But these people have now made it their mission to fuck with kids. And by the way, this is somebody who doesn't have kids. I don't give a fuck about kids. Fuck kids. But this is sickening. This is fucking sickening. I'm not here to save the children or anything like that. But this kind of shit, when it's thrown in your fucking face, it's gone way overboard, and everybody sees it. But of course, they are chastised by the mainstream media and the globalists and the politicians who this is their project here. This and the bullfuck virus are their two big projects. They're not going to let this go anytime soon. So this will get the funding it needs, probably from George Soros himself. He's got money.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm kind of with Bill Hicks when it comes to kids. It's like, I don't give a fuck about kids. That's your problem. You got kids, fucking teach them right. That's all I can tell you. Don't let this shit teach them. All right. Otherwise, who knows? They're going to try to cram everything into one gender, one race. Again, another thing, South Park with the Goobacks episode. People from the future kept coming over and taking everybody's jobs, and they all spoke one language, looked the same, it fucking sounded the same. And it's kind of what they want to do here. Don't hate the player, hate the game.
Yes, exactly. Hate the thought process. Hate what they have been weaponized to do against people. They have been used as weapons against society. Make no mistake about it. Just like your racist BLM people, your feminists have been weaponized against people. These people have been psychologically manipulated and put into these positions to do what they're doing, which is to give the government.
By the way, look who runs BLM, a bunch of black lesbians. So they already have a chip on their shoulder against
these
whitey and straight white males.
Fuck about you. The BLMs don't care about their followers. The feminists don't care about the LGBT. They don't care about these people. The government don't care about you. They're not personally invested in none of you. Just like us men in MGTOW. They don't care about you. They're not personally invested in none of us. They don't give a fuck.
I have one. I don't even like her.
The government could give a shit less as long as you're giving them power, control, and another tax dollar to keep them breathing.
Money. Yeah.
They don't care about any of this.
Nope. As long as it gets some votes. As long as it thinks you get a lot of votes out of this. That's why they're going to have all the parades in the street and all this stuff. It's like, hey, yeah, they're all going to vote for Biden. They're all going to vote for old man Biden. Yeah, yes. Yes, no, this shit wasn't existent. It was existed, but it wasn't pushed on us until the last 10, 15 years. That's when they really started to go over the top of it. Especially when social media start getting on people's phones. It's a lot easier to program people via the phone, knowing they never put it down. Television has served its purpose. Television is not the brain drug anymore. Phones are. Mobile phones, your own personal fucking brainwashing equipment. And if anybody's seen that huge Apple reveal that happened the last couple of days, that was if anybody wonder what I worked on for the last month in Northern California, that's what it was. I was up there for that whole thing. It was a whole huge a corporate thing for Apple, and it's all over the media now. They're introducing a whole new OS and all this other stuff, which we couldn't talk about at the time, but now that's all out. That's what it was. Spent a month up in Cupertino, California, which is where Apple's headquarters is, and that campus up there is unbelievable. You couldn't even. It's like it looks like you're on another planet. It's fucking. If you see the opening shots of the buildings and stuff, you see what I'm talking about. So anyway, that's why the show was on a laptop for a month or so, because I was up there doing that. But hey, it was a good month of work. So can't don't hate the player, hate the game. This what else is this weirdo got here?
And I have a lot more experience under my belt as a creator and
experience under your belt. That's probably a double entendre if I ever heard one there. I'll bet you got a lot of experience under your belt. Whatever is under your belt, you cut it off. Now you're non-binary, whatever that is. Okay, I'm. Let's see. I was born a man, then I became a woman. I don't like being a woman either. I'm gonna be non-binary. This is mental illness. It's all it is. Mental fucking illness. It's not a real fucking thing. Phil's a complete douche, but he's our douche. So sack up and support him. Well, okay, I'll take it. You fucking prick. Gonna have one more cancer enhancer. I guess James is our Polska Bob for tonight. Because Bob always has to announce when he goes out to smoke. Where is old Bob anyway? I don't see his ass in here.
I don't know.
Everybody sees Bob. Bob's streaming GTA. Tell him to shut up and get in here. He's streaming it right through the PlayStation too. He doesn't even put it through StreamYard. He's using the internal PS4 fucking streaming. Which one of you wankers didn't hit the like button? Yeah, which one of you wankers didn't hit the like button? How dare you? Yeah, hit the goddamn like button. Hit the like button, whether on Rumble or YouTube. Or hey, if you're watching it on Twitter, God knows why, but if you are, you can do it. Hit that one too. Hit all three. Don't knock GTA. I'm not knocking GTA. I'm knocking one particular Polska Bob who's always plays GTA. I haven't played GTA in a minute. Shit. I don't think Airbnb 6 is not going to be coming out anytime soon. Might as well get as much out of it as we can. Your junk will shiver up. Yeah, that sounds about right. If it didn't, worried about you. If this thing made it rise at all, I have questions. I have fucking questions.
Oh yeah.
I'll tell you which GTA again. If you played 5 has been around fucking over 11 years. And if you try to go back to the old San Andreas or the old Vice City or something, something around the PS2 days, it's tough. It's tough to play those because they really showed their age, compared to the to GTA 5. They look rough and they play rough. The sound GTA San Andreas is great. It's too bad it really didn't get the proper remaster it should have. They tried to remaster those first 3 and it was kind of a shit heap. But if they really did a solid like remaster or just one of them, like San Andreas, that would be cool. There's probably a lot of licensing issues with the fucking music and everything else in there. So it is usually it's red tape that keeps it from being what it ought to be. I invite you all to play. Well, I'm not always here. Jesus Christ, leave me alone. Leave me alone. I just want to be left alone. Yeah, I haven't played anything on the PS4 in quite a bit. Bob is banging Nancy Pelosi. Jesus Christ. Is that a nickname for sunflowers or the actual Nancy Pelosi? Just asking. Where's sunflowers either? Again, there's another one that didn't show up there. I'm marking names. I'm marking names. Everybody didn't buy a show here. No. I'll kick all your asses next week. Riggs is telling the truth. Riggs is telling the truth. Yeah. Thank God.
Yep, it's all you can do.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's what I was saying. They did a remaster of the PS2 games, and it was really really half-assed. Like everybody was not happy with it.
Yeah,
it's too bad too. It's not a Viagra. There's other shit other than Viagra too. I mean, fucking, what's the other one? What's the one where they did the commercials where the couple was always in the separate bathtubs? Remember that? It was Cialis, right? What was that? What was that a euphemism for? Fucking I never got that shot. The couple would be in different bathtubs, like holding hands out on a porch or something. It's like, what the what? Huh?
Yeah, I don't. Some of them commercials, man, I don't know. They just don't make no.
Yeah, I mean, sense. I work on them. I don't understand it half the time. It's like, what is this shit? What are we doing here? Yeah, if I say that, the fucking half my views will disappear because how they fucking like to do. Cialis, that's the one. Yeah, I never understood the bathtub reference. They made fun of that too, on fucking Mad TV and shit. Like,
you were watching Mad TV. I miss that show.
No, they're they're riding bikes and shit. But remember, at the end, I guess you were supposed to infer that they fucked already, and they're both relaxing in separate bathtubs out in the field or on a porch or something. Like, what? Why don't you just light up a cigarette like everybody else does? You know.
Johnny Wishbone, you're talking about the definitive edition or the defective edition.
Well, actually, no. They that was the tampon commercials, right? Where they're always riding bikes and shit, and playing tennis. And again, what does that have to do with fucking tampons? Beats me.
Good question.
I have that not so fresh feeling. That's kind of where all this shit started. When you start seeing that in commercials, then it let everybody say, "Oh, I like to suck cock. Yeah, let's have a big parade about it." Yeah, not so fresh feelings. Beat sucking cock. There you go.
Yeah.
Cut your dick off. Oh, we're not calling it that. We're calling it gender affirming surgery now. Oh, good. We have a new fancy schmancy PC name for it. Thank God. Sunflower's just outlaw side chick.
Oh God.
I mean, Bob isn't doing anything with her. So. Usually hotter, mature women in Viagra commercials. I haven't seen there hasn't been a Viagra commercial in fucking years.
Apparently, Platty is the chick trying to get with me.
Yeah, so the only problem is she's halfway around the world, so it's going to be a very expensive ticket for somebody. Yeah.
Oh.
Stop telling chicks to stop sucking dicks. I don't believe I said that. I'm telling people who aren't chicks to stop sucking dicks, and people who turn into chicks to also stop. Or look, suck all the dicks you want, to shut up and don't fucking tell me about it. I don't want to hear about it. There's a difference. Just fucking keep it out of the parades. Keep your stop blocking up traffic. Stop taking up city streets with your fruity parades, and stop letting the world know what you like to stick in your mouth, in your ass, or whatever. Yeah, under the name of tolerance, which is absolutely not. I think we've all tolerated enough of this shit already.
Yep.
Yeah, let's see. Let's finish this up here.
Person making queer stuff for kids by backing our kicks.
Making queer stuff for kids. So, let's see. Already, everything is wrong with it. Just with that one statement there. Making queer stuff for kids. You should be in jail. Why are you making queer stuff for kids? Who asked for this queer stuff? There ain't no kids wanting your queer stuff. Look at this shit on the wall here. You are enough.
Starter campaign, you'll get exclusive rewards like behind the scenes updates, digital downloads, awesome merch like temporary teddy tattoos.
Doing what we say, kids.
Oh my God. You get teddy tattoos. Wow, what a deal.
Kids getting a teddy bear tattoo? I don't think so.
Look at that face. That says it all right there. This was a man. This was a fucking man.
Yeah, see? Yeah. See?
Yeah, see? Yeah, you like to take it in the ass, see? Yeah, see? Oh, what'd you do with your penis, see? Yeah. Why'd you throw it away? Gotta give it...
Fuck these people, dude.
Food, drugs, and water being treated and manipulated, strip men of testosterone. Yeah, I've noticed there isn't all the comedians all sound like women. All the news anchors sound like women. The only place you might hear a man's voice is on the airplane, and they want to get rid of that too because they want more diversity in the cockpit.
Johnny, it's what's happening is they're trying to psychologically manipulate young developing children. Their minds are developing, and their mentality, the way they think, is being set while they're kids. And so the influence that people have on them at that age is so critical that, usually if you catch a kid early and teach them this stuff and it fucks with them, it usually stays with them for life. So they are weaponizing children by teaching them psychological manipulation, warfare tactics on how to think about things, getting on board with the sex agenda and all that stuff for the LGBT. that gives them validity.
This is right and that is wrong. And if anybody says that this is wrong, then they are wrong. And make sure you tell them that they are wrong.
It stays with a child's mind for the rest of their life.
Yep. Speaking of odd commercials, anybody remember the name of the yogurt Jamie Lee Curtis was promoting back in the day to keep her regular? Oh yeah, what the hell was that?
Yeah.
Speaking of another one with a tranny kid, Jamie Lee Curtis, Jamie Lee Curtis was always suspected of being a man, had huge knockers, but had a man face, has a tran kid.
Yoplait?
Was it? I don't know. I think was it Dannon maybe? I'm trying to think of brands of yogurt. Activia. That sounds right. Yeah. There we go. Oh,
yeah, I remember
speaking of there you go. Outlaw Side Chick is here. Sunflowers. What's up?
God.
Hey, they said it, not me. Sergeant Sadeko, what's an Activia? Yeah, the Activia. The Activia sounds like some Activia and all these drug commercials. During every ball game, there's some weird new pill that cures something, but meanwhile, it makes you shit every 10 seconds and have blood clots and death, perhaps. So what am I trying to cure exactly? Get people to normalize the abnormal. And again, this is globalist shit because they're so bored and they have nothing better to do than sit there and count their money in their many mansions. They have to fuck with people's livelihoods. George Soros himself has said, "Don't worry about the consequences. It doesn't matter what they think. Don't worry about it. Just do it."
Well,
it's out in the open.
Think about what these Hollywood people do. You know this, working in the industry. Think about what the politicians do. They're all into pedophilia. A lot of them are, they're into all of this sexual deviancy. If you can normalize it in the hearts and minds of people and try to pass it as a bill, that pedophilia is normal, that all this, then you have no leg to stand on when you try to fight back against these people, and they'll outnumber you thinking that you're wrong. See, all this is a weaponization of people to outnumber those of us who think normally and rationally. That's all this is.
Yeah. And they're not going to, but what they are via their media is making it seem like this is the normal and this is the majority when it's far from. But they try to push out any opposing voice they can. Oh yes, Stadeko's been here before. And I know the reference too. That is a Cheech and Chong character because I have the vinyl of that album from 1973. Sergeant Stenko is somebody I think who was a drug awareness counselor or something and came to talk to the classroom. And of course, you have the classroom full of retards like in every Cheech and Chong album. Hey man, Dave, I got to go to the can, man. What? Sergeant Sadeko, what is this called? Marijuana, man. That's right. There's other name for it too. Yeah, shit. Oh, well, we don't say that around here. 1973, Cheech and Chong. 50 years old. God damn. All right. Good night, James. Try not to have visions of that thing in your head. Hard hat. All right. So remember, add to its Kickstarter, or it can't teach your kids about queer stuff. Is what exactly it says.
Person making queer stuff for kids. By backing our Kickstarter campaign, you'll get exclusive rewards like behind-the-scenes updates, digital downloads, awesome merch like temporary teddy tattoos, and stickers, and even a one-on-one hangout with Teddy and me. It's good.
Oh God. It finally got to the grand prize here. You get to hang out with him and Teddy.
And even a one-on-one hangout with Teddy and me.
Oh my God. What kid wouldn't want that? Jesus Christ. Make it make sense. Make it make fucking sense. Lord ass. Bring me donuts too.
That's what she is.
Well, there you go, Ike. If there's any more reason to maybe sell Felton, that would be a good one right there. Teddy the Petty. Uh-huh. By the way, that's Rob. That's definitely Fred the Bear. Those who know.
Looks like a Trumpy bear.
That's why you don't see Fred the Bear anywhere. Smoking dog shit, man. Actually, that album was weaker than the first two. The Big Bamboo album was probably my favorite one. That album actually had rolling papers in the album cover because they love the marijuana, and that was risky comedy back then. In the fucking early 70s. It was the same time George Carlin blew up. Right around that. That's when George Carlin did the 7 Dirty Words Can't Say on TV in 1972. And still holds up today.
Shit, piss,
yeah, it was shit, piss, fuck, cunt, cocksucker, motherfucker, and tits. Those were the original 7.
Yeah.
Even though fuck is repeated in there, if motherfucker and fuck. He did amend the list over the years, but those are the main 7.
Yeah,
shit,
SC,
actually, you can't say shit on basic cable.
Yeah, why is that these women have a fascination with bears? Even the LGBT has a fascination with these bears.
Yeah, and then they did that whole
bear over yin.
Then they did that whole stupid thing. Yeah, well, would you rather be in the forest or the man or a bear? Derpy.
Yep.
That's right. You could prick your. No, yeah, that was a George Carlin. You could prick your finger, but don't finger a prick. No. Sorry, you could say that's the. He's talking about the 2-way words. Depending on what you mean by it, you could say ass if you mean you're talking about a donkey or something. But yeah, don't finger your prick.
But in the bullshit department, you talk about religion. You can't hold a candle to a clergyman.
Right. The Invisible Man has a special list of 10 things he does not want you to say. Megan, strong woman.
And if you do any of these things, he will send you to a place where you will burn and choke and scream and cry. But he loves
you. But he loves you. And he needs money. He needs money.
Oh, I love that bit.
Get my stash back, man.
That one he was talking about with the vets. Changing the language.
Oh, yeah. From shell shock to post-traumatic stress disorder. Yeah. They said, well, I'll tell you, if we still been calling it shell shock, some of those Vietnam vets might have got the attention they needed at the time. That is true.
I guarantee it.
Yep.
It's no longer a trailer park. I mean, toilet paper, it's bathroom tissue.
Yeah, it's bathroom tissue. I didn't get an email about this. It just happened. Toilet paper became bathroom tissue. Sneakers became running shoes. False teeth became dental appliances. Not feeling the best? Oh, sorry to hear that. Well, you came to the right place.
What do you say?
Hey, at least you missed. Yeah, you missed all the weirdos. So I like your timing is impeccable.
Became the landfill.
Yeah, it is a Carlin bit. Yes, that's how we'll do. Yeah, we'd all do our favorite Carlin bits from now on. There's plenty of them, right?
Oh God, where do I start? I love that bit where he's. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I was just gonna say I like that bit where he's like, we should build a prison out of Colorado because it's one of the most square states in the country.
Yeah, he that was a whole bit, prison farms, and he took all the square states like Colorado, Wyoming, and Utah, and Kansas, and put various groups of degenerates into each one, and it will open the gates for 7 seconds, and you're going to see some mighty interesting people try to squeeze their way through.
The one where he was like, "Fuck your kids, fuck your pictures of your kids," or something. I can't remember.
Yes. He was, save the children. What about the children? Help the children. You know what I say? Fuck the children. Fuck the children. Yeah, Bill Hicks had the same attitude. That's why I like them both.
Have you seen this country of ours? Only a country full of enlightened half-wits could take this beautiful country that we live on. Well, we stole it.
So there you go. That's right. That was out of things you never hear. As soon as I put this hot poker mask, I'm going to chop my dick off. Well, I have a feeling this person may have said something like that. So,
oh no,
there we go. There's okay. Well, we got let's see, we got another pitcher warming up the bowl. We have 2 actually. Let's bring in the one who just woke up and is probably in a terrific mood. Strong woman, Megan. What's up?
I'm too young to, a little too young to remember Carlin, but could you imagine the shit he would say if he was with us today?
No.
Too
Could
young.
you-
I mean, he's been doing stuff until 2008 when he died. And he
No,
did
no,
put
but
out
I
an
mean,
album right before that.
I'm talking 2024, brother. With
It's called the
shit.
American Dream because you have to be asleep.
He
to
would,
believe.
what was
I
that
love the-
list? Oh, sorry, Phil.
I'm sorry. I love the one he did a great one about sports and he explained why basketball, football, and baseball are the only three sports we really have, and everything else is just a game. And he runs down a list of why everything else is not a sport. I thought that was quite brilliant. And he came to lacrosse. And he said lacrosse is not a sport. Lacrosse is a faggot college activity.
I played lacrosse at school briefly. Can't exactly say he was wrong about it.
Yeah,
although
I mean,
we played soft cross, so we
it's
didn't
kind
have
of
the
like
hard-
it's kind of like a variation of soccer, except you're holding this weird thing where you catch a ball and then fling it. You know?
Yeah,
I mean, you
And they play
guys.
in the north. They play like mainly in the northeast. It hasn't really.
I
blown up in the
I
rest of the
played
country.
it here, but we played soft
Really?
cross. So instead
Yeah.
of having the leather basket, I call it, but to catch and throw, it was literally like a soft.
I mean, you guys wore some pretty short shorts in the basketball department back in the 80s.
Oh, I remember.
70s,
Remember, John Stockton wore those shorts until he retired. He was the only one who did it. Everybody else started. The shorts got longer. His shorts stayed the same.
Tiny.
I'm proud of what I got here.
What was the big Carlin did? The list of words you couldn't say. Was it? You
Yeah,
couldn't say it on
It was
television.
the seven dirty. We were just talking about that before he came out. It was the seven
Excellent.
dirty words you can't say on television. He did it in 1972. That originally that bit.
Oh, was it? I thought it was later 70s, but
He
that
did it.
was a great-
He revised it a few times later on, but that was the original seven. It was shit, piss, fuck, cunt, cocksucker, motherfucker, and tits. Those are the original seven.
Hang on, you can't. Hang on. George couldn't say it on television, but Phil just said it on YouTube. Gotta love the world, don't you?
I say retard a million times.
I know. I'm being silly.
Quite
if you saw my
possibly.
Mario stream on Sunday night, I have something in there called the retard box, which pops up when you suck. When you
Oh,
die
the
10
retard
times
box.
before
I
a
was
level,
taking the piss out of it.
the retard
I was
box pops up.
making
Oh, yeah.
fun of you all day with the retard box.
Yeah.
Or the box for those of special needs, Phil. I
Yes.
think
Quite
it's the special
possibly.
needs box.
Quite possibly one of my all-time favorite bits has got to be when he talks about the fat people. I'm stupid. Are these people capable of penetration? How does this
I
work?
don't remember that. I
How does
remember
this
that.
man wipe his ass?
That's right. He talks about the big club, the Illuminati, and you ain't in it. He's right on the money with that.
You ain't in it.
We have another pitcher in the bullpen. He travels around the country. Tonight he's in Georgia. Vincent Van, go fuck yourself. What's up, buddy?
Vincent.
Hey, what's up?
What's
Hey,
up, brother?
nice to meet you.
What's happening?
nice
What's
to meet
happening
you.
down? What's happening down south? Anything cool going on?
Yeah, it smells like Georgia pine trees when I drive, but
That's better than feces. That's better
Is
than
that-
feces.
is that-
If you're driving through LA, you probably get a whiff of that. But I'll take
Yeah.
I was
pine
going
over
to say,
feces.
is that
any day.
air freshener or are you actually driving in Georgia? Vincent, you have to explain that.
what's up?
And nothing. Sorry, Phil, I'm going to jump down. My throat is aching. Not because of that, by the way.
Okay.
um,
Still want
sorry.
Still want to be coughing and hacking in there. I get it. It's all right.
Yeah, no, I
I
don't
get
want to
it.
do it on your stream, Phil.
All right. I'm glad you're here. Hang out in the chat at least there, will you?
Yeah, I will. I'll grab something
All
to
right.
eat and I'll be back. All right. Sorry,
All right.
Vincent.
Yeah, you're good.
Take care.
Tea and honey.
America's favorite pastimes: shopping and eating.
Shopping and eating. Yep.
If you sold them sauteed raccoon's asshole on a stick, they'd eat it.
I like going back to the sports biz, the one he did in the 80s and 1986 album. He said so after basketball, baseball, and football. I mean, I love hockey, but he explains why hockey's not a sport. Hockey's not a sport. Hockey's three things going on at the same time: ice skating, playing with a puck, and beating the shit out of somebody. These guys were smart. They do it one at a time. First go ice skating, then you play with puck, then you go to the bar and beat the shit out of somebody. And then he said, hockey's not a sport because it's not played with a ball. Anything not played with a ball is not a sport. Hockey's played with a puck. The fuck is a puck? You know, the only place you find a puck is in the urinal to control the smell in the bathroom. So, yeah, you know what? That is kind of true.
Yeah, kind of.
He's not
Any
wrong.
game where the main object something came out of urinal is definitely not a sport. Even though I do love hockey, but he also said soccer is not a sport because you can't use your arms. Anything where you can't use your arms is not a sport. Tap dancing ain't a sport. I rest my case. I do hate soccer, so I do not like.
He's not wrong.
Yep. I love my hockey too, but I get it. It's like, what is this object? It is that thing. That's the only. It is that thing that comes out of a urinal at the bottom. They don't really have those anymore because they have those urinals with those water-free urinals where you just piss in it and leave. You don't fucking flush anything.
You technically can't call NASCAR a sport. You can't call wrestling a sport.
Oh yeah, he does get auto racing in there. He says he likes it because of the car crashes. Oh, now we're talking some serious goddamn injuries. It's like anything where there's a 23 car collision and I ain't in it is a fucking good thing. But
he ain't wrong. That's really what people watch it for, is to see the wrecks.
And then he saves golf for the last. Like, finally we get to golf. You ever watch golf on TV? It's like watching flies fuck.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
I'm a big golfer, and I gotta I played in high school on a golf team, and I gotta tell you right now, watching it on TV is it's exactly that. I don't watch it on TV.
Hitting a ball with a crooked stick and then walking after it, and then hitting it again. It's like, pick it up, you asshole! You look at you found the fucking thing. Put it in your pocket and go the fuck home.
Right.
And watch as this guy hits the ball again. Oh, that's a nice shot there.
The secret underground of illegal table tennis. That would be called pickleball, wouldn't it? That's something
pickleball is gay as fuck. I refuse to play.
That's something that white chicks started playing. It's like, okay.
I mean, football.
White chicks and old people.
It's a
football. Football's a good sport, but at the same time, those guys like slapping each other on the ass a lot.
Yeah, there's a lot of gay stuff going on in football. And of course, they're PCing up and pussing it up as well to make to lessen our enjoyment of the stuff we can enjoy. If you take away the fact that we're all wearing tight pants, one guy is bent over another guy like he's gonna bone him in the ass, and it's getting fruitier and fruitier as we go on. And at least they got rid of the pink when they had that pink for that breast cancer awareness bullshit. When they were wearing pink, that was it. Like, what in the actual fuck?
NASCAR did it for a number of years.
They were really trying to. They were pushing the agenda in there. There was no good goddamn reason why they should be wearing pink sneakers. Why the ref whistles should be fucking pink. The goalposts should be pink. None of that shit should ever have been going on.
Pink towels, pink gloves.
And they saw the ratings. They saw the ratings were going down, so they had to fucking nip that shit in the bud.
Yeah, the pink mouthpieces, pink gloves, everything. Yeah. The fucking like the face paint stickers.
I don't understand why XFL didn't take off.
Because it's not people are programmed with the NFL. People aren't going to want to deal with a bunch of new teams and new cities and during baseball season or during the season when they're used to a different sport. That's why it's never going to take off. It's just not.
Well,
unless it's in the underground, it would take off, but it's never going to be a mainstream thing. It's just the NFL is too strong and powerful.
I mean, I get that people don't want to watch women's sports. Yeah, I get that, but still, they were kind of half naked, really hot, beating the shit out of each other. I mean,
yeah, that was more of a side thing than anything else. I mean, it was like the gorgeous ladies of wrestling. That was all fake, but there was a bunch of chicks wrestling. Saying, okay, cool. So I used to watch that in the 80s, and the lingerie league or whatever that was. That wasn't a completely real thing either, but they had it. Nowadays, they're really trying. Pickleball is this weird sport. It's kind of like that's actually that brings me to another thing that George Carlin in that same bit he said. Now, tennis is not a sport. Tennis is a form of ping pong. Tennis is ping pong played while standing on the table. That's kind of what pickleball is. Except now you're playing with paddles or something instead of a tennis racket. Well, the court is smaller. It's like a smaller version of tennis and a bigger version of ping pong while standing on the table.
Sunflowers football is a man's sport. It's a masculine sport. it's not really a feminine sport. I mean,
Yeah. Don't
Yeah.
try to argue with us about this. We don't like pink in fucking sports. All right, keep it in women's sports where it fucking belongs. Not in football. You know goddamn well why it pissed us off. Let's if you want to debate us, get in the panel. Otherwise, cool it, or I'll put you in a corner. There you go.
Yeah.
Oh man, yeah. Nobody wants to watch a bunch of women play basketball or football or none of that. But
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie to you.
No,
I do like watching the cheerleaders.
football players wearing pink was retarded and it was gay. Okay, there was no god.
I won't lie to you that I love watching the cheerleaders try out. The Dallas
Pink
cheerleaders.
is a girl's color. Oh god, here comes Sunflowers. Trying to argue an obvious point against us here. Stop it, Sunflowers. And go right to
No, get lost in there. Get lost.
Pink is without question a girl's color. That's not a guy's color.
It's a girl's fucking color. All right. I don't want to see rappers wearing it. I don't want to see fucking athletes wear it. I don't want to see those pink bats on Mother's Day in baseball. Enough of that bullshit too.
No, Megan. No, Megan. Not that men only can like football. I'm talking about football is mostly a sport men play that's popular because men play. It's not. Nobody cares if women watches it. It's a sport.
Sunflowers, are you not listening to what we're saying? Jesus Christ, you do this on purpose, and I'm not going to fucking entertain it. Goddamn well. Yeah, you know what? By the way, team colors do matter when it comes to football. The colors actually matter. That's how you identify the team. When they're all wearing pink, it fucking defeats the fucking purpose. Okay, we're talking about football here. If they want to wear pink in their own house, fine. All right, not on the fucking football field.
Yeah, let me clarify, Megan. No, women can.
You guys get mad too easily? Well, gee, I wonder why, Sunflowers. I wonder why. I wonder why. Because you fucking push the buttons. You know what you do, and you're going to go right to the fucking corner.
Yeah, women can absolutely watch football. What I'm saying is people don't pay to see women play football. They don't want to watch women play sports, period. They want to watch men play because men are more athletic and more naturally built to play these sports.
Pickleball is not really. I mean, pickleball. They don't have professional pickleball, do they? I mean, it's just like something people do in the park and shit.
Women can watch it if they want to. That's not what I was saying, but and Sunflowers, I'm not mad.
Blue green are my football colors. Well, of course, because you're a fucking Seahawks fan. That's their colors. We get it. Although not really anymore. They have that weird off green.
Rugby.
It's that lime green.
Women's rugby, well, because they're trying to push women's sports everywhere, whether it's rugby or basketball here, which nobody's fucking watching. They try to act like they do and they don't because that one stupid Caitlin Clark lanky bitch.
But Megan, how long will it be before you start seeing transgenders invade rugby? Or
they're already there. I guarantee you.
They're there.
Australia is a Western country. They're doing the same shit there they are here. Same fucking shit in England too. Migraine might highlight get what?
Green. Let's see. Football. Well, Alabama Crimson Tide is probably the most famous over here.
By the way, if pink, do you know of one college team or one pro team whose pink is the actual color? No, you don't.
Nope.
All right.
Crimson Tide is the closest football.
So don't give me this bullshit. Who cares what people wear? Well, you know, when it comes to football, yes, we fucking do, because now we know who to cheer for. And when somebody's prancing around with a bunch of pink on, it looks stupid. Okay.
Colors didn't matter.
And the ratings went way down when that shit was going on. You know it, and I know it.
Colors in sports absolutely matter.
Yes.
No matter what you're playing.
Yeah. Okay.
Baseball.
We're not talking about what people wear, just walking around and shit. I don't care. We're talking about professional fucking sports here. It's a different fucking thing. All right.
Yep.
Football, it most certainly matters. Hockey, NASCAR.
You're talking about that bright green one that they wear. Yeah, it's you have to adjust the brightness on your TV every time they show up with one of those. You have to watch them on the road. They just have the white uniforms on.
Crimson Tide is SEC football. Let's see, NFL.
Oh yeah, you know what? That was an old joke that Carla. He was talking about football colors, and it's like we're fighting for the cardinal of gold. The cardinal of gold, bullshit. It was fucking red and yellow. Cardinal of gold, my ass.
And Atlanta's got for NFL. They've got the Falcons, don't they?
Yes.
Yeah. So that would be the closest for us in Alabama to root for.
Yeah. Sorry to hear that.
What about the Saints?
Yeah,
I don't think it matters. I mean, really, football is one of those sports where it doesn't matter how close they live to. You can root for anybody. I mean, because look how many Cowboy fans are everywhere, which I don't understand personally, but there's Cowboy fans fucking everywhere. I see people with Cowboy fucking stickers and shit like that. A lot of people here are Raiders fans, even though they moved out of LA a long time ago, and out of Oakland.
I mean,
after that,
at this point, Alabama, we don't have an NFL team, so. The only thing I can go is like the closest state, which would be.
Well,
Georgia.
shit, we'd love to send you the Chargers if you take them. Fucking nobody wants them here.
Nobody.
San Diego doesn't want to back them, unless they put up a new stadium and there's nowhere to put one. So fucking.
Yeah. San Diego doesn't want them. I mean, not unless Spanos.
San Diego doesn't have any space. I mean, there's no space in San Diego. Other than trying to squeeze a couple of condos in downtown. Otherwise, there's no space. San Diego's too bunched up together. There's no space to put anything in San Diego unless you're way out in the fucking boonies.
I mean, I could root for the Miami Dolphins, but then that would be not a good choice. So. They haven't been relevant since what was his name, Brett Favre, and
Dan Marino.
The Dolphins have the Dolphins have that wussy coach too, whatever his name is, the guy that looks like fucking Alex Soros.
He does look like him. Oh my god.
Yeah, he looks like a beta. He looks like a fucking Revenge of the Nerds cast. How are these becoming? But he doesn't even seem cool. I forgot the first live stream I ever did. I fucking ragged on it when they made him the coach, and he was giving this inspirational talk to the team, and he sounded like somebody in the HR department or something. Come on, guys, we love inclusivity, and then it's like, aren't you a football coach? Tell them to get out there and bust some heads. That's what you're fucking supposed to do.
Inclusivity.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Yeah.
The only pink I want to see is Pugnati stretching around my beef. Yes.
Exactly.
By the way, you don't even have to see it because the lights will be on anyway. You won't even see what's going
That's
on.
not horsey sauce seeping out of those. Oh god, SC.
Well, maybe it is that we have the beats. Fucking Arby's.
Oh man, oh man.
Oh yeah. Oh, you have a dorky coach on the Seahawks now? Oh yeah, that's right. Old Pete Carroll got the booth.
Seattle Seahawks.
Yeah, that's what they're doing. They're putting all these stats geeks are all become the fucking stats nerds are all becoming the coaches now. It's like, what the fuck? You motherfuckers never played football anywhere. Bullshit.
Yeah.
You were the nerds.
I mean,
fucking nerds are becoming all the fucking head coaches now. Bullshit.
Head coaches, GMs, everything. I mean, shit. Miami's guy,
Mike McDonald.
McDaniel,
the singer on the Doobie Brothers.
He didn't play. He was a fucking ball boy for the Broncos.
Denver Broncos. Yeah.
Yeah, he was a ball boy for the Broncos.
Badass name for a truck too.
Did they shipped out Russell Wilson? Didn't they? Russell Wilson.
Yeah, they released him, and Pittsburgh signed him for the league minimum.
They got to eat like 6 years of his contract there. Holy shit.
They were able to get out of some of it, but yeah, they have to eat some of it.
Yikes. Yeah, I hate these guaranteed contracts, man. It's such a fucking joke because they don't there's no incentive to play hard. It's like, I'm getting the money, even if they ship my ass out, I'm still getting the money. So why god damn. It's like these fuckers need to do their homework a little bit before they sign it and they offer out these big ass contracts. I mean, we know that in LA Kings. We fucking signed Pierre-Luc Dubois at an 8-year deal, and he fucking sucks. Everybody knows he fucking sucks.
Same thing with the Angels and their free agents.
The Angels are notorious for doing it because their owner is such a meddler, and he insists on bringing these bums in here like Anthony Rendon, who's the biggest pussy in fucking baseball. He's injured all the time, and these are all non-injuries. He's already come out and said you don't even try hard. You don't even care. It's all about the
Yeah,
money.
he hates football. Just yeah. He's good, that guy is.
Yeah, and they didn't learn their lesson from Pujols or Josh Hamilton or any other bums, and they can never get any pitching. Wilson. Yeah,
oh no,
they let Ohtani they let Ohtani go, and then Mike Trout's injured all the time, so they got nothing on the Angels. I mean, nothing.
Oh, now baseball.
Yeah, their farm system is like depleted. Like they're gonna have to trade Mike Trout as much as he wants to stay loyal.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Ohtani, who can't pitch now because that was his main draw. He could pitch and hit. Now he can only hit. Because he's had Tommy John, so he's just DHing, but he's still doing pretty damn well for the Angels or for the Dodgers. He's hitting like 315 or something like that.
Oh, yeah. Now baseball, the Atlanta Braves all day long, man. That's my team.
How the Braves doing this year? It seems like there's a lot of mediocre teams this year, and maybe about 6 good ones, and everybody else is either at or below 500 nowadays.
Yeah, my Tigers are 2 games under right now.
I know in the NL East where the Braves are. I know the Phillies are at the top of it, and the Braves are probably second. I think the Braves had a bit of a setback because the Phillies started.
Acuna's out for the year. Acuna tore his other ACL.
Oh, geez.
Yeah.
You'd still take Ohtani for the Mariners. Well, you're not going to get him. He's on the Dodgers for quite a while now.
Life.
Yep.
He's there for life.
Until they break him.
Yeah, you'd have thought that Alabama would have flipped its shit when they won the World Series back 3 years ago. The Braves
won against which Chicago? The Cubs or the White Sox? One is far worse than the other, although they're both pretty bad. White Sox are worse team in the league.
Yeah, they're in full rebuild.
Because
I like that bit.
There's a lot of
and they have a terrible owner too. They have a terrible owner.
The Sox. Oh, they beat the White Sox. Well, you and I could beat the fucking White Sox.
Why does Chicago have 2 baseball teams in the first place?
Yeah, same way. It's a big metropolitan area. Same as New York, same as LA. Even though the Angels aren't technically in LA, even though it says LA Angels, they're not. They're about 40 miles away. But and so is San Francisco if you count the Oakland A's. So most big metropolitan areas will probably have 2, although they're not drawn anymore because they stink.
Well,
the Oakland A's got to play at Sacramento at the minor league field next couple of years until Vegas can figure out what the hell they're going to do with them.
Now I want to ask you about the A's and like their whole owner situation. Seems like that guy's just a real piece of shit and just a complete con man, Fisher.
Oh, Jesus, mate. Really? You like the Yankees?
New York Yankees?
Go to the corner. Go to the corner, man. I fucking hate the Yankees.
Get out of here.
The fucking Yankees. The Dodgers took 2 out of 3. Dodgers could have swept them that week, and they got 2 out of 3, at least at New York, so that's not bad. No, that's the last one.
New York Yankees. Jesus Christ.
I hate the fucking Yankees.
Oh, Megan, I'm so disappointed now. God damn. I don't mind the Seahawks or the other, but the Yankees? God,
God damn, no.
Fucking Yankee overrated.
New York Jets and
I can't root for any New York team. I just hate New York that much. I hate New York. So
like the funny thing, New York fans, especially Mets fans,
I could tolerate the New York Rangers but only because Jonathan Quick is on it. But the Yankees.
Oh, New York Mets. Yeah, I said Jets.
Yeah. Well, there's Mets and Jets. The thing is, New York fans.
I'll tell you what, Megan. If you come on, you wear a Yankee hat on. Oh yeah,
you're banned.
It's a banned.
Yeah,
no, I need all. I won't ban. I can't ban. I need all the subs I can get here.
Back when I was in the high school, that's all people used to wear was in New York Yankees.
Fuck the Padres for giving him Soto. Well, I don't think they gave him. So I think Soto's. I think
they traded him.
Soto's just on that 2-year deal, right? Fucking.
It was a fast.
He's a free agent at the end of the season.
Soto didn't do shit in San Diego. He sucked down there, and then when he goes to the Yankees, I guess he's more comfortable in fucking Yankees. Sure, with that fucking 305 outfield and the fucking sure.
Yeah, he's going to be a perfect fit in that ballpark.
Yeah, well, actually, the Yankees went down to San Diego a couple weekends ago, and I think San Diego got 1 out of 3 there. The Yanks won the first 2.
Soto wasn't bad in San Diego. It's just that they weren't going to pay him because they already have they're already paying a whole bunch of guys.
And by the way, none of the big guys are producing this year. Fucking Machado sucks.
Tatis is not
Tatis
great.
sucked. Yeah.
Bogarts is terrible. I knew as
and,
soon as they signed Bogarts, I'm like, oh, this is trouble.
Yeah, San Diego is hovering around 500. The Dodgers are running away with the fucking division. Nobody else in there is anywhere close.
Boston was smart to let Bogarts go and sign Devers.
That's all I get for liking Nate. Well, shit, if I didn't like Nate Drake and didn't play all those Uncharted games, we wouldn't have strong women. So take it and like it.
Hey, us Southerners don't like Yankees anyway.
Yeah, I don't like any form of Yankees. Fucking annoying.
I'm not a fan of Yankee anything. Fuck Yankees.
Yankee was the old term for fapping. No
I
more
like
Yankee, my
Confederate.
wanky. The dogger need food.
We like Confederacy here, not Yankee bullshit. Get the fuck out of here.
Where that flag? Where?
Oh God, the Dixie flag. Oh, it's gonna hurt my feelings. Oh no.
The General Lee still has that on the roof. Where?
Jesus Christ! And
We gotta go take a statue down. What?
people need a history lesson on that flag. Now look, where I live, and I've told you guys this before. Where I live, the town I'm in now, used to have Klansmen. There's people we know that used to be Klansmen.
And they're riding with Biden.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The original Democratic Party.
Asked my mother for a Yankees jersey. Megan's mother, listen to me. Don't do it.
Don't do it.
I'm telling you, do your research on Birmingham and the Selma riots. You'll find out how close we are to the.
By the way, Megan, the Yankees uniforms don't have players' names on it, which is why they're such a stupid team. I hate when they don't put the players' names on it. The Boston home jerseys don't have names. The road ones do. I don't know why that.
Yeah.
Why that is, but it is. Yeah, Yankees one, the road and the home ones don't have names on it. It's like, put names on it. Nobody gives a shit that badly about it. It's like there's technology, you can do it. Stupid New York Yankees.
I like when the Braves wears that red uniform instead of their regular uniform. That's pretty cool.
Oh yeah, the red one's nice. That navy blue one's kind of like bland that they have.
They used to be, when I was watching it years ago, it used to be like a grayish blue color and then like dark blue hats and stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is now. I haven't kept up with it in so long.
Yeah, the Dodgers for a while, there was a year, I think maybe about 10 years ago, where for whatever reason they decided they took the names off the jerseys, so they would look like the old Brooklyn uniforms. Like nobody liked that. It's like, put the fucking names on fucking jerseys.
Now I like the Mariners colors.
You know what's really surprising, because I was watching the Yankees Dodgers series on TV, and you know how whenever Eastern teams come out and play Western teams, it's like, especially New York, our stadiums are filled with New York fans. It's not the same the other way around. Although this time there were a lot of Dodger fans cheering at Yankee Stadium. I think probably because Ohtani is a big draw, and people just miss the Brooklyn Dodgers that much, I guess. But that was the one time I actually heard a lot of cheering for the road team at Yankee Stadium. It very rarely happens. Meanwhile, any New York team that plays here, whether it's the playing whether it's basketball, baseball, football, or hockey, the New Yorkers, whether they're from New York or just a bunch of transplants or just a bunch of ass kissers, fill up our fucking stadiums with their stupid "Let's go Yankees!"
Greatest city on earth. Greatest city on earth.
Oh, it's such a lie.
They lost to the
Baltimore
Baltimore Orioles yesterday.
Good.
Oh,
the Orioles are at the top.
Good.
Orioles are at the they're almost. I think they're a game under the Yankees now with that win. So
they lost yesterday to an embarrassing 0-4. Jesus Christ!
Need those sticking names on their jerseys. Our names because we're from New York. Everybody knows who. We don't need to put Aaron Judge on there. We know who it is.
Baltimore's 2.5 games back.
Yeah, fucking New York Yankees who make the players shave and shit. It's the only team that the only team that doesn't have beards. They make them shave.
Ryan Snitker is our.
They can have mustaches, but that's it.
They can have mustaches. Yeah, Bacon's mustache is safe on the Yankees. They don't make you shave the mustache, beard.
Ryan Snitker is our manager.
Yep.
Let's see. We got Marcel Ozuna as a left fielder. Jared Kalenic.
He sucks.
Austin Riley is third baseman. Chris Sale is pitcher.
And they stole him from the Red Sox.
Megan, it looks like the Yankees are just too cheap to put the names on there. That's what it looks like.
Max Fried is another pitcher. Matt Olson's our first baseman, and Sean Murphy's the catcher.
Good players.
Now this is a good thing. You've got a Vin Scully name and number on a Dodgers jersey. That's a good thing.
Yeah.
Tell me more stuff like that and less stuff about how you're a fan of the Yankees. And that's there you go. Yeah,
Dave Roberts got the same uniform.
Yeah, Dave Roberts still the manager of the Dodgers, even though he does not know how to manage a playoff series.
And I love them even more because they still do the tomahawk chop amidst all this racism bullshit.
Oh yeah. Hey, they're still called the Braves. That's amazing in and of itself. They got rid of the Indians, go figure, but the Braves are still
Cleveland Indians.
Yeah.
The Braves told them to go fuck themselves. They keep trying. They keep trying to change the Braves, the Chiefs, and the Blackhawks, but they're all still around. The Indians.
Funny thing about the Indians name, like I drive to Ohio all the time and talking to people, and I have not met one person that likes the fucking name change.
Yeah,
in Ohio, in Cleveland.
You're not going to see a lot of Guardians jerseys being sold. People are going to hang on to the Indians one because they're going to be worth a lot of money.
Yeah.
They're still the Washington Redskins, damn it.
Oh yeah, the Washington football team.
I'm not calling it no national.
There's actually Native American groups that are trying to sue them to get the name back.
Yeah,
Redskins.
the Indians wanted it back. They didn't want the white man taking their name off of there. That's
right.
That was the whole game plan. We fight for the minorities. Meanwhile, they're taking all the minorities off of all the packaging and shit and all the team names, and that's really what the end game is. We want to whiten up, but just liberally white it up, not conservative white.
They're still the Redskins, as far as I'm concerned, Megan.
The Washington, what the fucks? That's what they should have been called. And that FedEx Field, man, what a dump! I remember all the sewage spills they had in that fucking place. It was awesome.
They can go
railing falling over.
Yep. I'm not calling it anything else but Redskins.
The Indians are called the Guardians. The Guardians, yeah. By the way, the Guardians aren't doing too bad this year. I think they're at the top of the division.
Yes,
oddly enough,
they surprised me.
And then they'll get in the playoffs and they'll lose in the first round, like they always fucking
to the Yankees.
Oh, we've got another pitcher. Our third pitcher for the Braves is Ronaldo Lopez.
The center of the universe. Yeah, New York, the best pizza, the best everything. New York.
He came to Javier and
the best garbage in the streets, the best shit in the streets, the best piss in the streets, and the most crackheads. Yeah, if I can be proud.
He came to Javier Lopez, I wonder.
That's a name from the past.
Oh yeah.
Adam Duvall, left fielder. Spencer Schwellenbach, another pitcher. Jesse Chavez, pitcher.
Oh, Chavez still pitching. Old dog. He's like 40,
there you go.
41 years old.
Riggs has a question for you there, Outlaw. I don't know if you want to answer that.
Oh, no, Riggs, no. Damn, we got a lot of pitchers on this.
No pink on his jersey there.
Ray Carr, Chadwick, Zach Short.
Fuck the Yankees. Fuck the Yankees. Fuck the Yankees. Fuck New York. Fuck all of New York.
Fuck the Yankees in general. I can't stand anybody up north. I'm just kidding.
Yeah,
hey, I'm a Southerner. I'm a Confederate by heart and nature and region. So, I don't like Yankees.
Yeah, that big flower's in a girl's hair. Come on, Megan. You're really stretching. That's in a picture of a girl's hair. That's where it belongs, not on a uniform. For fuck's sake. I love sunflowers coming in here trying to argue what's wrong with pink. Jesus Christ.
Because pink's not a masculine color, sunflowers. It's just not.
It is so.
Like nobody looks hard as fuck wearing pink. Like come on.
It's like you know the argument we're trying to make, and she purposely comes in here and tries to rebut it, even though there's not going to succeed.
I'll tell you this. The closest.
Then we're all angry men. It's what, I'm so tired of that fucking narrative.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what. The closest thing that I've ever seen.
I'm well aware of the name of this thing is Big Angry Phil, but I'm trying to speak the fucking truth here. Sometimes it brings the anger out. What can I say? Hey, speaking of which, let's speaking of bullpens, we got another relief pitcher going on. Coming all the way from Alaska, where they could probably. Hey, I'd be willing to send the Angels there if they want to move. Sean St. George, what's up?
Look, the only person.
Well, talking about pink, I was about to type it out. if they need to normalize pink being a masculine color, those are the same people who think certain sexualities require normalization.
The
And
only
that and everything's racist.
That's kind of been the theme of the
outlier.
evening here.
The only
Well, no,
person
they're an outlier. They always have been, always will be. But when you press it on other people, especially the young and impressionable, you create people who will hate you 20 years later because they go, I was not really like this, but you put me through it. You supported me through it, even though you knew it was wrong in the first place.
The closest person to ever make pink kind of sort of look cool was Bret Hart in wrestling. But that was still
See, that's part of the reason why I never got into him, because that stupid pink.
Yeah. And again, he wasn't my favorite wrestler, Stone Cold.
And also because he seemed like he was kind of a grumpy guy, too.
Because he had to wear pink, probably.
that a Vince McMahon decision?
You either wear pink on that uniform or you're fired.
Well, I heard Vince was very unforgiving when it came to a few of his standards for his wrestlers.
More than a few. More than a few.
And Bret the Hitman Hart didn't really wear pink. He was more black and then pink.
Yeah, remember a while ago I was talking about rappers that were doing this. Is what I was talking about. Cmon from Dipset in the early 2000s. Look at this shit.
That doesn't look masculine at all. That looks
scary. Yeah, look at the phone is pink. Everything was pink. This was a movement. A bunch of kids were falling for this shit too and starting to dress up like this. It's like no, stop doing this.
Pink is a masculine color. Why should it?
Bull fuck.
What the fuck is this?
No, pink is what masculine men seek to go get, not to wear it.
Right.
Okay. The only pink that I like. The only pink that I like is seeing deer meat cut up.
This is delicious
on a grill. The only pink I like seeing is meat cooked on a grill and then me eating it, like a hamburger or something.
Yeah, hard to go against that.
Yep.
By the way, CNN, Cmon, this dude, he doesn't wear pink anymore, but this is like 20 years ago. But he was part of this whole movement here. They're trying to really gay up hip hop more than already was already. But I remember he appeared on CNN for some reason. And I remember he was yelling at the stupid CNN anchors, like, well, okay, you get a point for that, but you get minus 100 points for all this shit here. Look at this. Fucking pink Motorola phone, and look at this crazy shit.
No,
like, dude, you remember this? You remember this?
The old Motorola Razor?
This is gangster. This is gangster out here. We're talking early. We're talking like 1999, 2000 around here. These pictures, when they started doing this shit here.
I see you there in chat.
My mother loves pink. Why do you think I hate it?
It's the same mother that you want to buy the Yankees jersey from. Maybe you really secretly hate the Yankees there.
Secretly hate the Yankees.
Fuck the color pink. Like this.
No secret here. We fucking hate the Yankees. Megan came out and told us she loves the Yankees. I think just to get a rise out of us. Nobody likes the fucking Yankees.
Yankees can kiss my ass.
Yankees in general can kiss my ass.
Yeah,
I'm a Confederate. Fuck you. Oh, but outlaw, your side of the country lost. I go fuck yourself.
That feud is long gone.
Talking about
in my opinion, it is long gone.
Yeah. The North still continued to own slaves even after that war ended. They don't talk about that.
Well, they called them something different.
Yeah.
I believe they were in
sharecroppers.
Yeah. I mean, even today, what is it? We think that we have all these freedoms, but when you look at the restrictions that we have available to us, or not available, that are imposed on us, are we truly free? You kind of have to ask that question.
Nope.
No.
All right, Mega Ticker.
Owning slaves. See, this is what a lot of people don't understand. Owning slaves back then, as fucked up as it is, was a luxury
Yankee.
very few people could afford.
Yes.
So
What is
you're-
it? Like,
you're
there's
more
only
wealthy
about,
business-
it was under 10% the southern landowners owned slaves at the time.
Yeah, you're more wealthy business owners of the South, like plantation owners and people who ran businesses owned them. You know, the average run-of-the-mill white person in the South didn't own slaves. You couldn't afford them, nor did they. You know,
Yeah, because I think they went for like $200 to $500 a pop, and that is like what, tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of dollars right now.
So, you know, by process of elimination, not every white
Let's see if I
person
can
in the
put
South
the
owned them.
inflation calendar up.
So, therefore, not everybody
The
in the South
calculator.
is racist like they claim.
No,
You
but
know,
that's they got to keep the narrative alive. You know, because
Yeah.
they've been running with that for many years.
Oh yeah.
And they got to
All right,
make sure it stays
1913
installed in people's head.
is the earliest I can go to on this calculator. So let's say $200. That's $6,000 today. Most certainly, most low to low middle income can't afford a cost like that, and that also comes with additional costs like being able to feed and house.
Right.
But
I mean,
another thing a lot of people forget is, as much as the Bible thumpers the South was at the time, they still had to abide by biblical rules in the treatment of slaves. Were there bad masters? Absolutely. But I don't think they were the I don't think they were the standard you would expect to find if you got transported into 1850 South.
Yeah. I mean, the South is known as a poor section of the country for a reason. And they definitely were back then. I mean, you know, that's the whole thing pretty much. I mean, we were, you know, growing crops and doing small business. You had the North.
The big money stayed in the Northeast. The elite.
It was the raw resource. It was the raw resource collector of the United States.
Yeah, then you had the North that was starting to industrialize. And trying to
and then the
incorporate
South sells their raw goods up north and produces the manufactured product that gets sold off. And before the Civil War happened, the North started stopping trade with the South for raw resources, which is one of the precursors to the Civil War.
It was states' rights above everything else. And see, a lot of people teach that it was about slavery. No, not all of it. It was about mostly states' rights and the right to, you know, keep what we had.
I think at the very least, that was what the commoner or the common soldier understood the war to be in the South.
Yep.
What it actually was altogether, I don't think any of us really actually know, because the only thing we have to go off of is letters and newspapers from the era, of which, if they're any example of what we have today, it's all bullshit. It's all theater and theatrics to purport an agenda and to get support for agendas.
But see, just like they do with California, and they you know, they stereotype the hell out of it, you know, their politics. They stereotype the hell out of us too. Oh, all you white folks in the South are racist and inbred. And no.
Much like the trans community, that's a very, very small percentage. You know?
Exactly.
Yeah.
They want to make it bigger, like they do with the trans community, a lot bigger than it really is.
And most of the gay people are not down with that bullshit. It's too far for them.
That's why
way too far for
not
them.
willing to speak up. Very few are willing to speak up about that.
That's why you will not see me debate about racism and stuff like that, because it's such low-hanging fruit. It's a waste of time.
Yeah.
So easily debunkable.
Exactly. Come argue the actual points of the discussion. Don't do ad hominem attacks.
Exactly.
I know I slurred that a little bit.
Don't come in with the
Sorry.
same talking points you've heard on insert network here. You know.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
And don't come at us with because you're white, you're inherently born racist, or because you're a minority,
Which is a very racist
you are
statement.
not
taken in the
allowed
first
to
place.
be racist.
Yep.
You can't be racist even though you have a racist attitude.
Right.
Yeah,
That's
that
just-
whole white
That's
privilege.
beyond that. Yeah, that even ain't bullshit. That horse shit.
Yeah.
Look, not everybody in the South owned slaves. Therefore, not everybody can be said you're racist and all that. Plus, what about all the people that migrate to this country that have been white? Are they suddenly racist now because of their skin color? I mean, that's as racist as it gets.
Go
Yeah,
ask the Italians and the
they forced
Irish.
the Irish.
at Long
They forced
Island.
the Irish to build
Yep.
railroads. No.
But if you do your research, racism is actually a political movement idea. It's not a real thing.
It's always
rooted
been
in
political.
Marxism.
It's about exploiting one group.
Divide and conquer. Yep.
Yes.
It's Marxism disguised as going after skin color and nothing more. It's not a real thing. It's just bigotry and prejudice against someone. Anybody
Well,
can be taught that.
I will say that we do have a disposition in our evolution where people who don't look like us, there's always something in the back of your head that says, you're not one of us. We need to be careful.
Tribalism. Yeah, tribalism.
Well, no, that's just an that's from what is it, reptile brain.
Yeah.
That goes back a long ways, but civilization, culture, the appreciation of different cultures has allowed us to override what our brain says or what it's telling us in the back of our heads, and we go, look, yes, there was a place for this thousands of years ago. Now, not so much.
Which tribalism?
Well, it used to be. Now, not so much. Now it's making a comeback.
Which
is
nationalism is also frowned upon.
I find nothing wrong with nationalism because that
neither.
is
No.
pride
Same
in,
here.
pride in country.
That's
and
why you
for your
travel to
great
other
prospect.
countries. You know what I mean? It's like they only do it this way here. You go to Italy. It was all about Italy. You know?
Nothing wrong with
Why do
nationalism.
people want to come here?
Yeah.
You have a better opportunity at a better life than you would at your home, or yes,
Well,
people
you
are
used to. I don't know about now. I don't know about nowadays.
Yeah.
Now they're trying to match up
Well-
the third world with the rest of us.
Yeah, you import the third world, you get the third world.
Yeah.
Well, when
that's
we
what's occurring in this country.
offer, we
Third world.
give you money to come here, and it's paid by the taxpayer, not themselves.
And we used to expect.
But
We
how do
used
they
to
do it
expect.
work?
You used to be expected to assimilate to whatever country you moved to. I mean, but now we said, just do
That
whatever the
makes
fuck you want.
sense.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
If I go to France to be a permanent resident there,
Right.
I
You learn French.
would expect everybody to say, I need to learn French. I need to learn French civics. I need
Right.
to learn French history, culture, cuisine, everything French to assimilate into French society.
Yeah.
Same if I were to go to England, Ireland, Italy, Russia, China. But not a lot of people are going to a lot of those countries unless they're getting handouts to be there.
Once you learn to look at this country as a corporation and a big business, everything starts falling into place.
Yeah. Actually, I think that's the best way I've heard it described in a long time.
It's
We've
not a-
turned
we're not a-
into a corpo anarchy.
We're a corporation. Look, when you have other countries that are going overseas over here and buying up our land and turning it out for profit and all that good stuff, I mean, this ain't a country.
Or
We're
the
just one big
proceeds from that land aren't allowed to be purchased by Americans. It has to be sold back in their home market. I'm pretty sure that I don't think many other countries tolerate such bullshit.
Yeah, fucking France and Mexico and Canada and fucking.
Although
Bill
a lot of the
Gates,
same
Donald
agenda
Trump.
that's being done here, like the mass immigration, that's happening in a lot of Europe too. Like
Yes.
you see that you're
Because
finally seeing the
it started
backlash,
there
on it, but
first.
they've poured in a lot of shit from a lot of third world into European countries, and and it's really having an impact. And again, they're not expected to assimilate. They're expected to just stay in the nice 5-star hotel.
They're receiving the worst people of these countries.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not receiving the best.
They're not their
which is
asylum
what we
seekers. They
see
keep
too.
telling us these are all mostly men, military aged men.
Or they're infiltrators. Like
Well, if you'll notice,
like from Muslim originating countries, they're coming over here. They're starting their family or their tribes here. They're not expecting to seize power or to make gains within the first couple generations. They're
Right.
waiting for third to fifth generations to seize power.
Yeah.
Well, if you'll notice, they're slowly assimilating the people here to their language. All of your instructions on foods and all that, your phone calls with customer service, your commercials, movies. They're assimilating us who lives here naturally to their. It's
Well,
not
here's the
other
thing.
way like it should be.
The United States has, I think, a good habit of taking the good traits of other cultures and incorporating it into our own as a continuing developing culture. The United States or the Americans of 1920 is a far cry from what it is now. And we've taken in a lot of good things as far as culture, especially cuisine, from other countries, and we've adopted it and made it our own, or we've incorporated it inside us.
We wouldn't want to be eating English food for the rest of our lives. That's for goddamn.
Oh dear God, no.
No.
But you know what?
No.
Where would we be without Chinese takeout, without good
Mexican
Italian
food.
restaurants to go to, Greek restaurants,
Italian.
Thai?
We have a unique way of bastardizing other cultures. I know that.
Yeah,
Then
we do.
Then you got
But
these
that's
people,
like-
if you have a white-owned, Mexican restaurant, some libtard, where cultural appropriation.
Well, yeah, I mean,
You probably seen that skit where there's some Karen who's bitching and whining about that to a food cart owner.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I've seen that one.
It's like, okay, let me talk to Jaime, and Jaime is an Asian making Mexican food.
Yeah.
I mean,
And she doesn't know what to be oppressed or what is it?
By the
offended
way, most restaurants, especially around here, Mexicans are in the kitchen, regardless of what type of restaurant it is. They're making the Italian food, they're making the Chinese food. All right,
Everything.
well, I mean, when you have
just make the food good. I don't
cities-
give a fuck who's making it back there.
and I know
Just don't drop
California is one of them. Some of the cities there, New York's another one. When you're incentivizing and building, high rises for these people to come on in and putting them up in grandiose hotels and giving them all these programs and free, food cards. How do you think they're going to vote? They're being incentivized to vote these assholes in power.
Oh no, that's not the big problem. The big problem is they're going to be accustomed to that way of life, and when they're no longer given that because they've outstayed their trial or probation period, and you have to throw them out into the streets and be like, hey, you got to suck it up like the rest of us Americans did.
And so now the
no
government
free dinner, no free phone anymore. You're going to have to be dependent on yourself.
Yeah,
It's
well, I mean,
like we're
the
raising another generation of adult children.
government is trying to incentivize them now to get, voter IDs and all this
and,
stuff.
and you also have college professors talking about how evil whiteness is. I mean, these are college professors with this shit now. So
Yeah,
Our
they
country
are
is still
slowly.
80% white.
They are. You guys familiar with the term blockbusting back in the '60s and '70s? Back when you had all white
where they
neighborhoods.
would segregate blocks
Yes.
by racial demographics, right?
They're doing that on a national scale. They're blockbusting the white man and woman out of this culture. They're
I think they're
replacing
getting
us.
it out of the cities, and a lot of the whites are voluntarily getting out of the cities and moving to rural America.
Well, they're trying to uproot us and get us out of the way entirely.
How are you
They're
going to do that
replacing
when we have an overwhelming is an understatement. White Okay,
Yeah,
white
but,
or Caucasian, whether it's mixed or not, has an overwhelming demographic in the country. You can't get rid of us. You
What
get
is
rid
the
of all of
word?
us, what happens? You have a country that's empty.
What is the word for transplanting different cultures into this country?
Gentrifying.
As your main like workforce, voter base, all that stuff. Yeah. I think
Yeah, gentrifying. Yeah.
that's what they're doing to America. But they're
Well, they're
going
trying to
through
do
it
it
with
in Europe.
programs. And, yeah, they're going through it with free programs and shit like that to get us out of the way. You know, to
There's no
outsource
such
our
thing as
jobs
free.
and stuff.
Someone has to pay for it.
Exactly.
And
Yeah.
it's typically us taxpayers who will be the ones who pay. And when they realize that what they're offering on top of, well, we already can't cover our own budget. We keep going into debt and debt and debt and debt and debt. Which is why I would like to see a constitutional amendment that the government has to balance their budget.
Yeah.
Or there is a constitutional cap on debt to GDP.
This is a mass blockbuster.
Zelensky is swimming in a platinum swimming pool thanks to us.
Yeah, this is
You're funding their entire government. They're
His wife has like multiple boob jobs.
and they're at war.
She added a couple. Got 4 or 5.
Do you think everybody is rolling around in British luxury cars during the Blitz? No. I don't think there's really any good right solution for it. There are plenty of solutions that will work that I think can be classified as wrong. But
the bottom line,
not putting a Band-Aid on it, putting a suture on it or a tourniquet on what's going on right now is what we need to figure out where the problem is and treat it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Government's too fucking big. That's
the
main
white
problem.
man
Way too
was
big.
used.
Oh yeah.
The white man was used just like the black man, the woman, all these people. Now it's our turn to be gotten out of the way just like everybody else. That's what's happening. We were useful at one point in the time in this country's history. Now it's time to get out of the way where they can start rebuilding this place into what they want. And that's why they're implementing all of these illegals into here. They're rebuilding this nation in their image.
I do not approve nor subscribe.
They should come up with a better image and without the drugs. That would help.
I mean, think about it. They got
the
got
image they
rid
got
of.
in their head now has got to be from fentanyl.
Think about it. They're getting rid of men and women in the home together by trying to get men and women scared of one another. That's what all this is about. Now they're trying to get the whites and blacks scared of one another. You can't come together and be unified, as a human species anymore.
Well, the best way to fight that is not to listen to them. You know what I'm saying? Don't pay attention to that fucking horse shit, which we
And
don't.
they're trying to attack your children in the schools and in the homes. And they're also trying to keep people from having kids by supporting abortion, sterilization of the culture, LGBT sterilization of the culture. It's genocide, being crafty about committing genocide.
Well, it's only going to work. It's only going to work if you're on board with it. We ain't. There's got to be a lot of resistance, which they're completely ignoring. They can have old man Biden come out and say, the guns and that's not going to change anybody's mind at all.
Well, what's the saying? All that is needed for evil to triumph is for good men to do nothing.
And say nothing. Yep.
Yeah.
Which is why we're talking about these things. Granted, not a lot of people want to hear it, but a lot of people like hearing it being said because they won't.
They probably ought to. It's time to stop running away from the obvious, and listen to some people who are fucking just generally fed up with the fucking nonsense.
Oh, it's not just me. It's you guys. It's everybody else.
I mean, like we were talking about how they were making him wearing pink in football, and Sunflowers are saying it's not a big deal. It is a big deal because it was leading up to this kind of shit. You know what I mean?
It is because that's another subconscious way that
it was taking a sport enjoyed by primarily straight males, right, in this country, and throwing pink on everybody in the name of breast cancer, which was absolute bullshit anyway. And we knew right away it was a way to gay up the sport. Now, look, knowing the fact that yes, they wear tight pants and shit like that, and it looks pretty fruity as it is, but maybe look past that and enjoy the game and enjoy the violent part of it and the competition part of it. And but when they made it mandatory to have to wear pink things, pink shoes, pink things on your helmet, pink stuff on the referees, when it became mandatory, that's when it's like, dude, are you out of your fucking mind? And the ratings started tanking, you know? And the same thing when they started putting BLM and political shit on the field. Same fucking thing. When they were doing that during the bullfuck virus lockdowns, when you're all stuck in your fucking house and for no good goddamn reason. And that's when they thought they could, oh, good, let's unleash the bullshit riots, the bullshit other stuff, and the political messages on the basketball courts and the football fields. And it's not okay. It's not okay. None of that's okay. Sports was always meant to be a getaway. But when we started incorporating obviously left-leaning messages into the fucking into the sport, you're going to have less people enjoy the sport, and then less money is going to be poured into it. And then when they say, "Hey, look at the WNBA. Why aren't you watching the WNBA?" Because it fucking sucks. All right. Yeah. I don't care how you fucking I don't know how you boost it up by putting insert name player here who we paid extra money to make sure she's a hero. No, that it still sucks. It still is it's a chore to watch. And this artificial interest they keep telling us about is not going to fucking work.
So something I got to clarify that I heard you say when I thought you were saying mandate, but I heard ma'am date.
Ma'am date. That's a good. You know what? That's not bad. Ma'am date.
That is a good one.
I heard mandate, and I was like, wait a minute, did I hear that correctly?
Yep. It was a huge ma'am date. Yes, it was.
Yeah.
Well, no. Sports and sports is supposed to be entertainment, and they've already infiltrated regular entertainment. What's next? Go for the next biggest eyeballs on screens, which is going to be sports entertainment. These sports leagues are entertainment only because they only survive off of the people who go to watch, either in seats at the stadiums or on couches at TV. When everybody's disillusioned because they're tired of being lectured to through their entertainment, what do? They shut it off. They don't tune in. They don't buy seats anymore. It's not happening enough to make it an absolute change. But we're starting to see in Hollywood now that there are some big name actors who've been previously blacklisted. They're forming their own production companies.
Yeah, they're building studios. They're building studios outside of LA. Like, who was it? I think Mark Wahlberg built one.
I heard
they're doing it explicitly with a mission statement: "We are not woke."
Well, Phil, I heard this.
Woke productions.
I've been hearing this the last few days, last couple 2-3 days. Is it true that they're moving away from Hollywood and going to start CGI, like making just CGI movies and stuff from now on?
That's part of it. And plus with AI, AI is only going to get stronger. You're not going to need fucking actors anymore to do voices or anything really. It's going to be the beginning of the end of the entertainment industry as we know it. And it's already showing because nobody's going to the movies because either they've closed most of that. Nobody wants to see the shit that's out. It's the same crap over and over. The same woke garbage, the same Marvel movies. And nobody wants to go to the theater and pay $25 a ticket and $20 for a Coke and all this other stuff to sit with a bunch of people that don't know how to behave in public. You know what I mean? Those days are over. You don't need to do that when you have a million fucking devices. You can watch these fucking movies practically when they come out. So
look at how bad the theater companies. I should say cinema, because theater is more
it's
plays
the
at
movie.
Broadway.
The movie theaters is going to go away the dodo. You know, people are not. The Broadway plays I never got into. I mean, that's always been a homosexual kind of thing, or a homosexual elitist things to watch live theater. It is. It always has been. You know what I mean? And they'll be the first to tell you. I have no interest in watching any of that shit ever. And movie theaters, even free screenings, I don't even go to that because I just, 2 hours, 2.5 hours of movies are longer than shit now. 2.5, 3 hours. Apparently nobody knows how to edit a film anymore. So you're sitting through 3 hours of God fucking knows what. You're falling asleep. In this day and age when people are making shorts for YouTube for 30 seconds, we all have short attention span. We don't want to sit and watch something for 3 hours anymore, especially some pile of woke crap that with the same message jammed down your throats. I don't. And the movie makers like that that Star Wars series that's streaming now. What's it called? Acetate, whatever the fuck it is. Yeah. Where the actors and the directors also know, it's gay. Too bad conservatives. When it's like. They don't even hide this shit anymore. Well, why would I pay to watch that? Are you out of your fucking mind?
Yeah, absolutely. It could be the future of sports too. They play
because I liked Star Wars, like the first 3 that came out between 1977 and 83. Doesn't mean I'm going to be loyal to the brand. When you keep making crap that I don't want to see, I'm not loyal to brands. I'm not going to be drawn automatically to Star Wars because I liked when I was 12 years old when I last went through the fucking Star Wars in the theater. I tried watching some of the new ones. It's a chore. It really is. I don't enjoy it. I didn't enjoy 1, 2, and 3. Phantom Menace, the 3 George Lucas prequels. I didn't like any of them. They sucked. And that was before Disney took over.
I've been wondering for a long time why they're intentionally making all these shit movies and all that, when they know what people want to see and they know the audience.
Because they've made it all. They're not interested in the people. They're interested in keeping the woke base because they've all been, the corporations have all been taken over by globalists. That's why they've all changed their logos to rainbow colors this month. All of them have done it. The LA Kings have done it. All your sports teams have most of them have done it. There's a few that said no, but most of them are doing it. And by the way, the ones that said no are usually going to get more business. The corporations are so terrified of offending the wokies, because they think they're the most powerful ones because they're the youngest ones. No, not necessarily. Most of them are not very bright, and nor do they have an attention span. So I don't know why they keep going down this well. I think it's too late to fix it. I mean, most of us old timers are done with all of it, and nothing's gonna make me say, "Oh man, I want to run to the theater and see that movie." If I want to see it, I'll stream it somewhere, maybe, but most likely I probably won't. I watch more shit on YouTube than anywhere else.
So you brought up like the new Star Wars show, Acolyte, and I've noticed this with The Mandalorian. I know how The Mandalorian is made. You've got like this half circle that is a humongous screen that operates as your backdrop, and everything else is CGI. But you notice that they don't put in assets or they don't put in props. I first started seeing this in The Mandalorian, where it looks like the world is dead. Everywhere they go, even the populated areas, the world is dead. And with Acolyte and the trailers that I see on it, I'm like, this is what I expect out of a YouTube fan-made production that incurs cost to do this. Right. Or it's a terrible production. George Lucas did far more with far less money.
Yeah.
And I'm not talking about inflation calculated. If even calculate for inflation, he spent more.
Yeah, the original Star Wars was because they didn't know that was going to be a franchise. They thought that was going to be a one and done. So they didn't really have a lot of money to make.
Because he just got off of that cyberpunk thing that he did as a school project that got him critical acclaim at the time, and then he just did Star Wars, and it was a fluke that should have never happened.
Right. And then he didn't even direct the two follow-ups, Empire and Jedi. He just worked on the.
It's his IP.
He co-wrote the story. That was it. Yeah.
Well, he had written out the entire first two trilogies written out before production. as a passion project, but he
Right.
started with A New Hope because he felt that with technology at the time, with special effects, he could make it doable. And that's why, what is it, the prequel series was, granted, he stepped away from a lot of responsibility, but he still made sure a lot of it was still his vision.
He did direct those three. He directed the three prequels.
Oh, he did the three. Okay.
He did. Yeah, he did direct all three prequels. He only directed
You
Star
notice
Wars.
that no matter what scene you're in, it looks lively. It looks lived in. If you look at any Star Wars product afterwards, even the latest trilogy, they don't even put bodies just to be manning stations inside the starships anymore.
Yeah, I did see part 7 in the theater since they made such a huge deal of it. It was okay, but I barely remember it. That's like, I remember everything about Empire Strikes Back from 1980, but the part
right.
7 Star Wars, I don't remember a fucking thing about it. Nothing other than the
No,
antagonist was a
they're
big
not
wuss.
memorable.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's the one thing. They made very emotionally driven characters.
Yeah,
who
because they were
should
starting
have
to do that
been
with because they were
very
starting to do that with
masculine
Darth Vader.
characters.
You know, in the prequel, they made Darth Vader into a wuss. And then look at Mark Hamill now. All he does is sit on X and wham on Trump all fucking day, and then go to meet Joe Biden at the fucking White House. Good Lord.
I do know that George Lucas had a vision for what Anakin was supposed to be from the prequel series, and what came out on film or in the final edit. I don't know if there's a difference between his vision and what film the editors had to deal with, or the actor's ability, because I remember in a lot of things where what's his name, the Anakin actor, the adult one.
Mark Hamill. Oh no!
No,
Anakin.
Anakin.
Anakin. Oh shit! Yeah, what the fuck was that guy's name?
Yeah,
I mean that was the highlight of his career, and he didn't do jack shit afterwards.
I can't remember the dude's name. That's how forgettable those were.
That's how memorable those characters are.
Yeah.
We don't know their names, their actor names, but everybody knew who Han Solo was, who
Princess Leia
was, who Luke
C-3PO,
was.
R2D2, the fucking Ewoks. I mean, come on.
Fucking Obi-Wan. Everybody remembered them.
Yeah, Lando Calrissian.
Yeah. Even sub characters. Fucking the Mandalorian. Fucking Boba Fett. Small time
Jabba the
character.
Hutt. I mean, fucking every time you see some fat chick, it's like, oh, there goes Jabba the Hutt. Right?
Yeah, that first trilogy created a I don't know if you call it like a cultural consciousness, or it implanted itself to be a cultural consciousness, because we go back and refer to it, and it's what, a 50-60-year-old franchise at this point, and they're just milking it for money.
77. Now it's
almost 50 years. Yeah,
almost.
It's a crying shame of what it has become.
Yeah. And
oh yeah, and don't get me started on the Book of Boba Fett and the Power Ranger routine that they fucking did.
Yeah, 7 I saw in a theater. It was meh. 8 I saw. I think I was able to stream it, and I fell asleep in about the first 15 minutes. 9 I didn't see, and I think I saw one of the side story ones, which was also meh. Whichever one came out between 7 and 8. I saw that side story. I can't remember which one that was.
This is why I stick to the old movies from the 70s and 60s.
Yeah, I mean, mostly when I watch movies, I watch something I've watched a million times from the 80s and 90s that I know heart to heart, from beginning to end. I know the entire script. I enjoy that more than any of this new crap. That there's an ad for Deadpool and Wolverine in the same movies. Like, I like the first Deadpool movie, but enough already. Jesus Christ.
I would rather watch Smokey and the Bandit or Billy Madison, or Something like that.
Any comedy which the libs would all go wah, wah, like Porky's or something like that, something everyone would have a problem. Airplane, I watch a million times. Spaceballs, which makes fun of the Star Wars fucking movies. I watched that a million times.
Oh
Yeah.
shit! That Porky scene where the lady goes into the principal's office and says, "I know which dick that was. I know," and
yeah, I think we were recreating that scene last
they
week.
selected for that. Everybody's losing their goddamn mind.
Yeah, they are. They're all
She's
laughing.
the only one that
on
has
camera. They
composure to
couldn't.
do the scene,
Yeah.
and they use that clip, and that's what makes memorable cinema.
Because they took risks. This is one of the reasons why I started my nostalgia channel with cartoons, is because they took risks. They wanted to be as original as they could, and they just made some of the most unforgettable stuff. And then years later,
there's nothing wrong with having an original IP and then putting it to screen and see if the audiences like it. But it seems Hollywood has a desperation that everything that comes out must be a moneymaker, must make $1 billion.
Well,
and of course, they know how to work the accounting to make sure that even though a film makes $1 billion overall throughout its run cycle, they still find a way to make sure that in taxes or accounting, they lost money.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, Phil. I mean, they study the audience. They know what we want, what we don't want. They take polls.
That's what screens are for, right?
Yeah, they know what people
Well, it
want.
seems like what they're doing now is hating on the audience. It's like, oh, you didn't see my movie? Well, fuck you. You're a cis white male or some such thing.
You're right back.
A lot of them are a lot of the woke directors that are now pulling that shit when nobody goes sees a crap movie. Like, well, maybe don't make a crap movie. Maybe read the fucking room first. If you know that white males are the ones interested, maybe don't make it so anti-white male in your interviews and in the fucking movie.
The mere fact that they don't give us what we want and ask for and know what we want, it means they've got an agenda of some kind.
Oh yeah, nothing, anything that you notice no comedies ever come out anymore, not in the theater anyway, not intentionally. Right. And stand up is there's some decent stand ups now, but for the most part, yeah, there's a lot of PC woke fucking Trump kind of shit. Yeah,
they took care of destroying the comedy scene back in the 2000 teens.
Yeah,
when you had Bill Burr and all those people starting to emerge, and then all of a sudden they're suddenly cucks and they can't tell a joke anymore. And now we got to listen to Amy Schumer and all these unfunny female comedians.
Yeah, Bill Burr, tries to come back out of it, but then I also remember Bill Burr say, what are you not taking the jabs? What are you stupid? You're not taking the jabs? Like, he pushed that shit back then too, so that's hard for me to forget.
Well, even when Chappelle's show came out, when I was overseas when I saw it because we got DVD sets coming in, so that was like a year after it was broadcasted. I'm sitting here going, how the fuck was this allowed to air?
It was so ahead of its time. It was so ahead of its time. I don't think the executives even knew what they were in for. And of course, and then Chappelle, they wanted to over Hollywood Chappelle and the show, and Chappelle just walked from it all. He just said, "I'm out, done."
Yeah, it became the Chappelle Show via Charlie Murphy.
Yeah, via Charlie Murphy and homeboy that's always on there. I'm rich, bitch. Darnell, what his name is.
Oh yeah.
But
didn't that cause Chappelle to have a breakdown, go back to Africa?
Yeah, he had to go. He to find himself, and then when he started doing the Netflix specials, there was one he did in the middle of the bullfuck virus. I don't know if everybody caught this. It was this weird, it was right after George Floyd and still in the middle of the bullfuck virus. He did this weird outdoor thing where he had like tables all separated and they're all masks on. It was outside, and he just started spouting off about it wasn't funny. It was like a political fucking
like
rally
political
or something.
theater.
It was like, not you, man, not you. Come on, don't.
They claimed, or they tried to come after him, wanting him to wear the dress and the.
Yeah, no, they were trying to get them to start gaying up the Chappelle show and like doing the establishment stuff that the Illuminati requires you to do to stay in showbiz, and he didn't do it. He didn't want to do it.
Oh. Didn't he also get threatened the same way Kanye did? I will medicate you until you're unable to be able to recognize your own children.
Yeah.
And he just said, "Fuck this, I'm out."
Same thing with Martin Lawrence.
It's funny because he's married to a Filipino girl.
Well, Martin Lawrence put on a dress quite a few times in quite a few movies.
Yeah.
What is it?
And most of them have most of the big actors. The one in the big club, Tom Hanks. That's how he started. What did he do? He did Bosom Buddies. Remember that show? It was in the late 70s. They dressed up like women to be in a women's apartment. So it was him and the other guy who died, Peter Scolari. But Tom Hanks, of course, is big time in the club and on the Epstein Island list, most likely. He had to pack up and move to Greece when they were starting to say, "Hey, we got the list. We got it."
Because they will protect him.
They came after Randy Quaid with that. I remember him.
I think Randy's got some. Either he stopped taking his meds or he got worse. I'm not saying he's not wrong about some of the things that he talks about. But I think Hollywood fucked him.
Yeah, I think if we again, but it's
Dennis refuses to talk about any of it whatsoever, which is good on him.
I mean, you got to figure that. If the fact that they still think that we hang on to celebrities every word, because the celebrities, especially during the Trump years, really let us know their true colors and how they're all on board with vote blue no matter who. And does anybody really care the opinion of these aging, longtime has-beens? Why the DNC thinks that we're interested in their political opinion is beyond me. When I see Barbara Streisand, people like that, and Cher and Rob Reiner sitting on fucking Twitter, wah Trump, every 5 seconds of every day. Are people really that influenced by that? Or I think more people are turning away from that. So maybe they're doing us a favor and revealing.
You still have a lot of hero worship out here. I mean, there's a lot of people that.
It's a shame too, because every online it's always it's the same 5 or 6 people that again they want to tell you who your fucking heroes ought to be. I mean, that's why we hear about this Caitlin Clark bitch every 5 seconds. Like, no, she's a WNBA player. Who cares? Who the fuck cares?
Well, your online shit used to be the tabloids, the National Enquirer or whatever. That used to be the gossip center. Now it's Facebook and Twitter. And Facebook and Twitter can update, and you can leave comments instead of writing in, like you used to have to do back in the day.
Yep. And then if you comment on a certain thing, then they fill your page with a lot of that certain thing. And especially if you're making fun of something you're tired of seeing, you're going to see a lot more of it. So that's how their stupid algorithm operates.
Yeah.
Anyway, here's another player in the bullpen who's just as tired of the bullshit as we are, and he knows how to game. So let's bring him on. It's Anime. What's up?
Anime.
Hey guys.
Anime.
I wholeheartedly agree with you on this, Phil. It's
Anime. Let me ask you something. This summer we had Sunflowers that had a little trouble with us saying pink in football. That wasn't a good thing, right? Remember when they all had to wear pink in fucking football? That was sucked, right? That was horrible. It's fucking bullshit.
I can understand like if it was like subtle, like a pink stripe, maybe.
There was nothing subtle about it. They made all the players had to wear some kind of pink shit. The referees had pink shit. The goalposts had pink shit. The fucking flags, the towels in the back of the pocket was fucking
It was way too.
And it was all on purpose. It was all to emasculate men.
The pink wreath that is typically the symbol of breast cancer awareness was not enough.
No, it wasn't.
That I can actually settle with.
No, the globalists got together and say, how can we piss off the American football fan and emasculate men at the same time? Make them all fucking wear pink. Perfect. Love it. Smoke them cigars.
I don't think they cared about whether they pissed off the audience or not. They just wanted to exert control.
Well, they wound up losing a lot of their audience. That's why it went away.
Yep.
So Susan G. Coleman, what he's talking about, that Susan G. Coleman breast cancer crap, that was nothing more than another I'm sure, money laundering charity event, like
Yeah.
they all are basically.
Yeah.
More money going in these people's pockets in the name of charity, right?
I would
And then
love to
it's
see.
it's
how many-
another form of division, because then they could say, see, look at all these men that have a problem. Yeah, see, bunch of conservatives, bunch of Trumpers, they have a problem with the
I would
pig
like
and
to see
football.
how much money that goes into these charities overall, or as much as can be counted with whatever available information there is.
I remember the Black
And
Lives Matter
see what-
bitch. They found out the
and see what
mansions that fucking owns.
progress.
You know?
Well, yeah, her crimes are well documented, and why she's not the subject of DOJ investigations. Well,
Because
we
they've
know
also
why
been-
she's not.
They've also
but
been
it's
bought and paid
astounding.
for.
This
Yes.
is why I live by the motto: if somebody's in need of charity or whatever, help that person directly and don't go through a charity.
Right.
That's my
Yes.
opinion anyway.
No, just like say, what is it? I know I see it in either posters at a local gas station, or there's a little collection jar. Instead of putting your cash in, just be like, where can I go drop something off? Go pack up, go get a backpack, go get some
8.25%
extra
went to it.
clothes, go get some canned food, just throw it in a backpack that you never use anyways, and go
Well,
up
here-
to them, be like, hey, here you go.
Well, here's the thing. I mean, we know that the pharmaceutical industry, the medicinal industry, ain't interested in curing
That is
people. They're not
fucking
interested in
criminal.
actually helping cure what they're actually causing as problems in the
They're
food.
interested in getting you hooked on the medicine. That's what they're interested
Yeah,
in.
and the drugs and all the water. and
Whether it
stuff
helps
that
or
we
whether it
drink.
helps or not. Usually it
And then
does.
and then it gets so angry when we're like doing stuff that actually does help, like cutting up like fruits and everything.
Like not getting the jab. They didn't like that, did they?
and,
They really didn't like
Every
that.
time.
and then having like the like fish oil, like concentrated fish oil and everything like that.
Yeah.
They
Or
hate
remember,
that.
remember how they all because it went against narrative, the ivermectin. Remember how that became a huge deal? Joe Rogan is taking horse paste and all the
Anytime-
late night douchebags. And then what do you see? Fucking Chris Cuomo who spoke out against all this, like, I've been taking it. It's like,
Anytime you have someone that comes out with a supposed cure for cancer or something that aids in one of the symptoms, what happens? They always get silenced.
yeah. By the way, out of the did breast cancer just go away all of a sudden? Because I guess it must have been cured after making the football players wear pink, right? It did its job. No. Or you just don't hear about it because it's
Yeah.
not profitable anymore.
There is a
we can't force football players to wear pink anymore. So now what do we do?
There's a multi-billion-dollar industry tied up in cancer research and curing it and all that good stuff. They're not going to give away that business model.
No.
They're not going to
The
cure
rich,
it
the rich and the
overnight.
famous will be cured. Bill Gates
Yeah.
will be cured. Everybody who got a couple $1 billion and know people in the system, they will be cured. They will never get the bullfug virus or any of that. The rest of us, you're on your fucking own. So enjoy all those drugs that we keep telling you to fucking take, you suckers.
Yeah.
The less, the less prescriptions you have, the better. Just take vitamins and fucking and fucking just watch your fucking diet and exercise. That's all you gotta do.
Exactly.
Don't look like don't
Those
look
are
like
the
Miss Nam, Alabama. There, don't
Yeah.
Oh, God.
don't turn out like that, please.
That's an embarrassment to my
The only
state.
pills I would
It really is.
recommend is just taking the vitamin pills and everything. That's roughly it.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah. I mean, really, the worst they do is turn your shit into a different color. Other than that, you're
That's
fine.
the only downside
Yeah.
to it. It's like, oh man, my crap is green or blue or purple, whatever the fuck it
Yeah,
is.
it's
Well,
abstract
same
art.
way
It's
if you
abstract
eat
art. I can tell
asparagus.
it.
If you eat too much asparagus, your piss
Mhm.
is going to turn green. It's going to smell asparagus-y, and you're going to shit green.
Yeah.
I'll think of that on St. Patrick's Day next time.
Well,
It's like,
again, the medicinal
I'll
industry.
celebrate my
Hey,
own personal way.
Think about
Hey,
this.
you
Top of the
boil
morning
some
to you.
asparagus and you top it off with some Italian dressing. It is the most delicious thing ever.
I like asparagus.
I mean, they have studied these people. They've studied the human race like lab rats. They put into this food and water and drugs what they want they've studied how it reacts to the human body, how to create
and
diseases, how to
you know,
cure
and
it.
your system is designed to get used to certain things and not get used to other things. So you know, if there's people that have smoked every day in their life, they live to be 135 fucking years old, and then there's other people, you know, they're gone at 45, 50. So some things work for some people, some things don't. You know, not everybody. Everybody's wired differently. It's, you know, but everyone wants to make it about all races do the same thing. All white people are the same. All black people are the same. No.
There's a legitimate medical reason why you need to have a racial segregate. I'm going to say racial segregation, as in when it comes to certain demographics that are susceptible to certain diseases that others are not. And that's usually a genetic trait. So like for African American descent, you have sickle cell.
So what happens with mixed kids then?
I don't know, because I got a half black kid and we got him tested for sickle cell to make sure that he would not be susceptible. Or if he was or carried the genetic trait, we know what to look out for, but he doesn't have it.
Yeah.
But also for the whole transgender thing and medical, yes, men and women are built entirely differently when it comes to a medical treatment plan. And if you treat somebody who walks in and says, I'm a woman, but they're a man, and you give them a woman's treatment, it could kill the man, and vice versa.
Yeah.
But she was stunning and brave as she died.
And she died stunning and brave.
You have
But
gaslit.
if she would have just stayed her or him, how many more lives or how many more years would they have had? How many more lives would they have influenced in a positive way?
This is where, because you have to realize that we're seen as numbers in a system, cogs in a machine. We are replaceable to them, and they'll never get to know us on a part. They see us as plug and play. Basically, we're disposable commodities at the end of the day. They're not interested in keeping this population alive and well. They're interested in using you up like a used automobile and discarding you in the scrapyard of history when they're done with you. That's what people are to them. They're monsters. They're evil. You've got to realize that you're nothing to these folks.
Like we kind of said this during the initial vaccination run, is we are the test subjects.
Yes.
Not the 12 that they declared said made it safe. I don't know of any vaccine, fast tracked or not, that only had 12 subjects. And the 12 subjects weren't even human.
There's some stunning and brave here. That's Brittany Griner on the left. Totally a woman, absolutely a fucking woman. That's the wife. The wife is pregnant.
I almost thought that was what's his name? David what from Saturday Night Live?
You know what he looks like? I've been saying this, that I think Brittany Griner and Jussie Smollett are the same fucking
Looks
person.
more like a man.
The only difference is Jussie Smollett grew like 5
look
more
at the
inches.
shoulder. Granted, they're wearing a tux, and the tux is going to exaggerate
but
shoulders.
the only difference I could find is that Brittany has a deeper voice than Jussie Smollett. Otherwise, it looks the fucking same to me.
You're not wrong.
But this is stunning and brave. Totally a woman. Totally a woman. Yeah. Bull fucking shit.
Go back to the hands. Go back to the hands.
Who do they think that we are?
Scroll down. Go back to look her hands. His hand.
Yeah.
See the vast difference?
That is a man. I don't care what.
Plus, there ain't no titties to speak of here. Zero. That is a fucking man. I stop it, you lunatics. How fucking dumb do they think people are?
It's funny though.
She's in the WNBA. Bull fucking shit.
It's funny though. If you reverse that and you see a woman trying to present as a man, it's funny that if you would get in a fight with that person, they would try to break it up like the simps they are, because they still recognize in their monkey brain that she's a real woman.
Right.
They know what women are when it's time to start throwing punches.
How again, they always do that, right? Because they're unhappy with who they are. That's what the rhetoric they always tell us. Well, do they ever look happy after the fact? Never.
No.
Right?
Ketanji Brown
trust me,
Jackson.
And trust me, all these people that are going through all these transitions and the mutilations, the mental collapse these people are going to go through is terrifying.
Oh no, there's a new study out. I've got to get it so that I can quote it. But the stats for self-deletion is much higher than 40% after.
Right.
They are disposable commodities. They are being weaponized in this system of usury and abusery, just like everyone else. Why are they being used?
They're
Why are they
legalizing Joseph Mengele style medical research.
I mean, back then, I had no problem with the gay community or anything. I had no problem.
No. By the way, none of us have a problem with the gay community.
They left us alone. They left us alone.
But what happened
we
is
all
the
leave each other
extreme
alone.
element
We
of it
don't
is the one that's being highlighted right now, and the one that's being forced fed into your media and down your fucking throat. And the ones that are prancing around in the pride parades. That's what they want to have represent the actual gay community. And the gay community, again, just like us, if they speak out about it, they get fucking blacklisted or they get.
The problem is they've
been
been gaslit and weaponized in this culture to divide and conquer people with their ideology. These people are nothing special. You know, it's like I said a while ago. What are we celebrating? The fact that you're sticking your dick in another man's asshole and pulling shit out.
My aunt who couldn't be more of a butch lesbian, and she used to live up north, actually moved to North Carolina because she couldn't take the libtard nonsense, and she would have been the first to tell you that, you know, get out of the street, you bunch of fags, you know. But so the gay community is not on board with the extreme element of this, you know. But the media is trying to portray it like that is the gay community. It's not.
For those people who celebrate it, what are you celebrating? You are helping to celebrate the destruction of your own species.
We're celebrating our love and our happiness, but they're never fucking, you know, gay people like to party anyway. Do you need a fucking parade to do it?
They're the ones. They're the ones.
Just go to West Hollywood on a Saturday night. That's what it looks like anyway. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. But also, the only pride parade that I've seen in social media, I know I have not been making any focus on it, but usually we got nothing but it thrown in our face. But the first clip that comes out about a pride parade is when pride means pro-Palestine. And I have not seen another pride parade.
I laughed so hard at that one.
I made that. I made that into a video. That was a great one. When the two groups of useful idiots clashed together there, and nobody knew what the fuck to do after that.
And nobody realizes that they're useful idiots.
Yeah.
What are we supposed to?
It's like they could easily swap props and swap costumes and march in the other parade. It's the same bunch of fucking people every time.
What is Americans?
They missed the
Case
memo.
in point, why does Americans care anything about Palestine? That's not our country. This is our country right here.
Yep.
I don't give a fuck about Palestine or Israel or none of those other countries. This is my country right here. This is where I was born and raised.
And
I will
that whole
die.
thing where all those protests on college campuses, I mean, all of that was artificial. All those people were dumped there. They weren't students there. And especially the one at UC Irvine. That one really surprised me because that's in Orange County. Orange County is not the blue county that LA County is. Like at SC and USTLA, that wasn't as big of a shock. UC Irvine, that Southern Orange County. Those were clearly people that were dumped there by Soros Incorporated.
Like Ukraine.
Orange County, for the most part, does not put up with the libtardness of LA County for the most part.
I know this is a story that got killed real quick, but somebody put out information about who the protesters were and how much they were paid to just.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I imagine they answer the little ads like when you see on the lamppost, especially around here. You want to be an extra in a movie, and you pull off a little piece of paper. And
that's what I imagine is what it is.
I imagine the same kind of thing, except probably through social media, like TikTok ads and stuff. Hey guys, you're looking at TikTok all day. Well, here's something you could be doing. You'd be blocking up traffic with this bullshit. Here you go. Give you $100 a day. Isn't that great? You don't have a job. We know you don't have a job, you bum. So Get out there and fucking,
Yeah,
we'll give you the props. We'll give you the
thing.
props. We'll give you the Palestine flags and the shirts. We'll give you the signs. They don't bring any of that shit with them. That's a truck comes there, drops that stuff off at the fucking the beginning of the base camp there, and then they all pick them up and free Palestine, dude, you know.
Before the cameras
That's like dropping all those bricks stuff.
Anyways.
Remember
Yeah,
those
it's
pallets?
yeah.
Remember
Oh,
those
yeah.
pallets of bricks?
Sure.
Like
Yep.
mysteriously popping up and everything.
Showed up right next to a courthouse. They were about to
That's
bombard
funny.
with
I
them.
wonder why Home Depot doesn't have any bricks all of a sudden. Oh, I know, because they were all picked up and dropped off in the fucking George Floyd riots.
Well, it's like we talked with Coop today. Phil, I'm sure you guys know who Coop is.
Oh, of course, yeah. He
Vegas
comes on.
streams all the
He
time.
comes on here once in a while.
We talked about it today. All this shit is scripted. Like listening to the Sleepyhead Joe up there a while ago, it's scripted. He's reading off of a teleprompter somebody else wrote for him.
And very poorly.
proofread.
They can't even get that
Proofread.
bad.
Well, he's got to take a break in between the shits he's got to take in his diaper.
And then he reads pause and begin. He reads the the words in the parentheses that scroll by.
Repeat.
You're not supposed to read. Yeah, dummy, you stupid ass.
What do you expect from an 80-year-old?
Nothing. But I expect him to fucking drop dead sooner or later, and then Gavin Newsom fucking stuck him in his place. That's what I expect.
You got that
I've
dumb
been waiting to
motherfucker
see
up there.
that happen.
God forbid. Yeah, you do not want Gavin Newsom. Let me.
You got that dumb motherfucker up there
No,
trying
I've read enough about him, and I see.
That's 100.
We
He's 100 times
call
worse.
him Patrick Bateman for a reason.
You got that dumb
Not because
motherfucker
he
up there
looks like
today
him and is
trying to
slick like
defend
him. He probably really truly has probably done what American Psycho did.
Yeah.
Well, you got that dumb motherfucker up there trying to defend him today on them hearings, talking about the Republicans don't want to cooperate. Oh, they're trying to ham this president up. Oh, he was found innocent. Oh, Trump.
What were you fucking doing? What you assholes doing with Trump the last 3 years? Jesus Christ, all these dumb trials.
Remember, okay, this was about 2 to 3 years ago. There was a bill to expand veteran benefits, but what wasn't in there that the Republicans wanted was we want accountability of where the money goes, because the way that they slotted it was there was going to be absolutely no accountability. And the Republicans who blocked the bill, they did it on the premise of, look, we're spending way too much as is. We need to know where domestic funds are going for domestic people or intended for domestic people, and not only any domestic person, but a veteran. We need to know where it goes. And they killed the bill because they refused to allow an amendment to have an oversight about it, where the money goes, who gets paid. And that created a shitstorm.
Yeah, or like,
It
or
reminded
if they
me, it
there's some-
reminded me of
there's
the
something with a
2008 financial bank issue with Ben Bernanke and all those people who sat there and lied about, oh, we don't know where the money went. Well, can you tell us the banks that you gave
A
it to?
banker who doesn't know where his money goes, I call bullshit.
Yeah, he was just, and the Fed chair, Ben Bernanke, is like, well, can you tell us, they asked, well, can you tell us where that money went? This was Bernie Sanders who asked the question, unironically. And Ben Bernanke goes, no, I will not tell you where the money went. I won't tell you where the banker bailout went. I don't know. I can't tell you.
Okay. And then they need to be prosecuted for fraud.
Well, it's like today, with the
And they're still walking to this day. They're still walking.
well, it's like today with the audio clips, of Joe Biden and them and all that stuff. It's like they don't want to turn it over, to the people so we can hear it.
Oh, you're talking about AG Barr and his interview or deposition of Biden?
Yeah, and they're trying to subpoena the Democrats to release it, and they can't get it out of them, and we know why, because there's damning evidence on them tapes that Joe Biden said that they could use against him. He fucked up.
Yeah, because they released the transcripts, but they want the audio to confirm what was said.
Everything.
Yeah.
And they say, no. Okay, what does that indicate to anybody? who goes, like, even a parent talking to the kid, did you do this? No. What is this over here? What is this mess over here? And you were the only person who could have made this mess. No. What if I go look at the camera? Nope, I deny your subpoena to go look at the camera footage. That's what that is.
Yep.
Exactly what it is.
Exactly.
Fucking embarrassing.
And Sean, if you and I did what the bankers did, we would get our shit kicked in and we'd be in jail right now.
We wouldn't be allowed to live in jail. We would we would be taken care of.
Yeah. When does it become apparent?
You would be Epstein.
When does it become apparent that we, the people, are dealing with the government as the main enemy to every bit of this? The government is the enemy. They're the common denominator.
Remember the early Biden clip I played where he blurted out, "Well, if whenever the government gets out of line, and I heard we will, don't you be
will."
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That little bit right there, they're slipping up real bad. They because now that now that they have the numbers, they're saying the quiet part out loud.
Yeah, I played that earlier in the show. I threw all the clips out of the thing down below just to speed things up a little bit. But yeah, he did say the quiet part out loud.
They are being very, very they're very confident in their ability to subvert the will of the public. Problem is, there's 350 million of us versus a couple 100,000 of them.
That's way too many of them.
And another problem with that is there's not enough angry out of that 330 to 350 million to take any action, whether it's at the voter polls or going to hold their representatives accountable. Because we get about maybe 20% voter engagement at best. And when people, it's easy to subvert the Republican and conservative side because they go and work. They can't be bothered by the plight of all this because they're just trying to find a way to survive. They don't have time to go protest. They don't have time to picket. They don't have time to create political action.
Those
liberals. I don't have the energy to go. I don't have the energy to go out and protest.
And by the way, those kind of pickets would immediately be stopped. Anything that the narrative didn't set up, anything that Soros Incorporated didn't set up, all this Palestine shit, that's all part of Soros Incorporated. That's all part of the stuff that destroys. If there was actually a grassroots kind of protest with our own signs and our own message, that would be stopped immediately. The city would never let you march in the street.
Like, you need to disperse. This is not a permitted.
Meanwhile, we have people, that just stop oil nutcases, sitting on freeways and blocking traffic. That's perfectly okay. But if
I enjoy watching them I enjoy watching them get tossed around and shoved around off the streets.
I would enjoy a lot more seeing it getting splatted by a bus. That's what I would like to see. And it's got to happen sooner or later. People are really getting tired of this fucking nonsense.
Oh, they are.
I can understand your frustration, and at the same time, I can't exactly condone the actions.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Nobody should be sitting on freeways for any fucking reason. All right.
Or
sitting on freeways.
If you're sitting on freeways, emergency vehicles. Somebody dies because they blocked a highway. Guess what? Every single one of those motherfuckers is accessory to murder.
Yeah, exactly. Again, the same bunch of useful idiots that they send out in all the other protests. Are they?
You want to protest?
They assign them.
Road?
Yep.
Yeah, you want to protest on the side of the road? I honestly have no problem with it. I may not enjoy looking at you.
Yeah, it's never on the side of the road. They make sure they block the fucking road. Yeah. And the city and the state is all they give the permits. I say, oh, you want to block the freeway? Yeah, fine. Here you go. Do rush hour on Monday, even better. Yeah, inconvenience Whitey. There you go.
Do their permits allow them to block roadways? Because that's also a violation of commerce, which is a federal crime.
You got to figure how it can't be that easy to form a human chain on a fucking moving freeway. Somebody has to have blocked it up ahead of that. So I gotta wonder. You know, the cops have to get up there and set up some kind of roadblock.
Yeah, the cops
a
have
bunch,
been
a bunch
told,
of 10 idiots aren't gonna just get up on the freeway and not get especially early in the morning when the freeway's actually moving. There's a good chance they're gonna get splattered. So I can't imagine it's not 10. It's not just 10 idiots that are really that concerned about the fucking climate. It's Soros Incorporated. You know what I mean? Just interrupt the American way of life as much as they fucking can, and they're doing it in Europe too. A lot of those Just Stop Oil idiots are always blocking up one of the bridges in the UK or something like that. And it's like, what do you? Sooner or later, one of you fuckers is going to be roadkill. All right. Nobody. You shouldn't be sitting in the fucking road.
They're hoping for that. They want that to create martyrdom.
Yeah. It's like,
but
just like Jesus Christ. And by the way, once old man Soros kicks off, then you have Alex Soros, his beta cuck son, who looks like an extra on the Revenge of the Nerds. He's far worse. He's far worse.
He does actually. He does.
He looks like how they're making. He looks like the fucking coach of the Miami Dolphins. He looks like every wuss coach that we have in the NFL now with the glasses. He looks like every stat geek in sports that all become coaches now. He looks like that.
But Soros Jr. has already graced the audience of the president.
Yeah,
he's in it. He's in the game.
Nope. Yep, he's already said out there. Make sure
he's not somebody, the more honorable of us be like, hey, we don't go after the children of the people that we're fighting against. This kid is a player. He's just a silent player.
Plus, he's not a kid. I mean, he's fucking 40
like
some
30
years old or something. Yeah, I mean, Soros is 1,000. I mean, he can't be that. This Alex Soros can't be that young. But he looks like anybody you see.
I wonder how many kids died in the process.
Hey, he looks
like a successor.
Ain't he the motherfucker that's had like 10 heart attacks and they keep giving him heart transplants?
Because he can
George
buy
Soros?
it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's who I thought that was.
Yeah, Alex looks like
I don't know about that, but
Alex looks like anybody you see working at Google. You know what I mean? He just looks like just a missing testosterone huck of a man.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, he's gonna come into a lot of power once that unfortunate day arrives.
But I don't think his son has the ability to wield it. He's going to have people telling him how.
Yeah, he does have that Hunter Biden vibe to him. They're just fucking utterly useless. But he does show up.
He doesn't know how to do it himself because
he does show up at the WEF meeting. He has been there. He's getting the notes. So they're prepping him up. Whether he can actually carry it out is another story. He'll have plenty of help.
They'll want his money. They want access to his money. They don't want access, or they don't want meaningful relationships with him. They just want what he can provide for them, and he will be a useful.
He can finance all the bullshit protests and all the nonsense that's going on here. He's gonna, there you go. Make up more than Palestinian flags. Let's send more of those to the states. They're running out.
I guess I could give George at least this much. He knows how to fucking put a foot down and know where to put people in place to make things happen. Yeah. I don't think his son
it's just too bad that he's the one doing it. You know what I mean? He's insane. He's a nutcase. But he's got that much
hopefully
power.
that all ends after he dies and his son turns into a defunct person.
Yeah. Hopefully the son will be way over his head early, and they'll
probably put some heroin into him and make him have overdoses and put him into controlled rehab while everybody else has control of his money.
Yep.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. And also, that is a prominent question. How many kids were killed to find the heir to George Soros? And it's like,
considering how old he is and his heir is about 30-ish, there had to have been a couple before that. There's probably a lot more illegitimate because we know men in power.
Oh, they run around.
it's an understanding that we fuck around. Very few people, very few men with that amount of money and power are truly dedicated to their wife and only their wife when it comes to
Yeah, and the
relations.
wife usually looks insanely hideous, or in some cases, a man. You know, I mean, look at Bill Gates' fucking wife. Jeez.
Well,
or
yeah, because
ex-wife, or
they
whatever it is.
are marriages of convenience, and by that I mean power plays.
Yeah, like you
Yeah,
marry the
They
pre-
don't actually love or care about them like we do on the peasant side, where we find, hopefully, we find a good mate, and that's who we're dedicating our lives to.
Exactly, and I hope, and it's really I mean, with what happened with Vince
You're back.
McMahon, I'm like, can we have this happen to George Soros and everybody else? That would be great. Yeah.
Well, enough. What are you playing these days? I mean, are you still doing Chrono Cross or?
I'm trying to get back in. I'm trying to get back into that, but I will be playing Crash Warped, and I've been playing a few I've been playing a few demos here and there of upcoming games. I am not gonna buy Black Ops 6 because I read everything and a lot of things turned me off. Because I'm a huge Black Ops fan back in the day. That's the only series I liked out of the whole Call of Duty umbrella. And Modern Warfare 3 and the classic ones too, and World at War. But the fact we need constant internet connection just to play a single player campaign, that's enough out of me. I'm like, you people are ridiculous. You people are ridiculous. I mean, I understand for trophies, like trophies and like the achievement hunters and everything. I can understand that to a degree, but still, it's like what I can't play it offline because what if I'm in a place that doesn't have internet and all I can do is just play local and that's it. And on top of that, the multiplayer bans are carried over because I do remember some people getting wrongfully permabanned over the smallest shit. Meanwhile, you have all the cheaters and hackers running around who can make a gazillion burner accounts. And they're like, yeah, if you got permabanned in 2019, you cannot play Black Ops 6 at all on the online aspect. And I'm just sitting here like, okay, that kind of makes sense, but at the same time, you have other people here who are like, what the hell? I can't play it. And I got banned for calling somebody a transvestite.
Oh God.
Even if they were a transvestite, I mean,
yeah, even if they were,
that's the worst thing in the world.
You're banned.
Yeah, that's what banned me. What got me banned off of Twitter years ago, and then finally came back after Elon took over.
But there's a lot of cool games out there.
Anime, you bring up a point, and I think we need to go back to the Ubisoft comment that they made a few months back. You need to get used to not owning your games. Well, if we need to get used to not owning our games, then piracy is a legitimate option.
Yeah.
Exactly. And that's why I've been playing retro games lately, is because that's our literal escape. That's like slowly becoming the last stronghold of the gaming world. And on top of indies too, indies has a lot of great games coming out from what I saw, and I'm like, okay, I like this.
Most of those you can't get physical copies of, though. Most of those you gotta get in one of the,
they gotta be digital.
Which is unfortunate, but at the same time, those are probably the only digital I would probably support. Everything else, and another thing was Star Wars Outlaws. They had that graph sheet of like all the bundles.
Wait, did they actually resume that project? I thought that was defunct.
No,
I thought they killed it.
It's in full swing. It's in full swing.
Okay.
And I was looking at it, and
because I know the Coder remake is on permanent shelving at the moment, as it should be.
Yes, that should be shelved. And on top of that, hey California, it's like here's the thing. if they took out,
I'm not going to be up at 4 a.m. So set an alarm.
If they took out that subscription one, that subscription tier, and the gold tier, then you would just have the standard edition and the ultimate edition. Those two I would be fine with because you have a choice. However, too many bundles, too many choices here and there. It's ridiculous.
Honestly, here's how I think EA can restore its reputation with being a gaming studio / publisher. Is they release a game, it needs to be full-fledged. If it's a short game, all right, mark it down to $40 or $50. If it's a full-fledged 40-hour experience, okay, you go to your 60-70 program. And then you see what happens. You get good engagement, you get good sales, all right. You release a free expansion pack. Guess what happens? You get a whole brand new set of players, whole brand new set of purchasers.
That's what the Insane Trilogy did, and that's why it's my favorite. That's why it's my favorite remaster of a classic game, because they brought back Stormy Ascent, and they created a brand new level completely from the ground up. And I'm like, see, this is done because
I've still never passed that level either. I've never fucking gotten past Stormy Ascent.
I will sympathize.
There's two extra levels on there, aren't there? Isn't there one that's stuck on the end somewhere too?
The levels I remembered, Stormy Ascent was one of them, and then the other one was Future Tense. It's in Crash Bandicoot Warped. It's the very last one, and also it does count as like gems and all that fun stuff. But that's like remastering a game done right. You have all.
I thought the Spyro remaster was good too. I enjoyed that one.
Though when it looks, it's like internet connection required to download the rest of the game. I'm like, that's an ass back. Who signed off on that? I want names. Because that's bullshit. It's like, why not just do what the Insane Trilogy did? Release all 3 games on one disc. Make it that simple. And if the Insane Trilogy can do it, why not Spyro? And
Spyro did do it because I have the Spyro disc, so that's why I'm playing it on.
Yeah, because I remember
them.
when me and my sister we pre-ordered the physical one in person, and then when we got the game and everything, and it said at the very bottom, I think it was either the left hand or the right hand corner, internet connection required to download the rest of the game.
Now that you mentioned, I wonder if I had to do it. It's been a while since it's been out for a while, so I may have had to do it. I just don't remember.
But with Nitro Fueled, you had the entire game right there. The added bonuses were like the Grand Prix and everything, which was completely fine. And it had and it brought back like classic characters and even some new characters. And I'm like, see. And that's why I regard the Insane Trilogy and Nitro Fueled and the Spyro Reignited Trilogy as the perfect way to
watch those crackheads, Kelly.
The perfect way to remaster the games in the correct order, because not only are you have the basics, but you're also adding more to it. If tomorrow they came out and say, hey, we're remaking Crash Twinsanity, and we're gonna put all the cut content that was cut out from the original game back in with updated graphics and everything, that would sell over 1 million units.
I wish they would have remastered Wrath of Cortex, the first Traveler Tales game that came out on the PS2. I would that could have gotten a remaster with better control and knocked the load times out. I killed that game.
Better load times. And with Crash Bandicoot 4 as well. I mean, I love that game to pieces. Casually speaking, But if you want
the load times, the load times in that one are pretty ridiculous in Crash 4.
Yeah,
So it's a difficulty.
that was my only gripe with that game. On top of the difficulty spike, it's not that noticeable unless if you're like really wanting to get all the
Yeah, if you're
gems
trying to collect everything, that's where the real difficulty is, because that game
that's
is
where
not very
it really
forgiving.
lies. But if
Especially-
you're just casual,
the jumps,
playing, it's
the
a
jumps
lot of
are there's a lot of very tricky jumps, especially when you got to utilize the different masks, and many of them the same ones in different levels. So it's you're doing a lot of switching back and forth.
But the good thing is, at least you're not learning a new control mechanic when it comes to the quantum mask. It's just one button and done. It tells you like, hey, press this or this at your leisure, whichever you feel comfortable with, to activate this. That's it. Simple, basic, to the point. No need to learn like, oh, how do I turn and this, that, and the other. It doesn't affect the core gameplay. That's where Wrath of Cortex kind of messed up at with the vehicle levels, because you had to learn all the different controls and everything. It's like,
I mean, it was different because it was the first game after Naughty Dog left the series, and new people took over. So it wasn't bad for what it was. I was fighting the controls in a couple of the levels. I remember the last time I streamed, I couldn't get past the boss in World 2. It was like because the way the camera was situated, if it was just panned up a little bit, where you could see more of the floor you're trying to stomp on. But it kind of did what the Insane Trilogy does, and the camera's panned down to dropped a little too bad, so you can't see a lot ahead of you, because those couple of Road to Nowhere levels. God damn, I hate those.
I bet you were having a high anxiety watching me play those two levels. You're like, how is he doing?
Yeah, I felt your pain, and I'm guessing since Activision owns both Spyro and Crash, I'm guessing Activision must have loved Toys for Bob's work on the Spyro remaster, because that's who did Crash 4. They gave them Crash 4 instead of a Vicarious.
It's like Vicarious, we're gonna fire you, Pete. We're gonna shut your studio
I'm wondering
down.
if Vicarious would have done a better job of Crash 4 instead.
Because we know they can make a damn good they can make a damn good level, because the future tense level is proof of that.
Maybe Toys for Bob turned in a better budget or something. Who knows how all that shit went down, or how they bid it.
What worries me
because it's really not just one studio. I mean, they're the main one, but then there's about 1 million worldwide studios that all chip in and do something in the game.
Yeah, and that's why I hate Call of Duty so much, is because they took all the prominent studios. The reason why we couldn't get any games going is because their main focus is Call of Duty. I mean, if you look at the people who are on that project, it's asking to fail. In layman's terms, you have too many cooks in the kitchen, and you're pulling on the different aspects of that game. That's what happened with Rapid Cortex. Too many people the publishers were coming in, and corporate meddling coming in, like, hey, we're going to do this and this and this.
Just like a movie that ruins games too, when the publisher starts going in and you don't know anything.
It's like this. It's like, say,
it's so many good studios have had to go bankrupt, because there's so much meddling from corporate, from EA or whoever the publisher is.
Yeah, it's
Callie, have a good night.
Yeah, it's like, we have the PS2 coming out, we have the GameCube coming out, we have the Xbox coming out. So here you go, Traverse Tales. You have 9 fucking months to get a game out. We want this released by December of 2002. That's our launch date, and it's this year. We want it out by December of this year.
We want it yesterday. We want to do you. Think of this as like Atari Pac-Man. It's like, we need it now. Don't give us no crap. Atari Pac-Man was plenty of crap.
And the only people who could get away with that was Naughty Dog and Oddworld Inhabitants, because it took 9 months to make Oddworld Abe's Exodus, which in of itself is fine, because they had all the stuff there and everything.
I've got those
graphics and everything.
All those PS1 Oddworld games. Those are I dug those back in the day.
I forgot how difficult. I forgot how difficult
those are tough games.
But
games you actually have to think. Oh, good God!
Yeah,
Well,
and but you could get away with that though. Like in Insomniac 2, when they had the Spyro game, the original trilogy, when they were the helm of it, they had that same window as well, and you can get away with it with the right people. You can get away with that. However, in this day and age, it's like, okay, how long do we need this? Because there's a lot of games in developmental hell right now. I mean, we don't know when we're gonna get, because the guy who came out about Days Gone, they're like, yeah, Sony didn't like it. They weren't fully backed by a sequel. No, it's because they had Neil Cuckman's cock in their mouth and pushing out The Last of Us 2 like it's hotcakes when it's a flaming piece of shit. I have played the game and I wanted to self-delete with a noose and a rope and a ceiling fan.
I didn't think it was that bad. I again, when it comes to Last of Us, I always preferred Uncharted over Last of Us anyway, maybe because of all the crafting
Well,
and shit.
the first game I can actually enjoy and not.
Well, Last of Us 2 was all right. I mean, I did get through it. It's like, yeah, it's all right. It's all right.
Yeah.
After I
Last of Us 1 could not keep me engaged enough to finish it.
There are some things I did like about Last of Us 2. There were some of the things, but everything else just crapped all over it. I was done. I'm like, I am done with this game.
Yeah.
Here, take it back.
Sounds like everybody was done with it because I don't hear any word of Last of Us 3.
Yeah. Don't give them ideas. Do not give them ideas.
I've been wanting an Uncharted series with Sully as the protagonist. Give me some prequels
like a
with
nice
Sully.
origin story. Like origins of
kind
Sully.
of what they did in like when you saw how Sully had met Nate for the first time, they were picking his pocket and all that stuff. Yeah, let's have more Sully backstory and not.
Dude, knowing Megan, she would probably buy that day one if that were to come out. She would buy that. I would too. Sully was awesome. I'm just happy. I'm just sad they sidelined her.
Yeah, I don't know if it would be Naughty Dog that would do it. I mean, because you know how Naughty Dog likes to move on after a while. It's like we'll do this many Crash games, we'll do this many Jack and Dexters, and they move on to the next thing. So we'll see. I think they're probably done with Uncharted.
It's so stupid. Like they just want to sit there and.
I mean, I like the little Chloe. I like the little Chloe DLC. I mean, it just ran on the Uncharted 4 engine, but I was like, I wish I was Sully as the protagonist. That would have been a lot more fun.
Yeah, but no, we need strong women, like women.
Yeah, strong women. You needed more of that.
Men bad, strong women good.
No, we don't.
Although I would say there's a couple of puzzles in the Lost Legacy Uncharted which were actually pretty decent, but it's DLC. It's a very short game though, so don't expect a full game out. You're not going to get one.
It felt way too short. I'm like,
yeah, and there's you spend a lot of time in one particular area, especially kind of wandering around that open area, and there's not a lot of time in the rest of it. And then Sam shows up later, and you do kind of the train scene that you did from previous games. They kind of redo that one, kind of redo the parts of Uncharted 4. But Sully, I would love a Sully, come on, and make him a strong male character, not some wussy fucking beta piece of shit that you see nowadays. Sully needs to be
Sully needs to be like Indiana Jones.
Yeah. The minute Nate's wife walked into the screen, all the bravado, Nate deflated like a fucking balloon.
Yeah,
because we knew what happened to him.
I want to see the Sully that chomps on cigars and picks up chicks in bars in fucking Cuba
and dunks on rich rude assholes. I loved him in that.
And then you could have he could have been there. He could have reenacted the scene out of the first game. It's like, Nate, don't get with that strong one. Don't get with that broad. Just leave her there. Fucking leave her there. They tried to leave her there. Fucking she followed him. They took off on the boat without her, and fucking she came crawling back after him. The Sully prequel, they wouldn't produce it because there's no way they can ruin his backstory. Yeah, they'll try.
They'll make it work. Also, they'll make it work in one way or another.
Here's the sad thing too.
Yeah.
Everybody, I remember when people were.
He'll have an LGBTQ lapel or something. You know,
Oh God.
they'll do something. They'll do something to woke him up. So yeah.
Meanwhile, they won't have
Well,
the balls.
Phil, you probably know this better than I do, especially with older titles. How many strong, good female protagonists are there in video games?
There's quite a few. Fucking, you got Laura Croft to be the main one I can think of. Samus Aran be another.
Yeah.
And
it's like there's a lack of it.
Miss Pac-Man, you can fucking go back that far if you want.
That whole controversy. Oh my God, what a convoluted mess that was.
Yeah, but you can make good female characters as protagonists.
Yeah, and we don't care playing them
do
either. But
do it in a realistic way.
Yeah.
Or even if it's fantasy medieval. That's probably the best way to do it.
There's plenty of RPGs with female characters in it that wind up in your party.
Yeah, because what do you got to do? You
and by the way, I mean, you also play as animals and all kinds of other shit. I mean, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
This whole idea that there's too many white males in video. Shut up, you dumb bunch of feminists.
Well, guess what? That was the original audience. That was the original consumer. Was white males. Okay, guess what? What is the majority of the country made up of? White males. Or white people in general. Male to female, I think, is still close to 50-50. But stop doing replacements or stop throwing. Yeah.
Yep.
Calm down with
the replacement theory is spilling over into everything.
But
it's video games, it's fantasy. You're never going to be the actual character, no matter what kind of a game it is. You're not going to be that character. I'm not going to be Michael Jordan if I'm playing one of the old NBA games or something like that. I'm not going to be, I'm not going to be one of the hockey players in NHL for fuck's sakes. I'm just playing a game for fuck's. I don't think I'm that character, even if it's a role playing game.
Let us have our escape.
Yeah. Because it's a better escape than it's a better escape now. It's a better escape now than the movies, because the movies and TV have gone so god awful. And again, you don't want to sit there. You can actually, pop in something and actually control the action, and it's all up to you how you do.
Yeah, that's what most video games are. Is a
Vanessa Kitty brings up an interesting
live
question.
action movie that
can you guys think of a batshit female character? No, off the top of my head, other than various villains that you've had to defeat.
There's Lady Dominesque.
I mean, shit. That old bitch in Uncharted, the old English bitch, fucking.
Her. There was also.
It was in Uncharted 3. That chick, the English chick, all she was.
I want to say Cortana. I mean,
How about the Dark Queen in the Battletoads? That one comes to mind.
Oh my God!
Well, if you're talking about, I would actually say
Virgin, you're correct. Blood Rain, Bayonetta.
Most of
was Bayonetta batshit crazy? I don't remember. I've only played one. I've only played the first Bayonetta. The game was an epileptic seizure. I could barely fucking look at it.
But like in media or popular media, because Game of Thrones was extremely popular,
Blood Rain.
All women were fucking batshit crazy.
I could probably,
and they even showed the process of how they got it or got to being batshit crazy.
She what about Naomi Hunter from the Metal Gear series? She was crazy.
I mean, Nadine
was like subtle.
Nadine in Uncharted 4. I mean, she was. I don't know if she was crazy, but she was.
Bayonetta.
She was out to get him.
Bayonetta was not that shit crazy. She just forgot who she was.
And then she became Chloe's partner in The Lost Legacy. I think that story took place before Uncharted 4. That's my understanding.
I didn't play that DLC.
I played the Borderlands series. 2 is my all-time favorite. Jade, Sindel, Mortal Kombat. Well, yeah, you could bring them into the fold, like individually.
Oh yeah, any Mortal Kombat contestant. I mean, sometimes they're the best fighters.
Anna and Tekken. There's Tekken as well. Anna and Tekken.
Well,
and of course.
to be part of a combat tournament amongst universes
What about,
where it's die or live, yes, everybody's batshit crazy.
Would Mother
Those are the
Brain in
people who
Metroid
let-
count? Or it was just a giant brain, but it's called Mother Brain. So
I mean, you can make the case. You can make the case that yeah,
I
you could
don't
probably
recall
count
playing
it.
the game, so I should not comment on that.
yeah, it's the at the end of the very first Metroid
I
on the
think-
internet. Something called Mother
you can
Brain.
make the solid. You can make the solid argument in there. You can make the solid argument. It is called Mother Brain for a reason.
There was
so
a,
I guess-
Or what is
Does
it?
anybody-
The girl from StarCraft who turned batshit crazy after she got melded with the Brood. If I got the terminology correct.
I don't.
There was a weird brain character.
But she was like an anti-hero in
There was a
StarCraft
weird
2.
female brain character at the who's the antagonist in that one. Brain Dead 13 was kind of like a Dragon's Lair type game on the
Oh,
PS1.
there's also Jade from Beyond Good and Evil. There's that one, and Alex Vance from the Half-Life series.
Try playing
I
Mortal
couldn't stop
Kombat with
staring at
chopping
her.
wood.
I couldn't stop staring at her.
I believe Vanessa Kitty has done that. Vanessa Kitty has totally done that. She probably baked something too while playing Mortal Kombat and kicked somebody's ass.
She's like, "How dare you
Or
not
something
do
in the
your watching
oven,
husband?
chopping wood,
Get over here!
getting the combos down.
How
Fucking-
dare you?"
I couldn't. When I was playing the Half-Life series, I kept just when it was Half-Life 2, I kept staring at Alex's ass like the whole time. I'm like, I'm sorry, what were you saying? Oh wait, we gotta go meet such and such. Oh, we gotta go meet your father. Oh, okay. Yeah, I can lead the way. Yeah, just staring at your ass. Hi, Mr. Eli Vance. Hi, your daughter's a fine ass. But that's the joy. That's the joy of just having a great
Sniper
time.
Wolf.
Yes. Big titty with the sniper rifle.
Oh, okay. If we're gonna do Sniper Wolf, we might as well do Quiet.
Yeah, the fact that people are still bitching about Quiet just shows how beta male they are. Their beta male just shows them like
She
people are
got what is it? Her anatomy was changed so that she got energy from photosynthesis versus. I mean, it's Hideo Kojima cinematography or his writing, but yeah, there's a reason why she's always half naked, but he probably created that reason.
Yeah, it's like, sorry guys, you can't argue the science. You can't.
And
argue
when
the
you
science.
know the girl that is the model for it because she's a gun tuber, yeah, you understand why.
Yep. Exactly.
But
And-
okay, Hideo Kojima is a huge cinema nut, and he understands what makes people put seats in cinema, which is not only just action and drama, but looking at a beautiful thing. And so instead of putting asses in seats, he's having gamers buy a game.
Right.
He's doing the same thing that everybody else in advertising has ever done. He just knows how to do it a little bit better than most people do today.
And that's why Konami threw him out, because they couldn't understand him. They're like, we don't. I'll never
Well,
understand that.
when you're reaching like $500 million on a Metal Gear Solid game, yeah, I think you need to rein in his budget a little bit. But at the same time, nobody knew that Metal Gear Solid 5 would be as big as a hit as it was, let alone the long-standing gameplay that it was going to have with the multiplayer function.
Exactly.
It was a big rip, but every Hideo Kojima production is an extremely high-risk production to invest into.
What was that one
Yeah,
you did?
the
Dead Stranding or
Death Stranding?
or Death Stranding? Yeah, I mean,
That's one he did personally.
I could get into that one. I tried. I just couldn't.
I tried it too. It was really hard to follow the plot. I mean, I understood what the goal was, which is
It's
create
very well
supply
done. I
lines.
just didn't grab me. I just couldn't get into it.
It might have been one of those games that's well ahead of the consumer market's purview. Like Google Glass, well ahead of its time.
Killer Instinct. Oh yeah, Congo Bird.
Oh, I love Killer Instinct.
Forgot about that one. That's Rare. That was Rare's fighting game. Remember that one?
That's right. That was a Rare game.
I'm also thinking of all the chicks that you had to do those goddamn annoying escort missions. You know what I mean? Where you have to bring somebody back alive and that's like a hit. Some of those chicks got fucking annoying.
Oh, like Resident Evil 4?
Yes.
Yeah, they.
Where your escort's AI is so retarded that it's just, what do you want, Commie Cat?
I can forgive Emma Emmerich because at least they've written her to have like they've written her. It may seem annoying, but once you like step back and look, like, okay, there are people with these phobias and everything, and her character got better and better and better as the time went on in Metal Gear Solid 2. Right up until her death and everything, and it's like, okay, I can forgive that. But yeah, Resident Evil 4, yeah, I will agree with you on that. I hated the escort missions. I'm like, can I just watch?
Well, when your AI constantly runs into danger,
it's like this. It's like, you're lucky you have a cute face, otherwise I would fire you with my shotgun right now. Or
I tell the president, sorry, I couldn't save her. It was a lost cause.
Sir, she's riddled with the Tommy gun bullet. Oh, that was a zombie wielding the Tommy gun, not me. Yeah, here you go, zombie. Yeah, the zombie right here. This is the zombie who killed her.
Oh no!
Sorry, Mr. President, we tried.
The whole premise of that game was just retarded.
Oh yeah, but here's the kicker though. They're like, but they won't do they won't remaster Resident Evil 5. They won't.
Oh no! You can't be killing Africans because they're infected with the virus too.
The outrage on that one was so funny to watch. I just sat back and watched everybody lose their collective minds, like in the span of an hour. And I'm just like, you people
in
are
the
fucking
universe at that time, wasn't the T virus globally rampant?
Yeah, back then we weren't pussies.
That too.
Yeah, I'm amazed they had the balls.
But you know, in Resident Evil 1, a female cop with a tube top and a skirt that barely covered anything, she could fucking champion that shit.
Yep. Oh, they also hate that too. Like, how dare we have a strong woman right here? How dare we? And
well, no, Capcom knew what they were doing in Resident Evil 1. They knew what they were doing.
Oh, they knew. They knew. But yeah,
that was back before they had the internet to complain about. I mean, that came out in '96. We weren't quite there yet.
I forgot how difficult.
Try harder.
Yeah, it's like, this game's too difficult. It's supposed to be difficult, you clown.
It tests dear God. Resident Evil 1 gameplay where you have static
tank
camera,
controls. Yeah,
and you have your only option is to shoot straight up or down. Yeah. No,
and sometimes the camera angle would have it where you're entering you're exiting the top, and then you wind up on either left or right, and your control is like, oh shit, now where the fuck am I?
Yeah, you don't even know where the fuck you're at because you're in a hallway with 2 cameras set up,
and then try to turn around, trying to turn around a dime, because that was done before the analog
back
stick.
up and shoot.
That came out before the analog stick, so you just had the D-pad to turn around. You know, the original PS1 controller without the sticks on it. Just the D-pad and the buttons. Those were the first 2 Crash games. We had to play the first 2 Crash games like that with no analog stick.
The first Metal Gear Solid, top down, just like that.
Yep.
Oh, I remember when Ape Escape came out, and that's when you had to use the Dual Shock.
You had to use
controls
the
play
twin
that.
sticks. Yeah. I like that.
I'm
I have Ape Escape 2 on the PS2. It's all right. It's nothing special.
I remember how confused because my stepdad at the time he got that game. We rented it from we rented it from a video store. I think it was either Blockbuster.
Talking about old days when you rented consoles and games from a video store. I remember those days.
I've done that.
But before we actually had the actual money, before Christmas and everything, when we were given the games that we were playing, that's how we got introduced to Crash Bandicoot. That's how we got introduced to it, and Spyro on top of everything else, and Tiny Tank, and Hot Wheels Turbo Racing.
Oh no! Video stores made mega bucks off of the rentals because they were charging like $15 a week.
The game companies hated that. Fucking Nintendo was like, holy shit, we're not making any money off all these rentals, you know?
Yep, and
you used to rent the NES and SNES all the time back in the day. You saved you a huge amount of money because sometimes you blow through a game in a weekend, or you get it. It's like, this game sucks. I'm gonna buy this piece of shit. Get it? Boy, they hated that.
Oh, speaking of piece of shit, I did buy. I think it was on the Sega. It was I forget what Batman it was. Yeah, it was trash.
Might have been Batman. Might have been Batman Forever, because that one is pretty bad. It was pretty bad everywhere.
It was trash. I'm glad we rented this and not the other way around.
Right.
Because there are some games where I'm like, why do you exist? Why? Who made this? But
it's so kind of hard because back then games were made with sprites, and sprites you couldn't tell where the hitboxes are.
Also, there was also the gamer magazines that had like the free demo disc.
EGM.
I still have the original. I still have the very first issue of Nintendo Power. I still have that issue, and just that issue. I had those for a while, but I only kept that one. It had Super Mario 2 was the headlining game in it was a 1988 issue when Doki Doki Super Mario 2 came out over there.
And also they had the PlayStation magazine one too. I remember having one of those, and the disc I had here. I remember the game.
That's how I got a hold of one of the demos for Tony Hawk. I forget which version. I think it was 3.
I think it was either 2 or 3, but yeah, it was one of the Tony Hawk games. It was either 2 or 3. It was one of them. The one I had was,
and me and my buddies would just challenge each other to see how many points we can get on tricks in a single run.
The one I had, it had Grind Session, it had Tycho RC, it had Dave Mirror Freestyle, it had Dave Mirror Freestyle BMX, and also the Matt Hoffman one, Rayman 2, Chrono Cross, but it was like an FMV, like you just showed the intro and everything. Like my first introduction to that game. Let's see, Miss Pac-Man Maze Madness. So much fun. I mean, I love.
I think I still in that same box. I still have several issues of EGM, because that was my favorite non-Nintendo game magazine, because they weren't. Because Nintendo was biased toward Nintendo stuff, whereas EGM will say, "Oh, some of this Nintendo stuff sucks." As a matter of fact, they were the first ones to criticize the SNES for having a really slow chip in it, a slow processor. Because remember the earlier games in the SNES, there was a lot of slowdown and flicker and shit.
Yeah,
because
I thought I was going crazy.
That's because the processor in the SNES is half the speed as the one in the Genesis. The one in Genesis is twice as fast. That's why there's not a lot of slowdown. There's not as much detail either. There's not as much. The games run faster on the Genesis, especially the shooters. Because remember the early shooters in the SNES like Gradius and R-Type slowed down some. But now you can mod them to get rid of the slowdown. I've seen people do it, where it's like, holy shit, that was impossible to play. It's too fast. But back in the day, the slowdown it actually helped you out. It's like, now I can think of what to do here. Super Ghouls and Ghosts comes to mind too. That one had a lot of slowdown on it.
It looked bad.
Yeah,
one of my friends had that game.
It's good. It's good, but yeah, the slowdown. Although there is a version of on the PS2. There's a Capcom compilation that I have. It's on there on the PS2. The slowdown is gone. It's not there. So it's almost a completely different game.
Yeah,
the emulation is not great, but it is the game, and the slowdown is gone. There's no slowdown in that one.
Oh, absolutely. Because I thought, because I remember watching an old friend of mine. He had the SNES. I remember him playing that game. I thought it was the game itself being stupid. I didn't
No, well,
realize
it's
at that time.
after a while, programmers, especially Konami was really good at the SNES, and they were able to like program around the slowdown. Like a lot of their stuff didn't have near like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles game that came out on the SNES. Hardly any slowdown. That Axlay, hardly any slowdown. Contra, there was some, but it wasn't that bad. But some of the earlier ones, a lot of people couldn't figure it out, and they were and sometimes some games had some helper chips in them to fight the slowdown as well.
You know what game we never got that I really wish that was part of the console? It would the Star Wars arcade. That was fun.
You're talking about the really old wireframe one, or the one that came later.
The one that came later on into the like it had its own arcade.
Didn't Sega make that one? Wasn't that a Sega arcade game?
Yeah, it was a Sega one, but the fact we never got like I don't know if we have it now or not. I don't know if they did. I don't know if they did like a silent release of it or not.
Probably at the time the technology just wasn't there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I was
probably licensing problems too.
Dude, if Sega came out with that today, like a remaster of that one, I would buy it. Be like, you know what? I played this shit growing up. I mean, if House of the Dead can get a remake, where is he at? And also the Cowabunga collection too. I can incorporate that too.
Right.
If those two can get it, where's X-Men? Where is the Star Wars one on top of that? Where are those two at? The Simpsons too. Hey, we'll go further. The Simpsons ones was a lot of fun. I was half tempted to buy like the arcade cabinet. I was so tempted, but realistically speaking,
I felt that way, but then recently, because we have there's a little retro arcade down the street from here. It's one of those where you pay by the hour and stuff. But they have the Simpsons arcade there, and I played it like. It's too bad they didn't make another one, because that Simpsons game came out right when the Simpsons came out. So it has a lot of the season 1 stuff in it that's not as good. You know what I mean? If they made a Simpsons arcade game about 10 years later, when back in the prime of the Simpsons, that would have been the shit. And none of the Simpsons console games have really been ever that good, except for the couple on the PS2, Hit and Run and Road Rage. Those two are pretty good. But like the ones on the SNES, the ones on the NES and the SNES, those all sucked hard, like really bad. Which was really too bad.
I stand corrected. It's actually the Star Wars trilogy arcade. It's that one.
I remember the ones the side scrollers that we got on the SNES. Super Star Wars and Super Empire. Those were too hard to be enjoyable. I mean, those are the beyond NES.
So pissed. I was so mad when I played that. I was like, what the hell? I'm like failing miserably even on the first level. Siphon
get very far in those either.
I did stream. I streamed both the first.
I rented those a long time ago at Blockbuster. I never bought those because I thought, fuck, this is hard. I ain't buying this. This one's even harder. I ain't buying this. No.
What is it?
I saved some dough on that one. Tell you what.
You guys mentioned a bunch of titles that I remember. We didn't have an arcade
Siphon Filter. Oh yeah, on the PS1,
in
sure.
my area. But when I was growing up as a kid, so this would have been probably early to late 90s, our local state fair, it would always have an arcade. I don't know where the arcades actually came from, but they definitely weren't from our local area. They probably came from Anchorage, 30 miles north. But yeah, all those games like the Street Fighters or the X-Men games, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Dungeons and Dragons, the arcade games were just so much better.
Oh yeah.
But maybe because it's an all-in-built system there instead of a ROM. going inside another system that is supposed to read the ROM, produce it on a screen, and you have a different digital input.
There's a place called Starfighter Arcade. I am not far away from that one. I went there during a meetup with an old high school friend of mine. She was hosting a little get together with anybody who was wanting to hang out and everything. When I got there,
you may know because it's the Alaska State Fair I'm talking about. You probably went there.
The Starfighter Arcade that I went to out here, it was a blast seeing like all the classic pinball arcades, and of course I did see Star Wars Racer, the arcade game, still there, all together and everything. I probably played that one more times than the few of the pinball ones, because it felt weird being back in the seat again with the controls and everything.
Right.
Oh my god, what a trip that was! I'm like, I turned back into late 90s 8-year-old me on that one. I'm like, the one time, and it's the joy of that, and I'm so sad that all our physical shit is disappearing, because it's like those are memories right there, and we're not doing enough to preserve these things because Nintendo and everybody else, it's like, oh, fuck you and your own games. We're gonna throw DCMA claims against you clowns, and it's just so much shit.
Well, fortunately, I still have a fuck ton of physical copies of stuff up here, and I can just run without needing the internet to do it. And, especially in the PS2 section. I'm gonna more of that.
At Bookman's, you should see their Nintendo catalog. Holy fuck, they have like a ton, and I'm like, man, I would definitely get it.
I loved when our department stores in the late 80s, early 90s started. They were the first ones to start selling used games, which was a godsend, because games were expensive even back then. They fucking cost $50, and $50 back then is about $100 now. But so one of our local department stores were selling buying and selling used games. I was like, perfect. So when I finished Final Fantasy 2, aka 4, I sold that shit.
They laugh at us now for like, haha, your consoles were so expensive back in the day. I'd rather pay that price than today's prices.
Yeah,
I'll happily pay $100 for a fresh Nintendo.
Yeah, by the way, I have no problem, sifting through PS Plus or sifting through the bargain bin stuff, indie stuff, and saying, even if if the game is crap, $5, you've done worse with $5.
They laugh at us. They laugh at us for that, but it's like, no, you people didn't experience this shit growing up. Oh god, Bandai Namco. Oh my god, they really.
Yeah, what big game companies started merging, like Bandai Namco and and fucking EA has swallowed up everybody and spit them out. Fucking when that Square Enix, you know what I mean? When they started getting together, that's when the writing was on the wall for a lot of this shit.
Yeah, and of course we in the recent Microsoft Activision Blizzard
how's that going to work? I mean, because does that mean fucking Microsoft is going to own all the Activision property? We're not going to see any more Crash or Spyro or any Activision product on the PlayStation anymore.
The good news is they are going to keep they're going to keep Crash and Spyro to more multi-console and everything, so we're still gonna get that. And of course, Toys for Bob got the green light from Xbox to continue developing Spyro games and everything like that. So they got the green light, despite the fact that Toys for Bob went indie. However, they partnered with Xbox, so that's in the clear. We're in the clear on this one. It's just a matter of when.
Yeah, I just wonder how the licensing going to work. Are the Sony ones going to be more expensive? I mean, who the fuck knows?
Yeah, I mean, that's why I bought a PC, to circumvent these fucking pricks, is because I got so tired as a console fanboy back in the day.
No, bacon. All NES stuff. Cartridge media back then. Consoles are insane now.
I want to clear something.
Especially
Are
for
you
the top
saying
tier ones.
fanboy as in you thought all that was superior to every other available?
Back in my teenage years, I was a really
because there's a huge difference
between
there's a huge difference between a console player versus a fanboy, because a fanboy is literally a useful idiot to a corporation.
Yeah, but also console up until.
But I do remember the console wars back then. Before
I do too. I mean, you pretty much were either Nintendo or Sega, because most people like us, most kids couldn't afford the other two of the systems. So you picked a side.
The wars we had back then during those days. Oh my god!
I was on Nintendo. I was on Nintendo side until the N64 days, and I went with PlayStation, and I was a lot happier with it than the N64.
Growing up, it was such a commodity, just seeing like all the different aspects.
For the few clicks in your group where you'd be like, "Oh, you're Nintendo, you fucking it. We're PlayStation over here."
No, there was literal fist fights going on after school. Like school.
I remember.
We beat the shit out of each other for that, because the Sega fans, the Nintendo fans, and the
Turbo
Sony
graphics.
Fans, we
it was weird because
we went at it.
Initially, I was a PC player. The first game I ever played was Digger on PC, and it was a DOS game that you had to play. And all it is a puzzle game that mirrored a lot like what is the fucking Ghost game from that era in the 80s and 90s. It was an NES game where you're a ghost and you're gobbling things up. It was like it was like a Pac-Man clone back in the day.
I'm trying to
think
of it.
And then I still played.
It's kind of like that.
Yeah, and my dad was always, we always had computers in the house. And this is before computers were common in the household. So we would play golf, or we would play, there was this game called Nova Storm where you're like a jet fighter. And you're playing a platformer, and you're going left and right, up and down, and you're going through obstacles, taking out enemies and shit like that.
Old shooter game that never really got a decent remaster was Gyrus, the old arcade game where you spin around in the circle and shoot inward. Gyrus. It was a shooter game. It was a shooter by Konami in the 80s, and it was great because it was one of the first.
I'm not familiar with that.
Yeah,
if we're talking about that era, and we're talking about shooter, Commando is what comes to mind.
I remember Commando. Yeah, that was the.
Commando is what is it? You're just a little fucking sprite at the bottom of the
top down
platform. And then you're just shooting rounds at the right. What is it called? Is it Tayo or Teo?
Commando was done by, I think, Capcom did Commando.
Yeah, but there's like a specific genre of something like that. Like it's a Commando engine, but you're using spaceships.
There's a lot of military type shooters like that.
I think they call it
Kari Warriors
Tau or
Tayo. Another one that came out right around that. SNK did that. There was an NES port, but it really sucked. But I got it and I played it anyway because it was all we could get.
I would love.
I love Commando because I had one of those controllers that had the automatic fire button, so you didn't have to press it over and over.
There was a pretty shitty NES of that too. That wasn't that great.
Mm-hmm.
Which Capcom did.
I would love to have been around the time when Contra first released, like the Storm game.
I remember playing Contra. I remember as a little 5-6-year-old being very frustrated with it.
That was the arcade
was definitely
game
not meant for me.
When it got to the NES, and then me and my friend would play 2 players simultaneously, which was something that was kind of unheard of in the NES days. But I was one of the first ones to do it. That kicked ass, especially when we found the Konami code. Then that really kicked ass.
I had the same opinion too about the original Metal Gear Solid because, like I said, I'm a 5 or 6 year old trying to play a stealth game that's really meant for older audiences.
Right. Well, there was a
I
Metal
didn't
Gear.
realize what I was
on the
playing.
there was a Metal Gear on the NES, which didn't really have much to do with. It was originally on the what was that computer? It was the Spectrum computer. It came out in Japan. That wasn't here. That was originally what it was meant for, and then they ported it on the NES. NES was a completely
They
different
ported
game.
on the NES. Yeah. It was not a great port.
It wasn't a great port, but that was what most of us are familiar with when it comes to Metal Gear. And then there was an NES sequel that was only made for the NES, which was
the two where that copied the Terminator theatrical trailer poster.
Right.
Oh,
yeah. With Kyle Reese was on the cover of the game.
Yeah.
I don't know how they got away with that, but there it was.
Because Japan doesn't give a shit about other people's copyrights but their own.
Yeah,
true.
exactly. Speaking of Terminator, I do remember playing. I do remember playing T2 and everything. And
is that remake? Is that remake woke? Oh, because I played the demo of it on. I played the demo on the Switch. Did they woke? And I didn't really enjoy the gameplay either, so I didn't buy it, which is too bad too. But the one before it, Contra Rogue, is also pretty bad. I've tried playing it. It's terrible.
We're talking about old games, and now one just popped up in my head. It's a PS1 game, but it's Parasite Eve.
I remember that one.
I have that. I have it right now with me.
I don't. Think
I keep hearing. I remember playing it.
I might have read it. Square. I think Square made that. I think.
Yes.
It looked like an attempt at a close 3D RPG or JRPG kind of game. But I don't remember most of it. I remember that I beat it with my best friend back in the day. But if any game deserves a remake or an upgrade, I think Parasite Eve has deserving ability for that. But
I agree.
Knowing what studios do now with remakes, I would rather let it die.
What they did,
than be bastardized.
With what they did to Perfect Dark, oh my god, they fucked that up. Like they gave the female a mansion, and I'm like, you people are stupid. You people are so stupid. How can you? And this is based off the actual like female.
You're so stupid.
They're doing it on purpose. It's like, yeah, we have this model and everything who's a real person. It's like, and they intentionally do it. They're like, oh, we hate hot women. Oh, we didn't realize she was that hot. Yeah, fuck her up. Beat her up with the ugly stick. Give her the Miss Alabama treatment.
When are they going to realize?
Vanessa Kitty, not everybody had a cast to beat their brother's brains in. So. But if we did.
When are they going to realize that, okay, the old formula, sex, drugs, rock and roll, that sells.
Yes.
It always has, always will. And then you're going to have your niches that sell to the niches. All right. Build your product to the niches. But if you're going to do something for mass audiences, you're going to have to include the groups you don't like. Because if you want a successful product, that's what happens. And you can't just go and blame the main demographic and say you made a product for them, but it's one they didn't wanted in the first place. You can't be surprised when you have no sales.
Oh, exactly.
If you're going to make a niche product, advertise it and make it a niche product. But if you're going to make a product that is going to sell to mass audiences, you're going to have to include different groups or demographics to appease them.
Right. And you can't
convince them to buy your game. You can't force them to buy your game.
And you can't come out and insult the core audience either. It's like, straight white males
like,
play
by the way,
just like you were talking about Acolyte.
Yeah.
Why do you expect when you hammer the main demographic of your product and your customer base and say they're bad and evil, and then you produce a product and you don't get the expected results compared to the previous successful results from 50 years ago.
Right.
Because they didn't change. You changed the product.
Right.
Yep.
And then when the product flops, and guess who they insult? Well, street white males didn't go to see it.
And it's like, you like gun customization and gun skins? Yeah, here you go. Here's a trans-colored gun and trans-colored bullets. Yeah, that's sending a great message.
We'll patch the game so during Pride Month you have to see a fucking message about how we love inclusivity with the pride flag sitting on the screen.
And watch the the lobby numbers just drop.
Yep.
Yeah,
20%.
and also there was this because I know some modders they found a way to like mod that out of the game, but I think it was Nexus. There's a company called
Nexus Mods is on the woke spectrum.
Yep, they got so angry and they took it down. Like they took out the whole thing.
Remember when Starfield came out and somebody came out with a mod that said, "Okay, we'll remove the trans thing about it," and then Nexus Mods came out and said, "No, we are removing this mod, and anybody else who supports this, we are going to ban them." And like, okay, fine. Nexus Mods will no longer be the center of modding for Bethesda products.
Why is it so necessary to have this shit? Because I remember during the George Floyd riots, EA was patching shit into the game. We support Black Lives Matter.
Well,
I remember NHL 22 was fucking patched just to put that into the title screen. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, remember when they put George Floyd in Fortnite as one of their little fucking hologram avatars?
Did they?
Oh.
I didn't play.
Wow.
Fortnite.
Wow, that's crap. Oh my god.
But then again, God struck down the George Floyd mural in Oregon and just struck that one side of the building.
Rainbow Six. I remember
that. Vanessa, power coding bullets and what Activision's doing are two different things. But I see your point, though. I see your point.
You can't woke up actual bullets. You can only do it in the games or in the movie.
Well, didn't they do that in the Far Cry 5 follow-up? Like they made everything pink and LGBTQ shit.
Yeah, that's why Spider-Man.
I wonder if
Spider-Man 2.
Too bad Megan's gone. I wonder if she could tell us if they woke up Fallout or not.
Oh yeah, Spider-Man 2 with Miles Morales. They put the wrong fucking flag on his wall.
Yeah, that game got. You know what? That game got justifiably snubbed at the Game Awards last year, and rightfully so. I'm like, hey, you people push this. This is what happens. No one's gonna vote for that piece of shit.
Well, not only that, people are going to buy it, and the people who are politically conscious about their purchasing decisions are not going to buy it.
Yeah,
and because now you've made it.
The ones who do the loudest complaining, like feminist types who always complain about everything, and because of the same reason, straight white males. They're not buying games. Why do they have so much say in what goes in and what doesn't go into those games? Why do the Anita Sarkeesians of the world so fucking vocal?
Games.
Yeah,
exactly. And I'm so
other than BlackRock, State Street, and Vanguard all investing because they're public companies.
Right.
And
that's the only other thing that I can think of as a back end decision is because they buy a shitload of shares enough that they can get people on boards and say you're going to make your games the way I want you to make them.
The original influencers right there.
Yep.
It does bring it not only brings a reality to the bubble worlds, it goes right through the bubble world. There you go.
Okay, anybody who wants to make a gaming company, please don't ever take public funds. Don't ever go public. Remain private. You could do an S Corp LLC and that makes you non-investable unless you choose to take that money. And if you choose to take that money
you're
and
opening
you
it
fucking
for.
sell out, then we have every right to come after you and say you did not deliver.
Yeah, because people think criticizing is a form of harassment. It's not. We're voicing our honest opinion.
Criticizing is feedback.
Yeah, you guys, they ask, we're like, hey, we like your feedback on this game. That's why there's the rating system and the comment section. That's why these exist, people, to voice our
That's why
opinion.
review bombing came into effect. And I don't like review bombing because there's no reason to review bomb a good game to punish a corporation that made another game, and you're review bombing their previous projects because of the actions of something they made later on.
Jay, you know what's funny about Bubble Bobble?
I don't like review bombing.
I've never been a huge fan of Bubble Bobble, the game, but the theme song, the music in that game, I always have stuck in my head. I'm always whistling that. I hardly ever play that fucking game. That music is always in my head.
My head now.
Yeah.
But I agree with you though, Sean. I mean, to anybody who's opening up a game company, I mean, yeah, you can go private, but the minute you go public, you're opening the door to Anita Sarkeesian and all the little faggots who are pushing this shit. And it's like, no matter
they know how to manipulate companies under that structure. They know they can't manipulate companies that remain private. But when you have public investing, like you have an IPO or you go public, people know how to manipulate your company and to do what they want you to do, and you are you're powerless to change that direction. But the more you stay as private,
tell us.
The more you stay private, so either as a single proprietorship, which is a very dangerous thing as a company owner, because the company owner is entirely responsible for their personal assets, and those are fair game, and the company assets. But you do, I think it's an S Corp. An S Corp, you can make yourself the CEO, you can make yourself chairman of the board, even though that's not in good practice to be CEO and chair of the board at the same time.
Yeah, Vince McMahon, we're looking at you.
It depends on what size of company. When larger companies or larger revenues are involved, yes, that's a bad idea. But when you're protecting yourself as a small company, an S Corp is probably a good idea, but consult your attorneys because they'll be able to give you the actual rundown of that. But you're able to protect yourself, and you can tell people to fuck off. You get EA coming to you saying, I want to buy into your company. You're an S Corp.
Fuck right out.
You don't have shares to sell. Go fuck off. And they can't do a hostile takeover like what they do when they do a 30% investment into your company, and then they gain influence, and that 30% goes to 50% or 51% on your board, and now your company is no longer your company.
The minute you sell any percentage, that's going to multiply real quick if left unchecked.
Yeah. So you could either make your game you wanted to, or your games the way you wanted to, and have lesser outside influence. But the second you bring investors in, and especially public investors, like if you start selling shares of your company, you're no longer in power. Even if you retain 51%, that 49% has maneuverability to remove you.
That's what happened with Ted Turner comes to mind. Look what happened to him. Yeah, he's still a billionaire and everything like that, but he
no longer has control of his company.
Yep, he lost it when they did that AOL Time Warner merger. Right there, that's the downfall. He thought he was going to get like a majority ownership, like a nice pie ownership of that.
Yeah, you think
whole
CNN would have turned out the way it did if Turner was still in charge? Hell, the fuck no.
Oh no, absolutely
Not even
not.
close.
I wouldn't even hire Don Lemon or Brian Stelter or any of those idiots or Simone Sanders, P-head, basically.
He probably would have sold it and closed it a long time ago. But
oh yeah, and just live off of that bundle of money. Be like, yeah, I
still,
just sold CNN.
fucking Wolf Blitzer is still on CNN. His old ass. He was big in the Gulf War days, and now he's doing like woke bullshit like anybody else, like everybody else. Well, Trump is dangerous.
Exactly. Exactly. I'm amazed he's still there. It's like,
It's like, God, I mean, after a while, you realize, I sold my soul a long time ago. I'm still doing this crap. Jeez, does.
yeah,
Nobody's watching this
it's
shit
funny.
anymore.
It's funny when Don Lemon Juice tried to combat Elon Musk in that interview and got his shit wrecked. Elon Musk is like, Elon's
such a
like,
turd.
why did these people hire you? Who are you again? Yeah, you're gone. I was like, this is how you should treat people. This is how you should treat people.
And by the way, they're always going to make it, well, Don Lemon is black and gay. That's why he talked to it. No, he talked to him like that because he's an asshole. We don't care about race. If you're an asshole, we're going to treat you like an asshole.
Like the arrogance of that man. I could give a shit if I don't give a shit if he's black and gay and all that. I don't give a fuck about that. It's how he's
if that's all you got
himself.
is, well, I'm black and I'm gay. It's like nobody asks and nobody cares. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Just like what John Pierre, John, the stupid speaker of the fucking, the White House press secretary, Jean, whatever her stupid fucking name is, I can't remember. The first thing she did was come out, I'm black and I'm gay. I'm black and I'm gay. I'm black and I'm gay. Yeah, can you do your job? Well, we know you can't. You suck. You know what? A lie. That's the primary part of the job, but you don't do it convincingly. You blink your eyes too much. You look around. You don't answer questions.
At least Jen Psaki, given all her shit, at least she was a bit like about 1% more honest than Pierre.
Well, she wasn't honest, but the way is she could sell the bullshit better. That's part of the job. How well
Jen
do you sell the
Psaki
bullshit?
was a spin master.
Yeah,
she was the spin master. Which reminds me, I have not remembered the current press speaker for a very long time until you just mentioned what's her name? Oh, she's the House Speaker, or she's the Speaker of the President. Holy
Jean
shit! She has not had a gaffe that has gone viral in a long time, and I think that's because Biden keeps trumping the fucking the gaffe section.
Yeah, I mean they know she's going to do it, but it's more entertaining when Biden does it because we know she's Biden has to act like he's the president.
What does she even say about this? Like when they ask her, "Hey, did the president really poop in front of Macron?" They were there at the G something summit in France.
Oh my god!
I'm pretty sure her response is, "How dare you? How dare you even insinuate that he would poop there?"
It looked like he did.
He was there to speak about. He was there to speak about D-Day. He was there representing the American people, and he absolutely, positively did not go to the bathroom in his pants. I can't believe you insinuates that.
I missed the time.
And then the transcripts get rewritten as something else.
Yep.
I missed the time when Trump, when he was president, he went to one of those G summits and everything. He was shoving around people. We need more of that, like just to show these people that we're American.
Yeah, the reason people didn't fuck with us when Trump was president because they knew Trump was fucking nuts, and they knew that they weren't going to get away with.
He was shoving people too.
And they knew.
He was shoving the world leaders. I'm like, yes.
They knew Trump. If they try to fuck with us, Trump would fucking fire something back at them. But they know Biden is a weak piece of shit. Everybody in his administration is a weak piece of shit. They're all diversity hire fucking rejects, and nobody will do shit if they try something. They've already tried it. They've third world has sent about half their population to the country here, so that's already, and they've created the war from within. and just all the
I'd rather
the
be shoving
gaslighting
my
and everything
enemies
else,
down.
and you know that's and the division, the racial division, and the everything division, and all the propaganda, the Pride Month shit, all this stuff. That's how they're defeating us. They're not using bullets. They're using they're using the internet. That's what they're fucking doing.
Yeah, and it's so sad because we went from shoving the other world leaders on stage, making them look like jokes, to now bowing to we're back to bowing. We're like back to bowing. We have 4 years of standing upright and being an actual leader to this again.
And you understand why the establishment is fighting so hard to fucking keep Trump out of office. That's why, because he's put a wrench in their fucking plan. Look, I don't like the guy any more than anybody else. He's an ass. He's from New York, and I hate New Yorkers. He's a billionaire. Nothing to be fucking proud of. But he's the only one that can install fear into the establishment and the people that want to fucking kill us. So
exactly,
you know what I mean?
Now,
if there was somebody that would hang on to those ideas and be fucking younger, and you know, because Trump is up there in years. I mean, he's about as old as fucking Biden is. That's one thing that does worry me. You know, when you're that old, you're not all there. Now, some people are more with it than others. Biden is completely gone. I think it doesn't take a fucking rocket science to figure that shit out. All the gaslighting the media has done is not convincing people. You can tell, you can see, even the mainstream media has fucking finally admitted this guy's off his fucking rocker. He's old. He's decrepit. He shits his pants.
You can tell they're trying so hard to spin it, but they're failing miserably.
They've got a whole army of shills on X now that are just all of them are, oh, look, are you riding with Biden? Vote blue no matter who. I was like, are you people fucking for real? You've sold your souls. It's disgraceful. Everybody knows he sucks. Look at the money that's missing from your account and realize, give me some more of that, please. That's just what I want.
And under Trump, we actually were living a lot better. We had more play money to go and do shit and do.
Well,
more
the only
stuff.
thing is if Trump gets in, they're going to do exactly what they did last time, and they're going to keep him from doing anything, right? Build the wall. Oh, that's racist. That's racist. And you see what the fuck's happened. No wall. Now we got a whole shit ton of fuck going on in the country, and you know, a wall would have been a lot cheaper than what we have to spend to keep the illegal aliens in hotels and whatnot. You know.
Yeah, there's no saving California. It would take 50, 100 years to undo all that damage.
Well, the border here has been open a long time, long before Biden came in and fucking opened it more. But yeah,
I feel so bad for you out there, my friend. I feel so bad for you.
It's not. It's by the way, it's not that. If it was that bad, I'd be out of here. But I'm still here. It's going to take me a lot more than that to get me to get out of here, because I still like this place. All right, I'm not going to live in Arizona where it's 110 degrees in the summer.
Fair point.
Yeah,
but
I like it there. I like Phoenix, but I like it there when it's cooler. Okay, not when it's fucking 115 degrees.
Well, that's what had to make me.
Same thing with Las Vegas. And by the way, lots of Californians have moved to both of those places now, and it's like, what am I going to move from here to another here, but a hotter here? No, fuck that. Might as well live in Lancaster. Fuck that nonsense.
Well, okay, yes.
Hey,
you're since I've known you over the last 6-ish months?
Something like that.
Has it been that? I've had to rethink my opinion about the average Californian.
Yeah. I am the average Californian.
You forced that because
actually the other average California is Mexicans, because that's what they got more of that than anything else here, and they're tired of this shit.
The fact that you are staying there, okay. I don't know how well off you are or how great it is for you out there in California, but
well off. But the work is still
all the
here.
insanity,
and still have to do here, you know.
Yeah, but you're a homegrown Californian.
Yeah.
People don't leave when there's strife.
Right.
If there's strife, they sit there, stick it out. But if
when it comes time to retire,
it goes to the point where somebody like you says, "I'm fucking done,"
yeah,
I will sit there and go, California's hit a new fucking low.
Yeah, I mean, just because we've had nothing but liberals, and we have nothing but liberals running the state for a long fucking time. That's not going to change anytime soon. What Arnold Schwarzenegger? That doesn't count. That doesn't count as a Republican. He was a liberal as all the rest of them. He was
ran as a Republican but played as a Democrat.
Yeah, pretty much. Nobody. I don't even remember Schwarzenegger being the governor. It was that long ago, and it was very insignificant. It was a joke for a while, and then nobody cared. It was like, okay.
So I remember around the 2016 election cycle, they wanted him to be the next Republican nominee, but
thank God that didn't happen. You see,
he wasn't born.
You see what a douche he turned into.
He wasn't.
Screw your freedom. Screw your
freedom. Fuck your freedom.
Yeah.
No. You came here. I remember interviews. You saying you came here.
I don't want to hear a guy with that accent saying "screw your freedom."
freedom.
That's very unsettling. Screw your freedom. Gets a job. Screw your freedom. Goes to concentration camp. Screw your freedom. Oh, fuck you. I remember. I remember you knocking up your fucking your maid. You dumbass.
That's right. He did.
Yeah. While he's still married to Maria Shriver.
Well, the only reason he into the Shriver family was for political motivations, if my memory is correct, or at least that's the rumor.
Yeah, it's gonna have to take a real financial catastrophe to get me up and out of here. Maybe when I retire, it'll be time to get up and out of here. It's too expensive to retire here, but
you're closer to that age than we are.
Yeah.
But if you have hope for California, then I kind of have to sit there and have a little hope with you.
Yeah, I mean, it's still the most.
I'll reserve my shit talking to California.
Yeah, it's still the most populous state. I mean,
people it needs to apply to instead of overall.
Yeah, just like you can't, like when Outlaw was talking about, everybody thinks everybody's in the South is a bunch of toothless rednecks and all this stuff. Well, that's the fucking stereotype. Just like the stereotype is everybody in California is some fucking libtard hippie who keeps voting for fucking libtard. No, it's not. There's so many red areas in the state,
Alabama where. The stereotype is still very strong from what I remember.
Yeah, but again, this is going to be a very small percentage of the population. Just like the libtards are pretty much the ones that run the state, all right, and the elitists that are in the tech industry and in the entertainment industry. That's where the bulk of that shit comes from.
Blame the correct people responsible for it, not the average person who says, "Hey, I didn't vote for this, but I'm here because this is my area. This is my place."
Jesus, I had forgot Burger King named a burger after old Arnold.
the triple Whopper Burger King, now $7 at Burger King.
Dude, we pay $8 for a Whopper.
That burger costs about $18 now. Oh, I'm not surprised.
Oh, I'm not surprised.
But you know what? Okay, I made this comment on Pop Show tonight. But I can make it home for a good dinner if I portion it correctly out between either myself or my son, because it's just me and him. We either have 2 to 4 days worth of food based off of one cook.
Right.
And it's the exact same price as we would pay for a fast food dinner. Learn to cook, people. Please.
Much better.
Learn how to cook.
Right.
Oh, yeah, because you get to control the ingredients that go into it. Even if it's at your own grocery store, you get to control every level. And the more advanced of a cook you are, the more control you have. And especially if you have health detriments or something that is more of a health detriment that's dietary based, spend that 2 hours a day to make your meals. Or what I do on Saturday and Sundays, I'll get a crock pot out and I'll have my big pan out. And then I'll have a saute pan out, and I'll make 3 or 4 different dinner meals. and then I'll put them into my Walmart bought meal prep things, and I have 6 to 7 days worth of food.
That's smart.
Granted, kiddo is a little hard to accommodate for, because all he wants is burgers. But if I make the burgers at home, I get to control what's going into it.
Right.
Or even better, I can go make the buns myself.
Right.
Right.
You become a home cook. You control everything food-wise that goes and ingests into you. And you don't have to worry about the fast food and all that shit.
Right.
And it's going to be cheaper, especially right now in this economy.
Yeah, although they've the stuff in the grocery store has definitely rocketed up over the last year or so. But
no, it is expensive.
I think they're on to you. It's like, yeah, they're going to start making shit at home. I think that should go up too. And let's kill off all the livestock too. Those prices go higher.
Well, yeah, especially the meats that you do. The higher quality of meat that you want, yes, you're going to have to expect to maybe give your firstborn up to get one piece of meat.
That would be worth it.
That seems to be the price range these days.
Yeah,
but
they don't want you to eat.
If I can make it, if I can make it here at home, and per portion, I can get back to close to $5 meal. I think we're doing okay, and that definitely has it's helped my budget out. And I live in a high cost area, higher than, well, I won't say higher than LA, because I know LA is a very high cost of living, but just Alaska in general is extremely high cost of living. But I also know like LA, NYC, Pennsylvania, Washington, D.C., the big metro areas, yes, it's still high cost of living.
Yeah,
but
I live in Mesa, but I live on like the east end of Mesa. Like I'm on the east end,
right?
Because I'm not far from Tempe. I'm not far from Phoenix. About roughly a 20-minute drive here and there. But I'm on the good, like I'm on the good side of Phoenix. Like I'm on the good side of Mesa, like where we still have like grocery stores and everything. We're not like a big mega city. We're like, I want to say we're like at the borderline of rural,
like a suburb.
Yeah, we're like that basically, because we still have the trailer homes for like the seniors and everything, and we have like the decent neighborhoods that we grew up in, like all the like everybody who knows everybody type thing. Neighborhoods, still good area to live in still, because I mean fuck Phoenix and everything with their bullshit and and all that, because it's ridiculous. I mean, $20 fucking.
I don't think we're unknown to the plight.
Yeah, I think the commies took over Phoenix, and a lot of Californians came over and took over the rest.
The only time I ever go down to Phoenix.
Oh no! What's her name? Katie, not Hobbs. Her opponent.
Oh, Carly Lake.
Carrie Lake.
Carrie Lake. Yes, I like Carrie Lake.
Yeah, she was snubbed.
But she's entering politics, and the second you enter politics, I have an automatic dislike for you, but I may dislike you less because you promote good politics.
Yeah,
exactly.
Unfortunately, you're in the system that's not going to let you carry them out. I mean,
no, it's not. And she went out there and publicized that Republican meeting with one of those Republican heads and said, play game. And she put that out there for everybody to see how DC is influencing everything that's going on with state elections.
Yep. Yeah, because that's how
she
Gavin
wants
Newsom
to be a
stayed in.
politician. I have to give her an automatic, I don't trust you, but I'll only not trust you as much as I can throw you.
Yeah, it's picking the lesser of two evils. It's because they could turn on a drop of a hat too. That's the thing. One minute you promote,
especially when they find leverage.
Yep. It's worse
that-
when they find leverage.
The special
And-
interests start throwing money at you. It's like, okay, I know
and
where my bread is, buddy.
What happens to every other Goodwill candidate? They either get shoveled, destroyed, or they make up things about you that to the point where you can't defend yourself against the accusations. Because they only want certain people inside their club.
Yep.
Yeah, it's all one big club and we ain't in it.
And that's why I'm not going to go for any public office, but I will hold every public office.
And I'll never put a politician's name on the back of my car. I think people that do that are just fucking ridiculous. It's like, really?
Yeah.
I still see people driving around with Bernie Sanders fucking stickers on the car. It's like, oh, you dumbass.
I kept that exact same practice when I was in the military and afterwards because, well, you get in trouble for promoting politics when you're in the military. Right. That's a criminal offense to promote politics under the guise of uniform. And they will find ways to make sure if they don't like you, they'll do that. They'll put that charge on you. So it was always good practice on your vehicle. Well, just good practice all in general. If you don't want to get grabbed up by a fucking terrorist cell and used as propaganda or ransom, you don't make yourself a target.
Yeah.
And anytime I see anybody with a Biden sticker or something like that, the first thing I immediately do is look in there and see what it is driving. Is it the feminist with the blue hair? The blue hair or somebody with a mask on?
Are they on their phone as they're driving?
No, usually they're people with two hands grasped on the wheel. I don't trust people that drive with two hands and grasp to the wheel at 10 and 2 like the people that drive like that. I do not trust. That's not normal. It's especially in a small car.
No, normal is what? It's either 10 or 2 one-handed.
Normal for me is one hand here and one hand anywhere else, but not on a wheel. Like it just doesn't. It's not comfortable for me to put two hands on the wheel.
But you and I remember what it was like to grow up on a stick shift, where it's one hand on wheel, one hand on the stick shift, and that's a habit that I still have. Even with an automatic transmission.
It never leaves you. It never leaves you because I
like to put my elbow out the window, this hand on the wheel, and this hand usually on the shifter, which it doesn't need to be there, but it's there anyway.
Mm-hmm.
I remember, and growing up on that, it's so wild. Like the minute you go automatic,
it makes us feel
big ass
old,
chili.
doesn't it?
That's a favorite of mine. Do like a big ass chili in the crock pot.
And on top of that, on top of that, I'm only 3 years away from hitting the requirement to run for governor, but I don't have the inclination to do it. I don't because
they're gonna corrupt you as soon as you start it.
Yeah, I saw.
You're gonna be required to sell at least a quarter of your soul, if not all of it. So don't let it happen.
If anything, if you want to get
the machine will never let somebody with
maybe mayor
like ours
maybe mayor or something. But Jesus,
okay, maybe locally, yeah, I would say state or federal, no. But if you want to be involved in the political process for change, be one of the people that these representatives are forced to listen to. So either through media, like you have your own website that's influential or podcast, or you work for a publication that aligns with you in your local area that you can influence in articles or just YouTube channels.
Yeah,
get their attention in other ways other than running for the office, because when you run for the office, you get the office. 90% of your time is not dealing with your office responsibilities. It's maintaining your power. It's maintaining your position.
Oh yeah.
Because you have what is it? I remember Don Trump Jr. and his conversation with Trump Sr. They're going down the escalator after the win, and Trump Sr. tells Jr., "Now we're going to see who our friends are," and nobody was their friend, even though 2 months ago everybody was their friend.
Yeah, that's the creepy thing too. And it's
Or you think back,
you'll find out who your true friends are when you release your political opinions to everybody, and especially if you declare for office. You'll find out who your true friends are. But they aren't going to be your true friends because they want something out of you.
Right.
Exactly.
That's why they're
allies. They're allies at that point.
Everybody
But
kissed
then-
Trump's
I
ass
backed out of it,
before
though,
before he
because I'm
became a
like-
politician. They all licked Trump's ass. All the rappers, you mentioned Trump in the fucking lyrics. You appear in all kinds of shows where everybody took pictures. All kinds of a lot of the state people, they're all going wah Trump now because that's what the establishment told them to. It's all show business. All of this shit is fucking show business.
And when he was
Because he
no
cared about the
longer
common man.
when he was no longer an asset of the left, what did they do to him?
Right.
They did
I mean,
everything
what
in their power
what president
to
after they left office, where you have everybody still wah Trump, wah Trump, wah Trump? What former president ever gotten anybody that rent free in everybody's head? Because they're all programmed to.
Okay, if we're gonna go after
Even Bush
Trump,
after a while, everybody just said,
if
well,
we're-
he's gone. Good.
if we're gonna
Thank
go
God.
after Trump for paying hush money to a porn star, which we all know, anybody who watches the ethics committee,
And that was worth 34 felony counts? Fucking hardly,
let's go after Biden for killing an American minor in a foreign country.
Oh,
Let's go
yeah.
Let's go after Hillary Clinton for many reasons.
Was or not Biden. Obama was an executioner in chief during his reign with drone strikes. He killed many American citizens. And when somebody was asked for his account, this was through Luke Kwiatkowski. He asked, "Why did we kill an American child in Yemen?" And the response for the government official was, "He should have had a better father." That's inexcusable. That's inexcusable.
Yeah,
If you're going to murder American
Imagine if-
citizens
Imagine if
overseas,
Trump said something like that.
at least
Oh,
have
they would
the
run
decency to present evidence that there are being terrorists against us. Nobody would complain. No one would bitch about it. If there was actual evidence and they said, well, you know what? They participated in terrorist activities against the U.S. and we had a chance to take them out, and that's what we did. You would actually garner a slither of respect to say, yes, we can't prosecute them here in the U.S. because they're doing terrorist activities in Yemen, so therefore we had to go take them out. At least you would have had some foundation, other than he should have had a better father, because they targeted the dad and killed the son, who we don't know was involved or not.
The first statement I can actually believe, and I would probably accept on a base level, because that would have been like a better response right there out of the second one. Then it would have been fine. Like, okay, that's a plausible thing. We don't know what his intentions were, so completely fine. But the second
Or
statement,
you could just say, hey, we targeted his dad, we got him instead. It was not the intention, but it was the result. We targeted his father, who was proven to be involved in terroristic activities against the U.S. That's why we hit that target. We missed the target, and we got his son instead.
They didn't even come out with a oops.
accountability.
They didn't even say oops are bad. Even that would have been better. Would have been bad, but would have been better than the one they gave
I
us.
mean, what they fucking apologized for Pearl Harbor.
Sorry. We're so sorry.
when the Japanese attacked us, and we apologized for forcing the Japanese to attack us. Go fuck yourself. I'm sorry.
How ass backward is that? It's like the same time the Japanese apologized to us when we dropped the bombs and everything. Could make that counter.
Well, there was a choice at that time. Do we sacrifice 500,000 U.S. or Allied soldiers to invade Japan to get them to stop the war? Or do we drop a couple of bombs and only have enemy fatalities? Any leader in their right mind would have said, we drop the bombs. We don't sacrifice 500,000 of our own to do an invasion.
Yeah, because
he asked several. Well, Japan was already on the losing side of the war. They're already losing, but it would have taken another 5 to 6 years to
fully get them to surrender,
to finish the job. Even if we didn't invade Japan, if we took over all their occupied territories in the east and returned it back to their owners, we managed to save 500,000 to 3 million lives by summarily executing about 500,000 in Hiroshima and Nagasaki,
somewhere in those numbers. But it's like, where?
Well,
where
as a leader, do you really want to have that weight on your conscience? And when you do the math or you do the compilations, depending on who you are, I think the majority say the lesser of evils is to show the extreme force we're capable of and force them to capitulate.
Yeah,
that's what sieges used to be. A siege used to be, okay, yes, you can. We don't have 3-to-1 advantage to go invade your castle or invade your defensive position, but we can wait you out. You can choose now. We can do the waiting game, or you can let your people suffer.
Exactly.
That's why most sieges ended up in mutual agreements back in the old world, but it depended on who was besieging you. If it was the Huns, you knew that it might as well be...
you may as well just wave the flag. You may as well just wave it. Like, just we're done.
Certain factions you surrender to, and certain factions you die to the last man.
Yeah, because it back in the old world, you can actually pick and choose who you want to go to fight with, or vice versa. But at the same time, though, it's like the longer it draws out, the longer it's like, oh shit, we shouldn't have fucked with these people.
Well, you're also hoping and waiting for one thing to happen on either side: disease. You're hoping disease infiltrates the encampment around you, or disease is in the defensive position that you're holding.
That's what happened. That's what happened in World War I with the trench warfare and everything.
Yeah,
it's insane how much they put up with during that time. I mean, read about it.
Now we have people complaining in the McDonald's drive-thru. Where you only gave me one ketchup? Where I'm gonna go and shoot the fucking place up? Where? That's where we're at nowadays.
That's where we're at.
As a struggling, and I won't ever say starving soldier in my time, because we never starved. We were well fed, but most people don't have the understanding of having to ration, having to do without, especially for luxuries.
Right.
That are what most people call commonplace amenities. we would call luxuries. I think that's one of the biggest problems with our country right now is too many young folk have never, they lived in good times and they relished in good times. They don't want that relishment to decrease whatsoever.
Right. They were born with a phone in their, they were born with a phone in their hand.
We lost they're willing to embrace really stupid ideologies to keep their standard of living intact.
Right. They've been brainwashed to think they're still the cool kids. If they're really on the side of the establishment, they still think they're the cool kids. Democrats.
I remember as a kid having to go get firewood with my dad to maintain heat in our house because it was a legitimate survival requirement. Yes, we could always go to our local grocery store and get food.
Yeah.
But
now they tell us there's a goddamn bug flying around here, but now they tell us on cold nights, don't use your fireplace because of climate change. Where?
Oh yeah, the whole argument against using wood stove or banning wood stoves or gas stove. Okay, number one, gas stoves, most efficient cooking appliance ever because it heats your pan equally, and when you heat your pan equally, your food cooks equally, so your cooking time is significantly reduced.
Yeah, if you ban all gas stoves, you're getting rid of the restaurant industry because how the fuck?
What takes me 30 minutes on an electric stove in my condo, if I had a gas stove, it would be reduced to 10 minutes. And I'm not kidding. That's not exaggeration. Gas stoves are efficient.
All the new apartments that are going up here are not allowed to have gas lines in them.
Well, no, they're banning gas lines in newly built places across the country. It's stupid and it's retarded, and it comes from people who were fucking fed on silver spoons as they grew up and became politicians.
And they let the lobby fucking just come in and say, here's billions of dollars. You know what to do.
Or maybe we need to support going back to having a 70% veteran majority in the House and Senate.
Don't you love this logic? Whack climate change. Remember all the tree rhetoric we used to have? Plant a tree. Now what are they doing? They're cutting down all trees. They're cutting down the trees and putting up fucking wind farms.
I remember having to replant things that we took away from the
clear cutting. They're clear cutting shit to put out those goddamn wind towers, many of which don't work unless some diesel engine is running inside of them. On a windy day,
not to mention the environmental destruction that they have to make in order to build the components for said windmill in other countries.
In order to save the planet, they have to knock down shit, burn down shit. All these huge brush fires that you always read about in California, shit's intentionally set, man. Fucking or a bum threw a cigarette out of his tent.
Well, okay, coming from a state where we do controlled burns all the time, we do that all the time to make sure that the natural process happens outside of.
No, we've got the ones we name the fires and then they're on the news. Oh my God, the such and such fire is burning out of control. Climate change.
Yeah, but it is a natural. It's a natural economic or. Not economic. God, there's a pronunciation change between economy, as in money and numbers, versus ecology.
Right.
I forget what it is, but there is an ecological cycle where wildfires are a normal part of the process. But because we have taken so much effort to stop the ecological process, by the time a wildfire comes, it's devastating to humans. Where we should just
there is a big brush fire. There is a big brush fire burning within the. Yeah, there's a big brush fire burning right now in the state, and we've had one of the wettest winters we've had in a long time. So I'd love to hear what the reason is behind this one. Again, this is not. It's either deliberately set or some fucking homeless fuck was burning something or tossed a cigarette somewhere, which is half of what the fires are here. That's usually what the cause is.
Okay, so in the examples you said, by deliberate, do you mean by controlled burn? Or
no,
by
deliberate. I mean the climate change kooks, in order to prove their climate change point,
climate change
burn down half of the fucking state in order, which leaves huge plumes of smoke. Yeah, they'll do exactly the opposite of what they preach in order to prove what they're doing. It is. That's what it is. Like all those ones they had in the Amazon.
No forgiveness. No forgiveness for somebody who does that, and the death toll and the property damage needs to be on them.
Bacon brings up propane too, and if they this is why they could not do a King of the Hill reboot, because propane is in there. Where propane? We're gonna have propane in the climate change. Yeah, propane and propane accessories. I don't think will be mentioned again on television. Man. Ding old bang.
But propane is a safe alternative to using a fire-lit grill.
Yeah.
Or any kind of energy transmission, whether it's electric or for cooking. Propane is safe to use because there are things in place. There are containers made to contain the propane to use for it. And yes, does it add to what they call the greenhouse gases? Yes, it will. But here's the thing. Our planet has had more greenhouse gases in history, where trees were taller, plant life was taller, animals were taller when we had higher greenhouse gases, because, well, it was all fucking wilderness. It was all wilderness, where everything that wasn't covered up by the Ice Age, and we're talking, if we go before the Ice Age, we're talking about the Neolithic era? I mean, humans were still there, but we were proto-humans. That was about 10 to 20,000 years ago. Look, the planet has survived harsher CO2 levels, and it was naturally made.
Right.
The planet will survive man-made.
Just like George Carlin said, the planet is fine. The people are fucked. All right. Speaking of which, let's bring up our resident expert in climate change, Chaos. Well, what's up, man?
Hey, Chaos! All right, man.
To buckaroos and buckarettes. How y'all doing this evening? Well, no, this is morning.
Yeah.
It is morning now, isn't it? For all of us, I think.
It is indeed.
Yep, it is for me.
It is.
Gas stoves bad. Electric everything. Yes. Climate change. Green New Deal. Fucking.
As a home cook and a home chef, I will vehemently oppose any gas stove, wood stove ban.
Even without the obvious reasons to oppose it, just the fact that people like AOC are proponents of it, that's a good enough reason.
In my state in particular, if there is a wood stove ban,
it's gonna be very cold for him.
That'll be very, very.
Well, not for me, because I got an electric, unfortunately.
Oh,
but
your electric bill is gonna be a bitch.
It already is. But the natives in the villages who rely on gas power for their stoves,
right? Yeah,
they lose out. And they, but
I
then
don't
again,
think
they are in native corporation areas, which is not 100% subject to federal rule.
right.
No, they get to run by their own rules, but they are still subject to federal laws and state
In certain
regulations.
respects, yes.
Yes.
And I think elitist white liberals have proven time and time again they don't give two fucks about the
No,
lives
they
of
don't give a
natives or-
shit
or
about indigenous
anybody else
people.
other than them.
Of course, they're
The
liberal
only-
with your time, your body.
Only people who
your
care about indigenous
benefits.
peoples in the U.S. are their local state authorities, because they have to live with them,
Right.
and they can be a pain in the ass.
So yeah, the virtue signaling Karen online is
Why do we ruin the good name Karen? Let's call these cantankerous cunts what they really are, feminists.
Cunts.
You mean communists?
Cunts work too.
Cunts works too, yeah. But
I'd
I'd rather what y'all no, I'd rather call a duck if it's if it walks like a duck and it quacks like a duck. It's a duck. And most of these broads,
If it cunts like a
They're
cunt,
doing
then
this
call it a cunt. Yes.
uh,
If it
That was,
retards like a retard, then call it a retard.
after coming here with y'all talking about the carbon stuff.
Yeah. I don't know how it got to that even, but it jumps from one thing to the other very quickly. I think we were talking about games, and I don't know how it jumped to carbon and climate change shit all of a sudden. But
Because eventually they'll come after these and say this shit contributes to, my beast computer over here. It actually had something about carbon footprint bullshittery on there. And you know what I did? I cranked that motherfucker all the way up so I had maximum carbon footprint.
good. Yeah, and by the way, it takes a lot of energy. It takes a lot of energy to keep all those corporate offices that they do all this legislation at, to keep those places cool and or heated. So, yeah, again, if we stop listening to these cocksuckers, the Greta Thunbergs of the world, are 100%
They're
phony.
listening. They get all their information from the United Nations, the World Health Organization.
Yeah, all the worst
those other
people.
alphabet. Yeah. Fucking the United Nations itself has been run by socialists since the fucking beginning. No, I think the last guy was a communist. At least a Leninist. I remember that much. No, that was the guy before him. But the guy after him was also he was either a socialist or a communist. He came from Venezuela or Argentina. Can't remember. his fucking name.
Probably Venezuela.
One of those South American countries.
Yeah.
And if the United Nations is run by socialists, that would mean the World Health Organization is run by socialists. They gave Russia veto power. I mean, right there says enough for me.
Yeah, I mean, and you saw how power hungry they got during the bullfuck virus days, right?
Yeah,
their little masks and their little jabs and all that little shit. Lose your job. And
Fauci's trying to pass off the blame onto the CDC when he was the one that was behind all of it, and they've got him on video now. I've been seeing the short circulate.
We've all seen him on video. We've all seen him contradict himself during the whole fucking thing. Of course, the media won't show that, but the internet has the receipts. We've all
talk
seen
about
shit.
people that need to be sent to the fucking guillotine and made an example of.
Carlin did a bit about that, old ways of old capital punishment, like bring back beheadings and the guillotines and shit. That would be awesome, wouldn't it?
I mean, think about it. There's still countries that still practice. You get caught stealing, there goes your hand. You got a nub. You get caught stealing again, fuck, you got 2 nubs. You get caught stealing a third time, 3 strikes, you're done.
Here we close the business down that they fucking stole from.
No, we label the business racist.
We're gonna make your insurance go through.
Anybody else involved
racist?
Assume out into oblivion. You can't even stop people from stealing from them anymore because they can sue the fuck out of the person. All it takes is, I got a scratch on my face. I've been traumatized. Ah! And then they milk it for a while. I know plenty of people that have done this to get Social Security. And, at one point in time, I was at a point where the pills had me fucked up to the point where I was actually able to get on that shit. Since getting off, my mind has never been clear. And don't take anti-psych meds, y'all. They're not good for you.
Not a problem.
Especially in the long term of it all. They don't talk about 10 years of prolonged use of this shit and the effects it has on the body or anything like that. They just
then you stop
seems
taking
to
it.
work and
To add to chaos right there, my kiddo's on stuff that if I asked my provider to take him off, I would get reported.
Yeah.
It would be a force report because they think the medicine is the cure. Even if I think it's not the cure as his parent. And if I say, well, we're just going to go out to the country, we're just going to live off the land as much as we can, and we'll go subsist, or we will go buy groceries whenever we need or for whatever we need. But this is the way I was told when I asked, what would it take to get him off of all of his meds? He said, you would have to do a transfer of care to someone else. What if I didn't want to do that? I have to report you.
Because
They
they're
want
looking
him,
at
they
the
want him
best
as a
interest of
permanent.
the
They want him as a permanent customer, whether it's on Medicaid's dime, my dime, or his dime. And I think if we went back to the country, like 20 or 30 miles out of where I'm at currently, because we're really close to what we call a city in Alaska. You wouldn't call it a city. You'd call it a fucking town or a little bumfuck nowhere. If I did that, I'd be a criminal. And if my corrections on his behavior go up to spankings, I am a criminal.
Child abuse.
Yeah.
Because one
Because
kid
it's not
or a
in
couple
there
kids had it
prescribed.
traumatized them.
Yeah. No, I this is what I talk about. Yes, we are free, but we are literally imprisoned by the laws that we are supposed to abide by. We're not free. We're
The
not
goalposts
that the lawmakers never abide by. Never.
And then when that goalpost gets to
You're right. You're right, Phil. The lawmakers don't have to abide by because they have privilege.
They write the laws. They don't have to abide by them.
By the way, that bacon comment makes me think of that stupid old joke. How did Captain Hook die? Jock itch. There you go. Thank you.
Oh
no. I remember that in Truly Tasteless Jokes in the 80s. I had all those books as a
Shiver
kid.
me timber these scabies. No.
Could have wiped his ass too. That could also be a problem.
Pierced me cheek. Trying to get this dingleberry.
Shiver me timbers. Lots and lots of timbers. You shiver because it's cold because I took my gas stove.
Let's say central heat and air, but fuck, I'm tired of the fluctuation. During the winter, my gas bill goes up real to where during the summer, my electric bill goes up. I think last year, my electric bill was running about 150. And this is, some people are like, oh, that ain't shit. But my electric bill since I moved into this place are generally around $50, $60 because of the plan I have. I'm on unlimited nights. So it really works out. But during the day,
Wait,
Pay
you
for it.
have an electric plan
Pay
that
for it.
reflects the wireless plans that we used to have before we had unlimited plans with phone cells or cell phones?
You know, yeah. Unlimited nights.
I'll admit, I've never dealt with that as far as an electric bill. I remember those days where I would target my calls to be at night because they were lower rates. Back in the day before a blanket plan was generalized for everybody. But when it comes to power is something that needs to be universal. I mean, you definitely pay for what you use, obviously, but to target it between people who do day and night activities, that seems
It works
targeted.
out for me. It works out for me. It's very fucking convenient.
No, I never heard of that because, like I said, I remember our phone plans used to have unlimited
Nights and weekends.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was surprised.
Before the standard plan became unlimited everything, or at least
unlimited.
It's been a very long time since I've had
Except for all the shit in the fine print that nobody ever reads.
You use your mobile hotspot. You're unlimited up to
see
1
how many
gig.
taxes and charges and fees are attached to your account. It's fucking absurd.
Yep. Got us by the balls.
Let me see if I can bring up what they charge me per.
Yeah, and you say you
Per
pay
kilowatt hour.
$50 a month out there.
My average electric bill are generally
I'm at
$50
$100 a month typically, but now it's been raised to about $120, $130 a month.
Bidenomics, man. Ever since fucking Biden took over, my electric bill, fucking gas bill, been fucking shit.
Oh, they shut the nuclear plants down.
Well, I tried to explain this to my dad. He asked, like, "Oh, why are things so bad for you?" I'm like, what do you expect when the new president promises to eliminate an entire industry that the entire nation relies upon in replacement of something else?
Something else that doesn't work.
Well, the oil companies stop producing because they're going to create artificial demand. Because they know they're about to be a target of the government.
No, they're trying to tank our economy.
And the only way that the oil industry or the energy industry is going to relent is if they don't feel threatened because they need to exist. They have to exist. They have people to pay. But if you're targeting them for elimination, why do they have any motivation to provide cost-effective measures or cost-effective rates to their customers? And guess what? You don't buy power, you don't have power. You have to pay.
You have to have
Everybody
power,
has to.
otherwise they'll come in and take you out of the place.
And then when I try to tell him what happens when all the truckers, their gas prices have to go up, their cost of transporting has to go up. Guess who incurs the cost? Not the trucking companies. It gets passed off to the consumer. He's like, "Oh, I didn't think about that."
They don't, because they
The
don't teach
one
proper
man I
economics.
looked up to who had all the answers, and I'm going, "Are you fucking serious?"
And they also want to start charging us per mile for driving.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, you're
Yeah, I fucking heard
California
about that.
thing.
Oh, I feel so bad for Californians.
That could be something that could get us people out of here. That's if that
Sure,
gets
it's
out.
wild.
Yeah.
They definitely wanted to force
create accidents.
carpooling. So I'm paying,
yeah,
what is it?
well, not right away, but
0.901
2 to 3 years after it's
kilowatts
executed,
per hour.
yes, they're all gonna fucking leave. But everybody's leaving California anyway.
Yeah, I mean that's
they're
that,
not-
that,
they're
that
moving
is
to
real-
my
that,
people are.
that is
My
going to
state
cripple
little
industry big
shithole.
time. It's unbelievable.
They're moving to my
No,
state.
it's like
Turn my state
California
to
is
California.
behaving like
What's
its own
going on?
country that is allowed to exploit everybody else in the country for their benefit. Or at least that's
Well,
how
Chaos,
I
I'm glad you're getting our libtards. That keeps them out of here. So good. Glad they're over there.
I don't want them here,
You
man.
can have them.
I had overhead before all this shit happened, man.
We've been trying to
Now
get rid
I'm
of them for a long
back
time.
to check.
It's nice
Man,
without 'em.
y'all got landfills out there, fucking allegedly just kind of they fall into a bullet and oopsie, you just bury them and just...
Well, you know that's how the serial killers used to operate.
I know it's a terrible thing to say, but fuck, man.
Oh no, they want you to drive the electrics. They don't want you to drive anything else. They already said they're banning the sale of new gas vehicles in 2030.
Wait, yeah, wasn't it that the revenue from gas sales have dropped so absurdly down that that's what created the new proposal to do the 30 cent a mile tax?
Yeah. Yeah. And also, our gas taxes are also going up.
Yeah,
this July.
they forgot that they were highly dependent on the gas industry.
They're already up. Our state gas tax is already almost 60 cents a gallon. It's going to go up even higher.
How much do they charge? How much do taxi cab drive?
Yeah,
They charge for every
if you
eighth
want
of a mile.
cabs, I haven't been in a cab in forever, so I have no idea.
They generally charge every eighth of a mile.
It's been a few weeks since I've been to the gas station because I work remotely, so I don't go very often. But the last one I think was $3.80.
It's in Southern California here. It's been in the low fives for quite a while, regardless of all this gaslighting shit.
Oh
they keep
dear!
saying. Look, gas prices are
Well,
going
okay, I have to. I got to correct myself.
Even in other parts of the state, it was lower. Even up north in
I have
Northern
to say
California,
$3.80
it's lower there.
because I get $1 off because of the grocery store I go to has a gas station, so it's Kroger.
I think
So I got $1 off. I always have $1 off when I go to the gas station. So it was probably $4.80 at the time, and that was about 2 to 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, they're low. The lowest will be about in the 480s, and on average, most of them are well over 5 around here. They were they were going down in Northern California when I was up there, and it's usually a lot higher there. It was lower there. When I got back home here, it was still higher here. So bullshit, it's going down. And we have tons of oil refineries in Southern California, but wah, can't have that anymore.
The environment.
Oh yeah, a third of your gasoline comes from my state. And we have to pay for it to come travel down to California, refined, and go back up before we can put it in our gas tank. And we do have existing refineries in Alaska. They're defunct though.
Yeah, we have a fuck ton in the South Bay, like on Long Beach, Torrance, there's shit tons over here. God forbid.
Well, that when people say this collapse is an engineered collapse, that makes me think they're closer to being correct.
They're already pushing the one world currency and this fucking Luciferian fucking religion bullshit with the alphabet mafia and shit, bro. This was right after in the New World Order by A. Ralph Epperson. The chapters I stopped reading after.
Wait, Emerson did that?
A. Ralph Epperson wrote it.
Emerson wrote a collapse of the government. The poet.
I just know his name's A. Ralph Epperson. But anyways, there was a chapter that
Yeah,
talked about something coming
he
from
a famous
China.
poet?
I don't know about poets or nothing. He was a historian and considered a conspiracy theorist. But something comes from China that's going to change the world.
I don't think it's the
Next
same
couple
Emerson.
stages, you know,
No,
Epperson.
I don't think it's the same one, but
Epperson. And then after the thing from China happened, they started kind of pushing it, but now you're really seeing it mainstream now with the one world currency, which Russia and all them are starting to try and get together. And then the this one world village with the LGBT and all that bullshit. It is all part of the fucking communist takeover America, which fucking Yuri Bezmenov.
Yeah, because the globalists are behind it. The globalists are behind it. Already hate America as it is. So what an easy target.
We took away their fucking main slavery. That was their main fucking source of income and free labor. They didn't have to pay anybody, but because we come and say, "Hey, fuck you, dude. We ain't doing this slavery shit no more." You know, that's part of it. They just want everybody to die and them to be in charge. They think they're gods and above everybody else.
In charge of an empty country, then what are they in charge of?
Propagate it with people of their own thinking. Breed amongst each other to create
how well do they think
quote unquote superior race.
Afford it all?
Because they control most of the money. Who do you think controls most of the money in the world, bro? It starts with a Z and ends with a T.
Here's the thing: there's a numbers game, and if the numbers of the, let's say, under-franchised decides to revolt against the people who are franchised, they don't win the numbers game.
No, but they control the government and the military-industrial complex and the police and all of that shit. That's the downside to it. We could revolt. I'm down for a revolt.
We have a population.
Yeah, like I said earlier, though, I did say earlier that only the corporate-led revolts are the only ones that are going to be allowed to happen. Yeah, a bunch of us who are just pissed off and tired of this are not going to be allowed to be marching down anywhere without being thrown.
And I think what they're
that's not the controlled chaos that they want. They want the controlled chaos. They want to set the shit on fire that they want to set on fire. They want the riots to be where they want. They want the bricks, the nice dropped off bricks to be thrown at the buildings.
What better way to drop the property values and come in and buy up the land than to have manufactured chaos? And there you go. I mean, they did it in Hawaii. That manufactured fire, and then fucking they come in and bought up all the
yeah.
We need you to give some of your money to help these people, and none of that money went to help those people. That money went to their fucking pockets, because that's what socialists do.
Okay, Chaos and Phil, I have to introduce a contingency that for the veteran community, it's very well apparent. For everybody else, maybe not so. They spent 20 years creating a combat effective force with our war on terror. And now we have nothing to do. This is a strategy that has been proposed to me many times from other communities is, what if that 10 million veteran force decides to organize, decides to take action? They already have the numbers game when it comes to the active military force. And not only that, they have insider information. The American veteran community is always been something that foreign powers always feared. They cannot invade the United States because there's a weapon behind every blade of grass, and then you have a couple million people who are capable of picking up said weapon and using it effectively. Not just going like a fucking going into a modern warfare game and going bop bop bop. No, you got people who know how to identify targets and send rounds down range. Imagine if they all organized and said, we're fucking done. It would make the bonus army look minuscule. And if anybody who remembers the bonus army from post-World War I, where they actually murdered veterans who protested in Washington, that's the Civil War you're going to encounter. Actual people who know how to use weaponry and have an ideology that resembles the old Constitution. That's why I think when people say World War III will not be in Europe, it's going to start in the U.S. with the U.S. Civil War. That's how it's going to start, because we have it sucks to say this. I don't want to say it, but it is a fact. There's 10 to 20 to 30 million veterans of the global war on terror. You provide them with purpose, weapons, equipment. The U.S. military, as it stands right now, has no chance against 10 billion people sweeping across the U.S. Their aircraft won't be able to counter us because we know how to hide from our own aircraft. And where we can't hide from them, we know how to take them down through unconventional means demonstrated by our enemies the last 30 years. American veterans are better at fighting a war on U.S. soil than the current active duty people. They will lose that. They will lose that war because not only do we have numbers, we have enough. Even if it's old intelligence,
it's called guerrilla
on
warfare
equipment.
for a reason, baby.
We know how to destroy them. We know how to disable them. And it will be the veterans who take Washington, D.C. and reform it. Granted, that is not a scenario I want to see happen.
Right.
Oh, no.
Because, no, there will be millions dead. I mean, what is it? The last American Civil War was a
It'll come down to, did you vote for Biden
one
or
of
Trump?
the bloodiest wars in world history.
It'll come down to two questions. One question. Who did you vote for? And if I think you're lying,
no,
you're not going to like the outcome anyways.
No, the American Civil War movie, I think, exemplifies this. What kind of American are you? That's where it's going to come down to. And that's still a bad scenario, either way. One I don't want to see. And one I hope I will never see.
Yeah.
Because it means I'm going to have to get involved one way or another. And I'm too old, too fat to fight. But I'm not too old and too fat to train. And
Exactly.
that sucks. Yeah, no, an old bastard like me, no, we're not putting you on the front line, but we're going to give you a boot platoon that you can teach how to do things that they need to do.
Right.
Oh, and by the way, you're conscripted. You have no choice in this. Oh, you have a son? Oh, we're going to put him in protective care to make sure he's safe from the Americans.
Man, he going to foster care.
Yeah, and what choice do I have? Do I risk my son's life, or do I go train a guerrilla force? Please tell me what the right answer is, because at that point, I don't know
Damned if you do, damned if you don't.
That's pretty much what it is. But no matter what the outcome is, if I'm on the wrong side of the final conclusion, I get put up on war crimes. If I'm on the winning side, I get presented as a hero.
Of course, now if you cut off your dick, you're considered a hero. So that needs to change right away.
Well, I will say this about when it comes to the trans community, especially male to female. Here's what I got to say about that. Trans male to female requires consistent medical monitoring and consistent medical treatment after transition, which in a combat scenario, they're not able to do their job. You can't put them on front lines. You can't put them as a shooter.
I think they would be
because
fighting
they
for the other
require
side
constant
anyway.
medical monitoring. Which, I knew the writing on the wall when I left the military, which was I was a single father and I did not have a way to have my kid reliably taken care of for a year at a time in my absence, because I would be deployed, I would have been discharged. I would have been removed from the military, which is why I decided I will just ETS out. My contract will expire. I will not renew. The same thing is going to happen to every single one of these trans people. They're going to say, you're not combat deployable. You are going to be forcibly removed, or you will not be allowed to re-enlist. We'll pay for your surgery, but you will not be allowed to come back. Their military career is finished. It is not worth it. It is not worth cutting your dick off to be a fucking laughingstock, because that's all you're going to be when you leave. You're going to be one of the discarded because you were no longer combat capable.
Discarded, just like the penis.
In all honesty, if you're discarded because you are no longer combat efficient, that is a mental and psychological hit to the individual that has to receive that letter. Okay, so if you're going for, I'm just going to say a baseball team for sake of the metaphor, you get your pink slip.
Right.
You did what you could. You did the tryouts, but you go to your locker and you got your pink slip. Clean your shit out, go home. You're not on the team anymore.
You can't march in the streets about it either.
Yeah, and what do those athletes have left? Hard labor? That's all they're good for.
Yeah.
People who were trained to do fucking run, shoot, communicate. People who would have been good fighters because they decided to be trans. Number one, they're not going to be accepted in the regular army. They're not. They're going to be segregated. They're going to be babies.
Yeah, virtue signaling is not allowed.
They're going to be kept in the back because they're, let's just say, they're leaking out of their orifice. They can't have somebody with constant medical need of treatment in a fucking combat convoy to go take out a target.
Right.
Just like any women in combat. Oh shit, I'm bleeding. I gotta go back. We're on fucking patrol. We're on a fucking mission. You ain't going back. Fucking suck it up, bitch. Or get the fuck out of our combat arms.
They can't
But
get
you wouldn't
online
be
and
there
complain.
anyways because most likely you get pregnant to avoid deployment anyways.
You
Oh, yeah,
ain't
the other
wrong
side.
about that. I saw that
Well,
plenty of times.
I witnessed it firsthand in the Navy, bro.
Oh yeah, the second that your unit comes down on orders to deploy, all of a sudden, a couple weeks later, oh, I'm pregnant.
2/3 of the female population
Now,
on the ship got pregnant.
now they don't have enough time for somebody to fill your slot on that deployment because you got to be reassigned to garrison for your fucking 9-month gestation.
They got to
And
train
now
someone
you have
else.
put more responsibility and more work on other people that you would have taken care of if you were not pregnant. No, the military life, it's not for the female perspective.
Red light,
It-
green light,
it's
red light,
not.
yellow light, green light was the dumbest shit I've ever had to sit through while in the Navy.
Wait, what?
You don't remember that shit?
We
What was
didn't have that
appropriate? What
army
wasn't
that I can
appropriate?
remember. No, can you exacerbate on that a little bit, please?
Things you could say and ways you could say stuff to people. You know, like the typical office saying where you got the really handsome dude coming up to the girl and be like, "Hey, how you doing? You're looking good today." And she's like, "Oh," and then the kind of overweight, nerdy, not so attractive guy comes up.
Security.
Like, "Hi there, how you doing?" "Oh, it's HR."
Yeah,
That's what red light, yellow light, green light. That was
Okay,
how
that's
they
why
It's
I
like
wanted
fucking
you to
HR department
exacerbate on
bullshit. That doesn't
because,
belong in the fucking military.
No, it doesn't.
Well, I was in a predominantly male environment. The only time we had females is when we had to go and like get equipment issued out from another branch or another brigade or another company, another unit that was support element. Otherwise, it was all men, and we had a mutual understanding with each other.
One of the tiny reasons I got discharged, I got a general honorable, and I can't re-enlist.
Mm-hmm.
I called my duty section chief a dumb cunt.
From what I remember in that
It was
conversation,
warranted. Yeah.
it was warranted.
It was warranted. So,
But no, it was just the fact that you challenged command. Of which
that's the main
that
reason
is-
I'm not in anymore is because I challenged command, and when I they didn't like being told fuck off. I'm gonna break my foot off in your ass.
Well, you know what's funny? In the Army, we were taught your chain of command is your chain of command. So you have, okay, let's say me as an E1 Buck Private. I have my team leader, my squad leader, platoon sergeant, first sergeant, and then sergeant major. And then I had my officers in that chain of command, which would have been my platoon sergeant, my company commander, battalion commander, up to brigade and division. Of which, if anybody outside our command gave us an illegal order or something outside of policy, we were told, and explicitly told, as you were. And as you were it's a polite way of the subordinate telling the superior, you're ordering me to do something illegal. You're ordering me to do something wrong. And they would go, I don't care. You fucking do it. And then when you hear that, you go right back to your first shirt, who should be your team leader, and say, hey, I did what you told me to do. This is the response I got. I took no action prior because it was an illegal order. And then it's supposed to go up the chain of command, and then that person should be penalized. What happened in reality is you go report it, you get punished for doing the right fucking thing. And now your career is finished. You have no motivation to go higher. You have absolutely no motivation to do your job any better than you are already doing. You realize now this is just a corporation and they only care about the protected people in the corporation. That's how our military is currently run, and that needs to absolutely stop. Our military needs to be a merit-based only promotion system on both the enlisted and the officer ranks. To the point, I think we need to abolish getting a commission because you have a degree. I would say, and if I got any position of power, any officer to a certain point before I got in as the authority, you must serve 2 to 3 years as enlisted before you can apply to be an officer.
Sounds reasonable
Before
to
your
me.
eligibility starts, and then there's got to be boards to allow officers. It can't just be the President of the United States says, yes, you can, because that's how the officer commission system works. Is the officer commission system has a pipeline, and it's a pipeline that protects their own, which is why they hate the enlisted. They absolutely despise the enlisted. But if 90% of the officer corps was made of prior enlisted peoples, granted, I could take exception to doctors getting a commission without enlistment, because you need doctors to work right away. Chaplains, I can see that because that's traditionally an officer position and always will be. And then probably a couple of other conditions that I have not thought of in the few 30 seconds I thought about this.
I
you
find
need
it very hard to
have-
believe. I find it hard to believe that somebody like Rachel Levine is an admiral of any kind. You know, the weird tranny that you always see.
They're not she's not military. He or she, they're not military. They were They were already a doctor, and because they became, was it Surgeon General? They're automatically given a commission without military service.
I don't think she was ever Surgeon General or anything. I don't know where the hell she came from. She's just.
But they're allowed to wear the uniform.
It's a diversity hire.
It's disgraceful.
It's bullshit.
Oh,
You
obviously,
should
yeah.
not ever wear the uniform without doing what it takes to earn the uniform, like we did.
Yeah, I don't think cutting off your dick should qualify.
I don't even think he or she.
I don't
cut
think
off
so
his dick.
either. Because the I've seen the before and after pictures. Very hard to tell the difference. The before one, even the after picture look more manly than the before picture. It's just
But the Surgeon
it's a hot train
General,
wreck.
the Surgeon General is also the personal physician of the president.
Good job he's doing. Jesus Christ.
That should just raise so many fucking red flags as it is.
Remember the good old days when they used to just tell you to stop smoking? Now look at us. The surgeon
Well,
general.
the surgeon generals are usually appointed by the president, and they're allowed to wear a military uniform because it's a military occupation, of which
they're the surgeon general.
the
Generals implied
president
title.
can issue commissions of officers because they are under the direct control of the president.
President
Commissioned
can't even control.
officers.
President can't even control his bowels. That's the fucking scary thing.
Yeah.
I
Well,
wouldn't want him controlling anything else. Can't even control that simple function.
which is why I'm not opposed to. What is it? I don't know. All you guys know Crusader Nate. You guys probably have interacted with him before.
I know who that is.
Okay. He advocates for a mandatory age limit maximum of 67. Or no, I think he said 58. Because 58 is where cognitive decline begins to happen, no matter who you are.
I've already hit it, and I'm well below 58. Already there.
We joined the military,
Right,
John.
that's
Our
that's
mental
the
decline
executive.
began a long time ago, sir.
Yeah. It was either 58 or 68. I can't remember. I'll have to ask him about the actual number. But yeah, maybe we should start considering a maximum age for president, especially since the average age of Congress and the Senate are in their 60s.
Yeah.
We
Well,
need. We
you
probably do need.
You got the
reduce that
dingbat
number.
squad in there, which brought that average down, but the IQ all
I gotta
went
take a
way
piss.
down.
I'll be right back.
All right. I'm probably in the next 10 minutes, I'm probably gonna wrap this up. So I gotta get the fucking bed.
Yeah, me too. I'm well past my bedtime.
Yeah, I do have to get up and go to work in the morning, but you know how this shit goes. It just goes on and on and on. We can't help ourselves here.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Yeah, I mean, basically, everything's fucked. We know that, but you know, what can you do? You just live life as much as you can, and then
Yeah, they get so.
just don't let the
they get
bullshit
so
bother
scared.
you. You know, don't give the bullshit more attention than it fucking needs. You know, let the freaks and weird. Everybody's getting tired of the freaks and weirdos dancing around in the streets. You know,
Actually,
everybody's been done
Ford-
with this a long time.
The Ford company, they didn't bow to the woke mafia. Their profile
For
picture's
once.
still-
Yeah, I think
I'm like-
they got wrecked so hard for coming out with those rainbow trucks and shit that they did last year. I think everybody's like, dude, the fuck out of here. They learned too late. You know, they learned too late. Fucking go woke, go broke. They learned way too late. They saw what happened to Bud Light. You know what I mean? The Bud Light's never recovered from that shit. That very stupid decision they made. Never gonna recover from that.
Yeah, that's the last time they're gonna hire an internet quote unquote internet celebrity.
Yeah. By the way, the Biden administration's doing that too. They keep using TikTok influencer to fucking sway people to vote for that old fart. And like, it's not going to work.
Like, how much
People
money
see,
how much money
people
are they
see
paying
right
you?
through this shit, and
Yeah,
they've got
bank
they got a shit ton of shills all over Facebook and Twitter saying, "Oh, vote blue no matter who. Joe Biden is wonderful. Look how great Joe Biden is." Nobody believes any of this shit. You see how little your dollar is going, and you realize immediately that this shit ain't working. You know. And all the shills, all the paid little dipshit Gen Z fuckers are not going to sway people. You know, the libtards are going to vote anyway. You're not going to change any of their mind. You're not going to change. Having some young little 20-year-old punk come out and say how great Joe Biden is not going to fucking work. You know.
You think they're going to have another one of those stunts at the White House where there are trans people showing their tits
Yes,
out?
absolutely they will.
Yeah.
They'll do it. They're going to do
do
it this month. They'll do it this month. It's fucking.
Well,
it's-
that's why I asked. This is the
They've
month to make it happen.
This month.
They haven't done it yet. They'll do it.
They did ban that person last time.
Yeah,
from
well,
going
there's
back to the White House.
there's more. There's more. I mean, they'll do Juneteenth first because they have to get that out of the way. Then they'll go to the weirdos dancing on the lawn. But they have to take they have to take Juneteenth seriously, and you're gonna have Kamala Harris, lecture us on how great Juneteenth is and how she celebrated it since it's a little girl, which is
And how it takes
nobody
her
heard
10
of it.
minutes to say a 2-sentence statement.
Yeah, she'll be drunk off her ass like she usually does, and then talk about how great electric school buses are or some nonsense. Yeah.
Kamala, come her chain up the chain, come her way up the chain, Harris.
Come up her chain.
Come up the chain, Harris.
Yeah. Thanks, Willie Brown. Thanks a lot. Couldn't get ahead from anybody else. Huh? Okay. He was married.
She was a young thing offering to do a little suck it for a little bit of promotion.
Yeah, she spent all day. She spent all day hanging with Tupac in 1986. So yeah, she got tired. You know. Yeah,
Well, I still find it funny that Gavin's ex-wife is now the I don't know if she's married to Donald Trump Jr. or if they're engaged or what. That seems like a big fuck you.
Oh, it's totally a big fuck you. That is a great fuck you.
Oh yeah,
playing the long game and playing
Oil. Yeah, she just seems to be one out for. I don't know whether she believes the shit that she's talking, but to go from Gavin Newsom to DJ Jr.
I think it's fucking hilarious. That's why Gavin Newsom. That's why Newsom is all over the country whining about Republicans and whining about because he's never in this state. All he does is whine about the southern states, the same abortion.
Or when he enters the White House when Biden's not around, like, this is my next home. I'm checking
God
it out.
help us. God help us if that fucking dick face fucking gets anywhere near the White House. So we're in big trouble. Big trouble.
I don't disagree.
Yeah.
Like I said.
Now you can't rule out of California because he's going to make it all like California, especially San Francisco, where he's from. So
the whole Patrick Bateman joke about him, that's not for what's it? He's depicted that way for a very good reason.
Yeah, no, we've known for long. He's a scumbag used car salesman. He's got that used car salesman grin on his face. He lies like no other, and he's not a senile old bastard like Biden. So
no, he's still got what is it? Conversational rebunctionalism about him.
Yeah, and he
can still make his terrible position look good.
Yeah, and white liberal chicks fawn over him. Oh, Gavin Newsom, because he always walks around with his shirt unbuttoned and stuff. So the ugly white liberal chicks are drooling all over him. So that could be a problem.
Well, like I said, look at Patrick Bateman or the what's his name? The guy who did Dark Knight.
Christian Bale.
Yeah. Christian Bale's portrayment of Patrick Bateman in American Psycho, and you compare it to him, it's a 1-for-1 match.
Yeah.
The problem is, Christian Bale's a Brit. He just knows how to play the perfect villain,
right,
or the perfect hero for an American. Gavin Newsom just knows how to play politics.
Yep, that's all he's ever done.
And I will refrain from talking because you're trying to get your stream done.
The guy is the biggest tool, and you do not want him anywhere near the White House. A bag of dog shit would be better than that. Absolutely. All right, guys, we're gonna wrap it up here. What y'all got going on? Chaos, what's your next game? What's your next thing?
Today is World of Warcraft Wednesdays.
Ooh.
You don't have the Cartman shit bucket nearby. Like, Mom, bathroom.
No. If I gotta go, my bathroom is a hop, skip, jump right away from me, so I'll just get up and go. If I die, I die. Oh well.
Yeah. Anime. What are you working on?
I'm planning on doing another video now that I'm back in the full swing of content creation, and also
Good.
I'm gonna probably do a demo video of Steel Seed. It's a upcoming game. It looks interesting, and probably play a little Killer Clowns from Outer Space.
Oh shit.
Having fun on that one. It's well worth the price.
That was
And then
an old horror. That was an old horror movie, wasn't it? Killer Clowns.
Yeah, from the 80s, if I recall.
Yeah,
Pretty sure I've
everybody's
seen it.
there. All the clowns
I'm
are there.
pretty sure I've
everything's
seen
there.
every 80s horror movie ever made. I don't remember that one as well. I don't know.
So,
It was because it was one of those B-rated movies
Yeah.
that
Yeah,
somehow
something cheap.
became a cult classic. Kind of like Evil Dead was. Granted, it was a B-rated movie. It was fucking
Hang on,
amazing.
Callie, we're about to get out of here. What are you doing? I thought you needed to wake up at 4:00. It's what is it? 3:30 now.
She's
I come for Ask Cam.
Yo, Ask Cam.
Oh,
Ask Cam. That's Ask Cam. Ask Cam is Rocket Blast.
Hold
He's not
on.
here.
I got you.
Chaos can do some Ask Cam for you.
No, Cass. I do not want to see Dick. I want to see Ask Cam.
No, I got you. Hold on. Let me.
All right, thanks, Chaos.
He knows
Let me
what you're
work
talking
my
about.
magic here. God damn it.
Hurry up, cause I gotta pee. You're such a dick.
So does she.
Oh yes, yes he is.
Wait, what? What was that? What was that? Hold on. Yes, yes, I'm a jerk.
There we go.
I'm a jerk.
Turkey
All
dick.
right. All right.
Oh my gosh.
So Dixon peed himself. I'm confused now. Oh, shit.
No. No, Phil. I want you to stay up till the sun come up. You're a trooper.
No,
Do it.
I gotta go to work. I need a
Yes,
couple hours
go
of
make
sleep. Jesus
money.
Christ.
Yes,
We're not gonna
make
see
money.
we're not gonna see the sun come up. It's been June gloom all month. You're not gonna see no goddamn sun.
Well, by time you start, I'm about to get off. I didn't see anything. I didn't see any rats. I didn't see any crackheads. I didn't see any cops. I'm kind of disappointed, but at least I
Oh,
saw
what
Ass Cam and Dick.
Well, what a boring night.
You know what? When it comes to disappointments, that should be a good disappointment to achieve too.
Yeah, you're right. But yesterday was exciting though, cause the crackhead, like two crackheads, is like, hey, you know what the trash is? And I was annoyed, and I had like a chocolate chip cookie in my mouth, and then I pointed to the trash. They're like, oh, thank you. Like, you work here? I said, no, asshole.
You'll get double the crackheads tomorrow. Whatever didn't show up tonight, I'll be there. I'm waiting for you tomorrow. I'm sure.
Oh yeah, thanks for the client. I like these clients better. They're mellow. I don't like the other clients.
My favorite. Drop some.
Oh, there you go. That's
There we go. There's the
You ass. Hi, Anime. Hi, Sean.
That's a
That's
representation.
not the right one. That's the right one. There we go.
Yeah, there we go. That's what we think of Pride Month and everything. That's
Well,
what we
you gotta-
think of it.
you got-
anime nerds.
You gotta
Exactly.
add the other stupid colors they put on there. That weird blue and brown and the other bullshit.
They gotta make you look like
Nah.
a fucking Palestinian flag and then some butt.
Well, that was kind of the
if you
idea,
put 'em-
wasn't it?
If you put them next to each other, when you look at them from above, they form a swastika in the middle.
They'll have
Oh, they
you know,
do.
you know what
They
they'll
do.
you know what they'll do on the next one. They'll take a double-edged dildo and shape it into a the Soviet symbol of the sickle.
Hey, don't give him ideas. I won't be surprised. It's bad
They're
enough.
already working on it. They couldn't get the design approved for this year, but they'll do it next year. They'll do a hammered
Nah,
sickle
I don't think
made out of
so.
a
They-
dildo. Yep.
dildo. You know what? They better not, like I told my child, they better not put that at the school. I told him to walk off, call
Of
me,
course they will. They've already done it.
and they're already seeing that side of me. I guess they're on round 2. Oh, I'll give them round 2. My
Well, if you
child
do-
is there to learn
Promise
like
this-
math and stuff.
Promise us this: if you do give them round 2, live stream it. Okay, so we can all see it.
Oh, I will live stream. Oh yeah, I will live stream, but sadly is that I could record it. I cannot live stream because there's no Wi-Fi, and the schools now they have a kill switch. So,
Jesus Christ.
Wait,
but
what-
I
what
will,
do you mean by-
I
what do you
will
mean
record
by
it.
switch?
I could record it, and then
I'm
once I walk
willing
outside, then
to
I'll post it.
sell- Hold on. I'm willing to sell a little bit of my dignity to be the most obnoxious drag queen that's ever existed. If you pay for the ticket, and like I'm talking like we'll buy the fucking big floppy dildo, then I will just flop up onto the desk and be like, I'm sorry, and just make it just so horrible.
Well, just to show how absurd it is.
Yes.
And wait until you get arrested.
I had to get. I'm sorry, I'm late. I just got back from Drag Queen Story Hour. hauling this log around takes a lot of effort, you know.
Nobody gets arrested here, okay?
Get it up on the counter here. Oh, that's so much better.
Oh,
This thing tugs at my nuts like it's nothing, man. Like,
Oh,
damn it. Anyway,
damn, bro.
Oh,
The only thing gets you arrested is if you peel out on one of those pride flags on the street. That's the only thing they arrest you for nowadays.
shit, send me the flag. I'll
They don't give a damn here.
burn it.
It's California. Nobody gets arrested. Like I could see crackheads coming down here and stealing stuff. Nobody get arrested.
We beg to differ.
If I were to do what that person did, they would lock me up in a heartbeat.
Yeah, but that's Texas, California, because of Gil Gaston.
If I were to go to California and do that, the instance they find out where I live, who I vote for, my ideological perspectives and everything, I'm going to prison.
Oh yeah, you're right, because you're not liberal and a Democrat.
Because anything against any kind of criticism or
Just put on the Antifa
ask
mask.
any kind of
You'll pass.
questions, you're a istrophobe buzzword.
Put on a black
Wait a
hoodie and an Antifa mask, and you'll pass.
Oh yeah, you know what? Get this. I took my dog for a walk, and it was 86 degrees, and I see like 3 teenagers in black hoodies. I'm like, aren't you guys hot? Like, I'm not wearing no hoodie, no nothing. I only wear my hoodie when it's cold.
They're fucking zombies, man. They're fucking they're not letting sun hit them anywhere. That's what TikTok is.
Sun ain't gonna kill nobody. I need some sun. It's the darkness that's killing me.
Yeah, walking around like the Grim Reaper apparently is the thing to do these
He
days.
said, well, it wouldn't have been a WTF stream without a low battery smoke detector showing up in the background. Darkness intensifies.
Like,
Bacon.
Who's gonna beep at smoke alarm? I didn't hear one.
I ain't got no smoke alarm.
I take the batteries out of mine because the steam out of the shower fucking sets them off.
Really? We don't use ours. Ours has malfunctioned, so we don't care.
Yeah, I think you're aware if there's smoke.
She broke it from burning the food.
Yeah. Oh, Sean, I love your pet. Hi, kitty. Look at the good kitty. Who's the kitty? Is that a cat?
No, that's a commie cat.
Commie cat?
It's a commie
I
cat.
love commie cats. You're such a good kitty. Who's a good kitty?
She's not a good kitty. She's a commie cat. But unfortunately, I took ownership of her, so I got to keep her alive.
Oh. Well, I do the same for my dog, because after my dog, I'm not having no more pets. I'm done. This dog, every time I order Amazon, this dog almost tear my product to shreds, and I was about this close. I was about this close of putting my dog in a kennel and going to Chinatown. So how much will I get for a pound?
You're
evil. You know what you should do? You should wrap them in the Amazon box, send them to Amazon, see what they do with them.
Yeah, no, they have my address. No, I don't think so. I'd rather ship him to Chinatown and see how much I'll get for a pound. I mean, he got meat.
You don't need a Chinatown. Just take him to that crappy Chinese restaurant, Orange Grove, and just where the kitchen door out of the restaurant there. You just lock on the door and walk away.
Whoa, a coworker told me about that.
See if he turns into Mongolian beef overnight there. We shall
He's
see.
No!
Whoa. Well, you think I don't eat there? Hell no. I'm picky where I get my food. If
The
I
food grade. The food grade
no, I don't eat
You know what
dog, I
makes
don't
me
eat
like
cat, I don't eat rat, I don't eat snake, I don't eat dumbo, I don't eat snake, and I don't eat roadkill.
That you know of. That you know
Yeah,
of.
that you know of.
Hey, but I'll suck a cock.
Well, okay.
Oh.
All this crap, you guys is funny.
Anime, stop fapping. Stop fapping.
Anime's like, damn, she said it.
Right here.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Right.
I'm
My
currently in the
pussy
base.
is occupied by
I'm gonna let you. I'm in the corner. I'm in the basement,
You're in the
and
corner. I didn't put you
I'm
there.
right. I'm right next to bars.
I almost put sunflowers in the corner. She came in here talking little.
Oh yeah, she
Almost
told
put her-
me.
I almost had to put her in the corner because she was being dopey.
Was she
Too much
talking
love
about
you again.
the color pink and stuff?
Yeah, we were talking about how lame it was. Remember in football when they made them all wear pink and how gay that was? And she's
Ew,
like, "What-
yeah,
what's
I
wrong-
remember.
What's wrong with pink? Pink is not a girl color. It's like, oh, shut up, you.
Wow, yeah, she messaged me and she
then-
told me what happened. I was
and then
like,
and then she said, "Why are you guys so angry?"
Ratted the
Yeah,
Kelly.
because that's bullshit. That's why.
There we go.
first of all, a man's sport is for.
We found a
Oh,
picture, y'all.
Yep.
oh,
Found a
I saw
picture.
that.
Oh,
I saw
put
that in
I-
neighbor's yard.
Check
No,
that
I-
shit out, y'all.
No, I put that on. I used that in one of my title screens on one of the last videos. I saw that. I was like, that's clever.
God damn.
It does tell the story.
Oh man.
It does tell the story.
Symbols within the symbols, man. You know.
Yep. You put them all. You put all the corners together. That's what you get. Yeah.
That simple can go suck a dick.
By the way, they knew that too. I mean, fucking, that's no accident. Why it's
Not
that's-
like
that was
anybody
not
told
done
them
by
that
any-
would
What's
be-
this? Go ahead.
What are we watching?
What are we watching?
I don't know.
We see a Ford truck. You know what Ford stands for? Found on the road dead.
Are you freaking kidding me, Chaos? Don't make me titty slap you.
Oh.
I will match that energy, drizzle with a dick slap.
Oh, challenge accepted.
And my pork sword is hard. Ow. Fuck yeah, metal to knee.
It would too.
Oh my gosh. Set me free. Oh, I wanna. You know what? I haven't seen my nakedness in 2 days. Ouch.
What?
I
Yeah,
practically
what?
live here. Can you guys send me some pizza? It
Who's got
better be
pizza?
roadkill or somebody's gonna get titty slapped. I ain't
Who's
playing.
got, who's got pizza at 3:45 in the morning? Fucking nobody.
I don't know. Oh shoot. Oh man. I'm
Let's see
sorry.
that
One of the
frozen-
big rigs went off. It's not
Unless
my
somebody wants-
fault.
Unless somebody's got a frozen one, they can toss over there.
Oh my god. Frozen pizza. Oh, I'm having a food gas right now. The best one is at Target and the other store on Fair Oaks, which I don't remember.
Which
Finally, action.
which frozen pizza is it? Which one do they have at Target?
Oh my god. Red Baron will have me do things
Red Baron's
to
the
you.
cheapest shit there is.
Oh
they have
my
that small
God.
final.
Shut up. Give me Red Baron, Chaos.
For the cheapest date ever, go get
You did.
go get some Red Baron's pizza.
I always told you that the
multi-meat,
best frozen pizza is that one they have at that Duarte Walmart, whichever
And then
one
go
that is, a
eat
little
up
thin
those-
crust.
Oh, I know what you're
Those are
talking
the
about.
best
That
ones.
pizza.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. I
They
will
only
be
have
having
it there.
food gas right now.
I haven't seen it anywhere else.
Oh my God! If you're
I'm
having
gonna try to go Walmart this
Kelly,
Friday if I'm not dead
seriously,
tired.
if
But
you're having
right
a food
now,
gasm for Red Baron pizza,
Imagine the one for actual
escalate
pizza.
your flavor profile. That's terrible. That's awful. You'd be better off going to the what is it? The hole in the wall. That's a hole in the wall. That's a hole in the wall piece of.
Oh yeah.
Unfortunately, the hole in the wall place here in Pasadena really sucks. Well, it used to be good.
I can't transport her up here and make pizza.
For whatever reason, they shut
I
that
wish you would. Uh-oh.
San Diego,
It's
San
we the
Diego has better
Clockhouse.
pizza because San Diego has Little Italy. We don't have that in LA. All the,
Oh
all,
my
the Italians,
gosh.
all the Italians went to San Diego and formed Little Italy. We don't got no Little Italy.
I always wanted to go to San Diego and try pizza. That would be lit. That would be like the greatest. I would die happy. That's all I want. That's all I want.
San Diego pizza. Oh dear.
Imagine a whole street full of Italian restaurants. Oh wait, they have that there.
Oh my gosh, this man is making me drool. I want to go to San Diego. You know what? F it. I'm going to clock in and go. Is the Amtrak running at this hour?
I'm hungry now. Thank you very much.
I'm hungry. Yeah, thanks a lot, Phil. You know, I have an addiction. Hey, I have an addiction to the best pizza in town. Oh my gosh, I'm drooling.
Addiction. She's addicted to dick because she's fucked in the head.
Yeah, that's shut up, Chaos. I was talking about pizza.
Yeah, imagine you show up with a whole stack of Red Barons. Oh, it's over. It's over.
One more smart Alec remark, and believe you me, I will show you I will show you titty cam.
Pineapple.
Yeah, Phil in trouble doing that.
Pineapple on pizza. Delicious.
I'll do it too. You all think I'm playing? I will take off my work uniform right now, and I will show you titty cam.
No, keep the self.
All right, you got 10 seconds because we're about to go.
9, 8.
7.
It's cold. I don't want to. I want
Here come the
pizza.
excuses. I knew it.
I gotta pee too.
Go to the corner. Go to the corner. Just go to the corner.
To the corner.
I'm already in the corner.
Go to the other
Don't
corner.
you all want to see me behind bars? I'm already behind bars.
Go to the other corner that you haven't been to yet. Find the other corner.
I'm already in the corner. What else?
The corner.
Then stay there.
Get-
I don't know what to tell you.
Get me out of the corner, and I'll do whatever you want.
Whoa, famous last
Well, if I
words.
get you out of the corner,
I'll do whatever you want. I will go on my knees and give you the guap 5,000.
That sounds like an oversell.
Yeah.
Oh, you have no idea what my tongue can do.
You're right. And I'm
Trust,
worried
I
to
don't
get out of
disappoint.
Alaska to find out. Sorry.
it'd be like pizza toppings.
The only way I'm going is if someone pays for the ticket.
Just one pepperoni at a time.
Man, my favorite pizza is the meat pizza with a lot of meat, especially sausage, nice and thick and juicy.
Correct. Lots of with a lot of melted extra cheese.
Oh my gosh, it tastes so good.
Oh, Pat's the retro gamer. Well, he hasn't been here.
Oh, hey, how you doing?
That's
Hey, retro, not long time no see. No pineapple on pizza. That's nasty.
What can you do with a pineapple in general? Like a whole.
Ew. Oh, what I'll do with a pineapple, would you like to know?
No, we don't want to know.
That's why we asked. Pineapples are kind of spiky. There's not really much you can do with those.
I don't like pineapple on pizza. I mean,
when she sits down, they disappear.
Well, of course.
Oh,
nobody
but
likes
when
nobody likes pineapple. Nobody likes
you-
pineapple on pizza except weirdos. All right, so
Then I guess I'm a fucking weirdo.
some woman likes
Weirdo.
it. I
You
don't
see, the
understand
thing
why
is, though,
she and
The
Pop
Canadians fucked up the Hawaiian pizza.
they
They
have.
marinara sauce. That's where they fucked up. For a proper Hawaiian pizza, you need to use barbecue sauce.
Oh my gosh, barbecue sauce is lit.
Yes.
That's the only way it will be a proper Hawaiian pizza. And
I'll
if you do
take
it right.
I'll take the
fucking
pineapples off and
amazing.
add extra barbecue chicken.
Yeah, if it's
Well,
not
shit,
marinara,
dude, what I do,
barbecue
I shit you
sauce,
not, what I do when I get that shit, I'll get a barbecue chicken pizza. I'm not a huge fan of onions, so I'll tell them no onions, but I'll tell them to add pineapple. It's fucking amazing. Because one, chicken and pineapple go great together. Chicken or barbecue sauce and pineapple go great together. All three, fuck yes. Plus, you got the bacon on there. Oh my god, my fucking mouth is watering, y'all. I gotta go. Phil,
It all sounds
thanks for
good.
having me.
All right. It also,
oh my god, I'm so fucking
Chaos,
hungry now.
Chaos, go to the corner.
Oh yeah,
Yes, the corner.
I'm already in the
corner.
corner.
I'm already in the corner. See? I'm in the corner. Happy
Did
now?
you just say,
Look.
Pat, did you just say can't beat a meat? Oh my, you don't, come on.
Can't what? The what?
A meat fast.
Can't beat a meat.
I guess he's talking about. I think he's talking about
But
pizza.
if you use barbecue sauce for the lube, you can.
Oh,
Oh, that's a great idea. Thanks.
no! Barbecue is lube? No, no.
Take the
Oh,
pineapple
man,
out.
y'all take it easy.
No.
Again, thanks for having me. Y'all, it's good to
That
see
pizza
you.
sounds great.
Later,
without the
Chaos.
pineapple on it. I'll tell you what. All right, Chaos.
I'll be in the chat.
All right.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm gonna pull the plug in a minute.
Get
here.
out of
Jesus
here.
Christ. One of mine.
That's a barbecue.
All right.
Hmm.
Well, did Chaos mention you like pineapple before? I'd forgotten about that. God damn.
No, he says that the Canadians mess it up.
Yeah, with the marinara sauce.
Yeah, the barbecue sauce and the barbecue. Yeah, that
Okay,
too.
I like marinara sauce, but I don't like
with
pineapple.
ham and pineapple.
Man, never split.
Yes, I can understand that.
Mm-hmm.
Barbecue sauce is fine.
Ham and barbecue.
Pineapple,
or
just
ham and
put extra
pineapple,
meat on it.
no.
Leave off the fucking pineapple. That's what I'm saying.
Also,
More goddamn fruit.
anime
No fruit
night.
on pizza. God damn it.
Real quick, is your avatar for your channel Trunks? Adult Trunks
Who's Avatar?
for anime night.
Oh, anime Avatar.
For his channel, so I know which channel to sub to.
Cool.
It's Purple Trunks, right, or something like that.
Yeah.
No,
Oh yeah, he does have purple trunks. Yeah, I sub to anime.
That way I know which anime night 1992 to sub to, because
Arby's roast beef. You know what? I would.
That's the one.
There's
Anything
others.
but fucking pineapple. Lord.
Yep, that's the one. All right.
There's still nine.
I'll
There's
do
still nine
that.
people watching. Who the fuck is
And
down there? Whatever. All right.
I got six.
I definitely got to get
6
out of
to
here
go.
because I've got a kiddo who really wants my attention at the moment.
All right, Sean.
I totally understand.
All right. I'll tell you. I'll sign off the stream and I'll keep the back panel on for about 10 more minutes here. But I'm gonna call.
All right,
call the
I'll
stream.
just go ahead.
Okay, so
and
officially,
cancel you.
thanks for everybody coming in here. Appreciate you. Hit that like button. Subscribe. Just right. The notification bell. All right, we'll do this again next week, same time. God damn, that's one. 9 p.m. Pacific time, Tuesday night next week. We'll be back then. We'll be back tomorrow. New dude, what the fuck? Until then, everybody have a good one. See you later.